Corin always believed that in this world, everything was decided by your skills and connections. He thought that good skills and social circle would lead him to success, but apparently he had neither. As a result, he became useless to anyone, and after a mysterious announcement, his life changed. Finding himself on the battlefield, he was surprised. A burning boulder fell next to him, crushing the man and splashing his blood. She ended up on the guy's face and he smelled blood. A man nearby asked the boy if he wanted to die. Parsons continued to look around in surprise. When someone approached him, he asked them to wait. But the man didn't pay attention to this and hit the guy. He demanded that he come to his senses if the guy did not intend to die here. Parsons apologized with equal surprise, but he didn't understand what kind of world this was. Returning home, the guy swore. He thought their apartment looked like a crime scene. Entering another room, Corin greeted his father. For some time, the father did not answer, and then he greeted his son dryly. Corin heard that they should clean up before eating. The guy simply agreed to this. Sitting down on the floor, he thought that it was better outside than here. Corin suggested that this happened because the father found out how much the neighbor's son earned. It even seemed to him that his father had not known such numbers before. The sister, sitting in the corner of the room, confirmed this. And then she asked Corin if he remembered something. Hearing her, Corin became frightened. He asked his sister why she was doing this. The girl replied that those who lived next door had come to them. Corin asked what they wanted and if they had left their number. But the girl asked her brother to leave her alone and told him to clean up. Then Corin watched as she went to clean up as well. And after that, he just walked out of the room. Finally, the sister said that they did not have money to help Corin. But the guy asked not to worry about him and was going to go to his room. Sitting down at the table, the guy thought that his family could live differently. But after that, he decided to get into a good mood and look for vacancies. And yet he continued to think that he could not earn anything, although he had graduated from college long ago. Corin could find nothing but job advertisements at factories, but he thought that today was better than yesterday. But then he received a strange notification on his phone. He immediately decided to find the website mentioned in that notification. However, upon opening it, Corin immediately thought that something was wrong with the site. He saw the question, did he want to find a job, even at the cost of his life? Without thinking twice, Corin decided to register on the site. The next question was about what was most important to Corin in life, and he grinned at the chance to analyze himself. The last question was whether he was a significant person to others. Having answered all the questions, Corin suddenly felt more confident. But immediately after that, teleportation to another world occurred. At first, Corin thought that he had fallen asleep, but he did not understand when he had managed to do so. Suddenly, he heard a name unknown to him and began to see someone's memories. Parsons had a family to care for. Therefore, he had to survive at any cost. The man nearby promised to kill the guy with his own hands if he didn't come to his senses. Corin quickly realized that he was no longer Corin, but Parsons. However, everything was too real to be just a dream. For Parson, it didn't matter whether it was a dream or not. The most important thing was to survive. When arrows fell from the sky, people covered themselves with shields. Many have already been injured, but each of them continued to try to hide behind shields from arrows. In the heat of battle, someone approached Parson. The man asked if this was the boy's first time fighting. The guy assumed that he was dealing with a military corps sergeant and replied that he was fine. The man finally said that Parson must forget about fear if he wanted to survive. In the heat of battle, the boy thanked the sergeant for his instruction. Their task was to get behind the walls and open the gates from the inside using a siege tower. When they do this, the knights will go on the attack, and their group had to try to survive until that moment. After this, the soldiers were ready to enter the battle again. The sergeant asked them if they wanted to survive. In one voice, everyone answered yes. Then the sergeant said that if they took a step back, the arrows would strike them in the back. Therefore, they had to besiege the walls and leave no one alive. Corin thought that it already looked like a war or something like that. Suddenly, he noticed an arrow flying past him. Afterwards, his cheek was covered in blood, and the pain made it clear that he was not sleeping at all. And if he dies here, what will happen to him? At that moment, with the help of the siege tower, the soldiers were already able to get close to the wall. Immediately after this, they began to fight with the archers. As Corin ran up to them, many pointed their weapons at him. Having pierced the man with a spear, he thought that he could not die here. He couldn't afford to die in a place where he couldn't tell truth from fiction. Therefore, he continued to boldly break through to his enemies. When he tried to attack the man, his spear suddenly broke. This was because his opponent was wearing plate armor. Then Corin had to throw away his broken weapon. However, even without a weapon, he still had determination. Corin had the idea to push the man off the wall. The man's body broke through the wall fence and fell towards the ground. Having fallen on the stairs, the man rolled down them. At that moment, Corin heard voices telling him to get rid of him. However, he intended to get hold of weapons. He grabbed the first thing he came across and started waving it around. At that moment, the soldiers in front of him were at a loss. Swinging his weapon, Corin wished death upon them all. Then the whole wall was filled with shouts and cries. The battle continued, and more people fell from the wall and died. Suddenly, the sergeant noticed that the new recruit was not bad, and now the time had come for the knights to finish off the rest. The boy watched the battle, breathing heavily. Afterwards, the guy looked around and looked down at his weapon. At that moment, Corin managed to survive. It was not a dream, because he felt pain and fatigue, and until he understood everything, he needed to remain Parsons. When the soldiers were able to break through the wall, they began to break into buildings. Some tried to stop the invaders. However, such people were immediately attacked. At that moment, those invaders were unstoppable. The sergeant was glad that they could now fully enjoy their victory. Later, the results of the victory were reported, and the king was pleased. The soldiers were also delighted that they had been able to recapture the territory. Listening to the joyful cries of his people, the man smiled, and he promised his people that their feat would be remembered for a long time. Corin thought they had lost a lot of men, but it seemed like this victory was very important. It was not just a victory, but also a chance at life for many people. Turning to his soldiers, the sergeant asked them to introduce themselves. Obeying, Parsons stepped forward, but then he suddenly exhaled in surprise. It seemed that Corin was the only one who understood commands, and that was what made him stand out. In the Korean army, Corin would have to work for 2 years to achieve anything. However, he was noticed here on the very first day. But despite this, the guy wasn't particularly eager to contact the stranger. The sergeant ordered the boy to take a step forward. Obeying, he stepped forward and introduced himself. The man noted that this was the boy's first battle, but he still managed to stand out among the fighters. Corin knew that this was the most pleasant thing he had ever heard. But in reality, people here were like disposable tools. The sergeant was surprised to hear that a place had become vacant in the king's entourage. That's why he offered the boy to become his knight. But it seemed to Corin that being a knight was the same as being a personal slave. The guy replied that this position was too high for him. The king heard that the boy was an ordinary farmer. Since many people were applying for the position, Parsons felt it was wrong to choose him. But the king was only surprised by the boy's good manners. Then Corin thought that he shouldn't have shown manners. Then he smiled and asked the man for silver. The man looked at the sergeant surprised, but then he frowned and asked the guy if he only needed money. Looking at the guy, he decided to drive him away. As he left, Corin realized that he had most likely made the man very angry. At that moment, everyone in the area was telling him that there might not be a second chance. But Corin knew that a squire earned more than a sergeant, and no one cared about ordinary soldiers. And at the same time, for such a position, anyone can stab you in the back. After this, the hype in the area did not subside. Corin heard everyone being asked to collect the reward before they left. When Parson was given the money, he was surprised. Suddenly, the faces of the people he had killed appeared before his eyes. In his hands was money that he earned by killing someone. Until now, Corin did not know what to do. He wasn't sure if he should live here like Parsons. But suddenly, the guy's body began to fall, and when he opened his eyes, Corin found himself in his room. Looking around, he couldn't understand whether it was a dream, or maybe he ended up in another dimension where he was a boy. However, it was all too realistic for him. At that moment, he looked around, hearing some kind of knock. Some coin appeared in his room. Looking at it, Corin realized that it was a gold coin. The next day, the guy was looking through his wallet. However, he was not happy with this situation. Corin never thought he could make money this way. The coin fetched just over 1,000,000 won, but he was in a world where he could not distinguish truth from lies. Even so, he was grateful that he was able to earn at least 1 coin from that world. But it also meant that it wasn't a dream. So, Corin really did kill people. As he thought about this, he noticed that his hands were shaking. But then his phone rang. He noticed this with a little surprise. Corin didn't know who could be calling him at such a time. And taking the phone, he saw what kind of person it was. He remembered that it was that person who recommended that site to the guy. After that thought, Corin decided to calm down. And the next moment he answered the call. Corin asked what the call was about and how they knew his name. Having replied that the guy had left all the information himself, they invited him into their office. Corin agreed to the meeting, but was unsure whether he should come. He felt like he was making a deal with the devil. But despite this, he wanted to know more about yesterday. When the elevator arrived at the desired floor, Corin was met by a girl. Smiling, she greeted the guy. Confused, Corin asked if he had come to the right office. The girl confirmed this and asked to follow her. Corin thought that this girl's voice was similar to the one he heard on the phone. When the guy called the secretary cute, she asked who he thought he was meeting. But Corin himself did not know whom he hoped to meet. Suddenly he even thought about it. Perhaps he thought he would meet a demon or demoness. The girl suddenly asked who would wear something like that. Hearing this, Corin became even more embarrassed. He was scared because of the words the girl said. Looking at the guy, the girl just smiled. Pointing to the office door, the girl said that their boss would explain everything. But finally she wanted to say one more thing. She said that the money Corin received for the coin seemed to be an insufficient amount. Corin was surprised that they even knew how much he got for selling the coin. But the girl replied that it was quite easy to find out something like that. At that moment, Corin realized that she had read his thoughts. The secretary tried to push the guy into the office, but Corin asked her to wait. Suddenly he saw another girl in the office. She asked Corin to pass through because she was waiting for him. Corin thought the CEO looked more like a celebrity. Then the girl replied that it seemed she had been overestimated. Hearing this, Corin thought he had gone to hell. Afterwards, the girl introduced herself to him. Corin shook the girl's hand and said that he was glad to meet them. Frowning, he asked if he had just sold his soul to the devil. The girl replied that he was right. Corin then asked if all of this was real. But he was told that only in a certain sense. Corin learned that what happened yesterday was just training. And since Corin only had the first level, they refused to tell him more. However, at that time, the guy did not understand what she was talking about. He asked if he had been chosen for this purpose by chance. The girl asked if they were like those who choose randomly. The girl said that Corin's best friend had accumulated debts on his behalf, and at the same time his mother was admitted to the hospital, and their company found Corin at that moment to help. She asked if the guy felt better after that. Getting up from his seat, Corin asked what they needed. The girl did not answer his question right away. Corin wondered if they would cut him off from communicating with his family, but the girl smiled and asked him to calm down. And then she said that they had never intended to do that. Then Corin asked again what they wanted. The girl replied that at the moment they just wanted him to level up, and they wanted him to go to that world again. He was also told that those worlds were similar to what happens in the games. The girl said that they didn't want him to get his hands dirty with blood either. Hearing this, Corin frowned. However, for all his efforts, Corin was offered a reward. And also the contract he signed obliged him to follow these rules. But Corin didn't understand how to follow their instructions, because he didn't even know who he had signed the contract with. He asked if all this was stupid. The girl replied that maybe yes, maybe no. And then she said that Corin had tired her out. After all, they were trying to protect Corin, not deceive him. Hearing this, Corin fell silent. The girl was also silent and only smiled at the guy. And then she said that parallel worlds, creating an avatar, and so on, are all tasks for their clients. She asked if these things meant anything to Corin. The guy didn't answer the question right away. Parsons was just a mercenary because this was just a test. But Corin must remember that he passed the test successfully, and his skills are excellent. The girl believed that Parsons was glad of such a simple chance. Although it was difficult for Corin to understand this, he did not think that he was being lied to. However, he couldn't get his head around the fact that he was actually killing people. The girl said that he was somehow serious, although he did such things in that world. But if he had been frivolous, they would hardly have signed the contract. The girl believed that the most pleasant thing for their client was receiving a reward. Corin knew that he had received only a small part of the reward. The girl said that people became billionaires by lying. Corin asked what would happen if he failed the mission and died. He felt relieved when he was told that he would be okay in this world. But Corin will be grateful if he does not throw away his life. After all, he also would not want his life to mix with the lives of other people. Corin also understood that there was meaning in this. The girl said that failing the mission would result in a penalty and a level reduction. Corin was a little surprised that this was all. The girl just grinned, and she asked if he had received an award for his teaching. She asked how much 1% equals to 100. Corin realized that it was more than 100 million won. The girl added that the reward was given strictly in proportion to the level, and their high-level clients did everything they could to maintain their level. Corin kept such a large amount in his head. He was surprised that he could get such a sum, just in the guise of Parsons. Corin's surprise could not pass. But suddenly he thought about something else. At that moment, silence continued to hang in the room. Corin lowered his head, thinking. He completely forgot how that money would be earned. He didn't think that he could decide the fate of other people for money. The girl said that hating yourself won't help. She suddenly said that Parsons had returned home safe and sound. Corin did not answer. Turning away, the girl asked him to think about it. After all, to kill another or to give oneself up to death is his decision. Corin was also told that he could refuse and go home, as no one would force him. However, the guy continued to think. And then he asked what he would have to do this time. Smiling, the girl replied that he should figure it out himself. At that moment, Kren started coughing. But then he looked at his hand. He noticed that his head was starting to spin. Suddenly, he was transported to another world again. He immediately noticed that someone was swinging at him. Corin didn't even have time to realize anything before the axe almost caught up with him. But it turned out that the man hit the wall. At that moment, there was horror on the guy's face, and the man in front of him was smiling brightly. Looking at him, Corin still didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't understand what he would have to do here. Suddenly, the man asked him to concentrate, because the guy was trapped. After that, there was silence between them. And looking down, Corin understood what they were talking about. Then Corin was surprised to see the trap. The man said that those arrows were poisoned, so we had to be careful. But Corin was surprised that they wanted to save him with the axe, not kill him. But it turned out that they were not the only ones there. The man turned to look at his comrades, but he was told too late that he too had fallen into a trap. When the man fell unconscious, everyone was surprised at how their boss could have fallen into the trap. At that moment, Corin gradually began to understand what was happening. He was here to find someone. Suddenly, he saw notifications in front of him. The person's name and age, as well as the task, were displayed on them. Seeing those windows, Corin still thought that it looked like a game. However, he frowned with displeasure. Then he pulled out his sword and looked at his reflection. He was told to play along with what was happening, but to remember his mission. Corin had to preserve his life and personal qualities. The boy continued to think about those words. He wondered if he would have to kill anyone to complete the mission. Perhaps he should have thought twice before agreeing to this. But then he remembered his whole family. Corin understood that he had already agreed for their sake. Suddenly, the boss asked if Uraval wanted to sleep. Corin was determined to do whatever he had to. He told the man that everything was fine and suggested that they move on. He was going to forget about what was happening in the other world, and also complete the mission at any cost. Uraval was part of a family of knights and worked hard from birth to become a warrior like his father. But after his mother was shot by bandits, his life changed dramatically. At that moment, the guy was overwhelmed with emotions. His full name is Yuri Pilshin. After my mother's death, my father drank constantly, and his sister became completely weak, and the guy didn't understand how to help her, but he intended to save their family. In order to obtain at least some profit, Uraval entered into wars, but things didn't go the way he wanted. All his achievements were stolen by others. The money he earned was not enough to save his family. At that moment, he thought it was all over, but at that moment, hope shone before him. Uraval was told that the king's son had still not returned, and Uraval was asked to return his son home. The guy thought that since he was assigned this task, he was obliged to complete it. At that moment, he thought this was his chance. He thought that now he could do something for his family, and now he was glad that he continued to believe. Corin remembered those events, and then he opened his eyes. It turned out that he was lying on the ground. As he got up, he wondered why he couldn't sleep. Every time he tried to sleep, he saw other people's memories. But to complete the mission, he must be full of strength. Due to lack of sleep, Corin already felt unwell. He even started receiving messages about insomnia. But suddenly Corin thought about something. It began to seem to him that thoughts were one of the forms of torture. Because of their situation, he thought that Uraval and Parsons were similar. And Uraval was ready to do anything to save his family. Corin thought that this was because he too was ready to do anything for his family. He thought these characters were too similar to him. Corin remembered the words about how they chose worlds for each individual. Corin's thoughts were interrupted when he heard a crack. But those sounds only got louder. Corin thought he saw someone fighting nearby, so he grabbed his weapon, and then he turned back abruptly. Looking around at his sleeping comrades, he realized that one was missing. At that moment, Corin tried to wake everyone up. Meanwhile, the guy was attacked by a goblin. The monster let out a terrible roar. The guy's only weapon was a spear, which he held out in front of him. By hitting the monster, he was able to knock its weapon out of its hands. However, 2 more monsters attacked from the other side. Having managed to react, the guy defended himself from their attack. And then he started running away from them. At that moment, the guy's strength was almost exhausted. Suddenly, a huge carcass appeared behind him. Looking back, the guy exhaled heavily, and then he swore loudly. The huge monster standing in front of the guy growled loudly. At that moment, the guy could only call for help. He looked in horror at the monster in front of him, which was too strong. Suddenly, the monster was attacked by a Uraval. The guy thrust his sword with all his might into the back of the monster, who didn't notice him. Afterwards, he pulled out his sword and the monster's carcass began to fall to the ground. The guy asked his friend if he was okay. The guy who fell to the ground replied that he was fine. At that moment, the rest of the team arrived. The boss asked what would have happened if they hadn't woken up, but it was obvious that they would already be dead. The guy tried to justify himself by saying that it happened by accident, and the boss wanted to hear the details from beginning to end. But Uraval interrupted them, asking them to leave it for later. The boss agreed to do as Uraval suggested, and then they rushed into battle, intending to do everything quickly. The monsters had almost caught up with them at that moment. Uraval swung his sword with all his might. Soon a battle broke out, and the corpses of monsters littered the ground. If we are to believe Uraval's memories, they had already been in the labyrinth for 4 days. But this was the first time they had encountered so many monsters. Maybe that's why everyone was so determined. And the monsters continued to attack from every side. Most likely they all fought in battles, but not with monsters. Corin understood that he was here to help them. He recalled his comrades' words that they would repay him for saving their lives. And thinking about this, the guy continued to fight. Suddenly he turned to the side. Afterwards I noticed their surroundings. And then he turned to their archer, and he said that he would throw the guy higher. But the archer did not immediately understand what Uraval was talking about. Then Uraval said that it would be easier to shoot at the orcs. The archer agreed that it was a good idea. Running up to Uraval, the blonde asked him to be ready. But Uraval had been waiting for his comrade for a long time. The next moment he launched the archer up onto the ledge. Immediately after this, the archer was ready to attack the monsters. Corin understood that this guy was their trump card. After all, he had a pretty accurate attack. The archer made a confident shot. The arrow hit the head of the monster, who didn't even notice the enemy behind him. The man screamed in horror at the monsters to get out of here. It turned out that at that moment the man was surrounded. Corin was the first to notice that the boss was in trouble. There were too many monsters, so the boss asked for help. Uraval asked the man to push through them. Then he turned around and called his other comrades. He asked the boys to help Senpat, but at that moment they were also fighting monsters. And the man's screams only became louder. Suddenly breaking free, he rushed towards the monsters, and then I was able to ram them. At that moment the man looked quite confident. His comrades also continued to fight the monsters. Uraval continued to launch new attacks on his enemies. Soon they were able to deal with them and the guy looked around. He told everyone that it wasn't that bad. The archer asked the boss why the soldier gave orders better. However, the man said that without Uraval, they would already be dead. But then another guy said that the blonde guy was just joking. Suddenly Uraval turned to their boss. The worried leader looked at his soldier, and then he asked what was wrong with the guy, because he looked too serious. But Uraval was worried about the man who looked like a ghost. The man replied that everything was fine, and then collapsed to the ground. Having reacted, the guy standing nearby managed to grab the man, and Uraval immediately said to put the man on the ground and look for open wounds. Everyone was surprised to hear that the man could be infected. Afterwards, Corin saw a message in front of him. After reading it, he was very surprised. After all, he suddenly received an additional quest. The guy was surprised that he not only had to protect himself from the monsters, but also keep an eye on the others. Afterwards, he sighed with displeasure. He asked to bring their supplies, because they were supposed to have medicine. Meanwhile, the archer discovered the wound. The man was hit by an arrow, but there was nothing good about it. After this, the man rolled over onto his side, and the archer prepared to suck out the poison. But suddenly Uraval stopped him, and he asked if the blonde was going to suck out the poison. He explained that this could be dangerous. At the same time, he understood that an open wound could lead to blood poisoning. The archer was surprised that they could only try to squeeze out the poison. Uraval asked to turn the man over, and then he put his hand to the wound, and with all his strength he began to squeeze out the poison. Because of this, the man felt terrible pain. The next moment the man screamed in pain. At that moment, another guy came up, buying medicines and alcohol that they could use for disinfection. Uraval asked for a bottle of alcohol to at least somehow clean the wound. He immediately poured its contents onto the wound. The archer suddenly said that when he tried to save someone like that, all those guys ended up dying. After this, Uraval was going to administer the antidote, but suddenly his hand stopped, and he looked at the contents of the bottle. For some reason, the guy had a feeling that something was wrong. Corin wondered if it was an antidote. Suddenly he remembered someone's words that he was in too much of a hurry, and that's why the man died. Remembering that moment, Corin froze. He understood that these were Uraval's memories. The archer asked worriedly why he had not administered the antidote. However, Corin knew that he was in control of the situation now. And then he asked everyone what kind of antidote it was. Upon hearing this question, no one answered. Only after a moment did the archer reply that they had bought the first thing they saw, and it was cheap too. Corin began rummaging through his bag, hoping that Uraval's memories would tell him something. Then he found medicinal ivy in his bag, and that was what was supposed to help them. He explained to everyone that this plant had medicinal properties. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Soon the herb was applied to the wound. After this, the archer helped the man up, and Uraval intended to bandage the wound. He promised the man to be as careful and quick as possible. Taking the bandages, the guy began to bandage the wound. Soon the wound treatment was completed, and all that was left for everyone to do was wait for the boss to get better. But Uraval told everyone that Sampat should recover soon. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because they knew the boss was strong. Suddenly Uraval looked at Paisel. The surprised guy asked what was going on, and then he asked to tell how they got into such trouble. And everyone was wondering why he was leaving alone in the middle of the night. Having heard so many questions, the guy hesitated, and then he began to take something out of his clothes with displeasure. Seeing the dungeon map in front of him, Corin was surprised. Paisel told everyone that according to the map, there should have been a staircase not far from here. But Paisel said there was no ladder there when he checked the area. Then everyone understood why they had felt like they had been walking in circles all day. Paisel told everyone that he had tried everything. Besides, he had poor orientation. After some time he was very tired, and he didn't notice that monsters began to watch him. When he noticed them, there were already too many of them, and they were all approaching the guy. At that moment he finished telling his comrades how it all happened. There was silence for a moment after that, but immediately everyone started beating Paisel, demanding that he warn them about his adventures next time. Afterwards, Corin took the map in his hands with displeasure, and he suggested to everyone that he and Paisel would go there to explore the area. He decided to leave the camp to the other two guys. Soon he and Paisel were walking deeper into the caves. At some point, Corin noticed that they would soon come across a staircase. Paisel suggested that the map was lying to them, since the cartographer could have made a mistake when drawing it up. Then the guy asked Paisel where he got it. Paisel replied that it was in the backpacks, along with the supplies. Hearing that Count Raleigh gave it to them, the boy thought about something. At that moment they came to a place where there should have been a staircase that would lead down. Paisel decided to remind again that this is what he was talking about, because he checked this place. However, they understood that the ladder could not run away somewhere. Suddenly Corin turned to Paisel. The guy asked if he found anything interesting, but Corin only asked if anything seemed strange to him. But Paisel didn't understand what the guy was talking about. Then Corin decided to point to the floor, which was usually flat and hewn. But he noticed that where the stairs should have been, everything was different. Paisel suddenly also noticed something strange. Until now they had not encountered a single monster. But Corin interrupted the boy and asked him to look up. Looking up, Paisel saw that very staircase. But he couldn't believe that she was on the ceiling. Our heroes understood that it was impossible to build a staircase on the ceiling. Corin could only guess that it was related to magic. However, in Uraval's memories, he saw how magic could be dispelled. The guy quickly drew his sword and swung. And then he swung his sword upward with all his might. With a precise throw, he was able to launch his sword into the stairs. At that moment, a gust of wind began to rise in the area. Watching this, Corin was stunned. Paisel experienced the same thing. And soon Corin's sword fell to the ground again, and a staircase appeared in front of them. Seeing her, Paisel exclaimed with joy and surprise. And now, as expected, the stairs led downwards. However, Paisel was more surprised that Uraval was able to dispel the magic. But Corin kept thinking about who gave them this map. If they were given this map, it means the Count was absolutely sure that his son was somewhere in this labyrinth. Corin wondered if his son had pointed out this place before leaving. Suddenly, the guy again plunged into Uraval's memories. The Count asked to bring his son's ring in case he were to die. Thinking about this, the guy frowned a little. It was obvious that if the son was dead, the Count wanted proof. Paisel interrupted his train of thought and asked if everything was okay. Corin didn't answer and continued to think about his own things, because it seemed to him that something was not right in the story. Later, Corin decided to ask everyone how much they knew about that Count. He asked them to tell him everything they knew. But the archer did not understand why they were not happy that they had been able to find the stairs. Uraval told them that something seemed suspicious and repeated his question. Then everyone thought about it and shook their heads. The archer replied that Sampat had told them to find out more about them. But they didn't want to tell Uraval about this, because these were the people he served. Besides, the blonde man said that the information obtained was rumors and gossip. One day, Uraval told them that he was not going to listen to pathetic gossip. Paisel reminded him of this. Corin realized what a jerk Uraval had been, and told everyone he was now willing to listen to them. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Afterwards, he was told that the Count had one son and one daughter. but it was strange that the Count took for himself a maid who was raising a small child. The archer said that people began to guess who the child's father was. After listening to them, Corin did not immediately react. He remembered the words about the Count asking him to bring his son's ring. For some reason, Corin couldn't get these words out of his head. He assumed that since the Count now had another son, he wanted to get rid of his firstborn. But the guy immediately came to the conclusion that it would be stupid. The archer asked if Uraval had thought about how their mission connected with the second heir. Then the guy asked in surprise if they had thought about this too. Corin was surprised that they knew about everything from the very beginning. And then he got angry at them, because he understood that it was too dangerous to involve himself in this. After the mission, they could have been tortured, or even tormented. Everyone listened to Uraval's monologue with surprise, and then the archer replied that they shouldn't worry about it for now because it was just a guess. Besides, they said that they were just doing whatever Sampat told them to do. Corin heard that Sampat was always ready to offer him help if he needed it, and no matter how dangerous it was, everyone was ready to help. After listening to the blonde, Corin did not dare answer them for a while. Piesel said that he would leave the gratitude for the boss, since he was the main benefactor. Afterwards, Corin turned to Sampat. He was still unconscious, and periodically the man made a face in pain. At that moment, everyone decided to approach him, because it seemed that Sampat would soon wake up. As he began to rise, everyone began to make even more noise. When Corin asked about the man's condition, Sampat replied that it was already much better compared to the recent fight, and then he asked everyone what happened to their faces. Hearing Sampat's jokes, Corin smiled a little. After that, the others also laughed a little. When Sampat was able to move, he was told about the stairs. However, he only laughed and said that such a thing was not possible. As he descended the stairs, Sampat asked if Leopold's companions were there. As they walked forward, everyone discussed that they had to catch those people. Piesel suddenly asked how they would recognize the Count's son if they found everyone dead. He said that they had never seen the boy's father. As they moved forward, they continued to discuss what similarities they might find in their clothing. After all, the Count's son had to stand out from the rest. The girl walked forward but suddenly stopped. As everyone continued to walk forward, she looked back. For a while, the girl silently looked in the direction from which they came. Then her comrades asked if anyone was following them. But the girl replied that this was not entirely true, and it just seemed like someone was trying to catch up with them. Some guy chuckled and said that they would deal with the goblins when they caught up with them. The girl replied that it didn't look like any kind of monsters, and was much more dangerous. The guy thought she was paranoid, but the girl objected that it was a woman's intuition. The old man intervened and said that if Azil said something, she had to be believed. Another man said they shouldn't have worried. After all, they were going to take care of those who wanted to find Leopold. Seeing some light, everyone turned their attention to its source. The butterfly flew closest to the old man, and afterward, he told everyone that it looked like someone was following them and was able to break through the magical barrier. Suddenly, the fair-haired guy looked at Azil. The girl asked the old man if these were the same people, but the old man could not answer her. But after that, they decided to set a trap and wait for their pursuers. Horin's group was inspecting the goblins that had been destroyed by someone else. It seemed to them that someone had been here just recently, and at that very moment, Sampat decided to vent his anger on the dead. The archer asked Uraval to leave the boss alone, as he seemed to be very upset about losing consciousness. Suddenly, the guy added that the boss's mother lived alone, and he often sent her money. Even though the boss was acting like that now, the guy considered him a good son. Suddenly, Corin remembered his mother. For a moment, his face reflected melancholy. Approaching Sampat, the guy said that when people worked as mercenaries, they were prepared for the fact that they could die at any moment. And Sampat replied that everyone here worked as mercenaries due to some family circumstances. Then the others also shared how things were going in their families. Piesel went to work as a mercenary, because there are many people he needs to help. Corin wondered why they all had such unfortunate fates. Thinking about this, the guy began to tremble a little. He didn't understand how his comrades could still be so happy. After all, Corin was not at all like them. Suddenly, the archer said that Sir Knight also had a lot of problems. Sampat added that if something happens to Uraval, he will help his father and sister. Hearing this, Corin was a little surprised, and then he said that he also promises. He promised to always take care of the family if anyone died here. The archer replied that it was easy to say that, but if there were too many problems, Uraval would simply run away. With a smile, Corin suggested that everyone return healthy, for the sake of his peaceful life. Everyone agreed with his proposal. At that very moment, Corin received a notification. The guy read that the absolute trust buff had been activated, and then he thought that with this, he could finish the mission quickly. Suddenly everyone looked forward in surprise. Then Corin asked everyone if something had happened. It turned out that there were people ahead of them. Seeing them, Corin, like the others, was surprised. The people up there thought those 5 guys weren't being careful at all. One guy said that the previous group looked more like assassins, but these ones looked stupid. However, his comrades asked him not to be so careless. The man said that when someone who looked friendly showed their claws, it was the most dangerous. The guy replied that those guys might not have been connected to Leopold. At that moment, Sampat asked them if they knew Leopold. However, there was no response. The guy just asked who they were and what business they had with Leopold. When Uraval asked if they were Leopold's subordinates, they answered in the affirmative. The boy happily said that the Count was expecting his son to return. Afterwards, he asked again where Lord Leopold was. But the man replied sullenly that talking openly about the Count was not funny. Hearing his answer, Corin froze in surprise. Sampat asked if people were having a strange reaction. Uraval told the men above that he would like to speak with Lord Leopold. But Azil said that they had nothing to say to the Count's dogs. The guy added that if they didn't want to die, they'd better leave. But Sampat was outraged that at their first meeting they were called dogs. Azil suddenly asked her comrades to leave. The guy asked if she wanted to use the trap. The girl replied that if they abandoned their mission, they might survive. After that, there was silence between them. Sampat was interested in what those people suddenly started talking about. At that moment, Azil's comrades began to leave. Seeing this, Corin's comrades became a little tense. And then the girl stretched out her hand and pointed forward. However, no one understood what she was going to do. Suddenly the archer noticed something. His gaze fell on the stone on the floor, which began to move. Corin pushed Sampat aside as a rock rolled towards them. At that moment they noticed that the earth was shaking. And then everyone noticed that the stones began to form something. And soon everyone realized that a golem was appearing before them. Then Uraval shouted out that the girl was a summoner. Meanwhile, the first golem was already approaching them. Soon others joined him. Reacting, Sampat took up his weapon and attacked. Afterwards, he told everyone to aim for the center, otherwise the golem would be able to recover. Then everyone prepared for battle. However, Uraval noted that this was easier said than done. He also said that the attack did not cause any damage. The archer decided to take aim, but his hand was shaking. He then released an arrow, which aimed at the golem's eye. However, having hit his head, it immediately flew off to the side. At that moment, Sampat also received a blow to the chest. Seeing their boss fall to the ground, the archer lost his fighting spirit. Hearing alarmed cries behind him, Uraval turned around. Suddenly, Uraval decided to approach the girl. He said that she attacked them without reason. However, Azil did not answer him. Uraval asked again why she did it, but the girl said they just had to disappear. Her answer made Corin a little tense. The golems parted, and the girl said that the guys needed to hurry and leave. Putting the sword on the ground, Uraval said that there was some misunderstanding here. He didn't want to fight her, because everyone was on Leopold's side. But the girl smiled and asked if they should go to the Count, who was diligently trying to kill his son. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. And then Uraval thrust his sword into the ground and asked the girl to stop. He asked if she was telling the truth about the Count. And Azil asked if they were pretending to be idiots, or if they really didn't know. Ignoring these words, Uraval asked if Lord Leopold was safe. The girl replied that he was fine, but because of killers like Uraval, she didn't know what would happen to Leopold next. Then everyone exclaimed that they were not murderers. The girl replied that the previous group said the same thing, but when they relaxed, they attacked. Hearing this, Corin wondered how many times they had tried to kill Leopold already. He couldn't believe that the Count wanted to kill his son, and these people wanted to protect him. Azil asked to leave and tell the Count that Leopold was on their side. However, Sampat refused to do so. Then Uraval intervened and stopped him. And immediately after that, he began to take off all his armor. The girl was surprised when she saw this. Everyone else also watched the guy in surprise. But immediately, everyone began to raise their armor behind Uraval. The guy asked them what they should do to make them believe them. Azil did not answer him right away, and Sampat asked the guy what he was doing. Uraval asked sharply if they trusted him, and Sampat asked the others if they would have come here if they didn't trust the guy. Hearing this, Uraval raised his hands high up. He again asked whether Leopold's life was in danger, and then he said that the least he could do was put his life on the line. But at that moment, the girl disappeared from her place. Corin couldn't even notice the moment when she disappeared from sight. At that moment, something pushed him back strongly. It was Azil who suddenly approached him. But Uraval again said that they had no evil intentions, and he only asked to be allowed to talk to Leopold. But Azil asked if he really thought he could win their trust with such nonsense. Having said that she didn't like them, the girl prepared to fight them personally. She promised to kill them all, but suddenly all their weapons fell to the ground. Noticing this, Azil was taken aback. Then everyone said that Uraval explained to them what loyalty is. At that moment, Sampat asked the girl to trust Uraval. Hearing this, the guy smiled. Then he received another notification that full trust had been activated. Having closed it, Uraval turned his attention to Azil. The girl stood still and looked at them all in surprise. Sampat asked what Uraval would do now. But at that same moment the guy turned around at a sharp sound coming from behind them. For some reason, all the golems suddenly started moving. Azil's comrades also heard the roar. Surprised, they all turned to where Azil should have been. Grabbing their things, everyone immediately started running away, and the bodies of the golems continued to move in the sky. Sampat told Uraval to run faster, because if the golems crushed them, they would die instantly. Only Azil continued to stand still. It turned out that there was a huge monster right in front of her. Bending down, he looked closely at the girl, and then he opened his mouth and growled at her. But at that very moment, someone attacked the monster in the eye. Then Azil saw in front of her Uraval, who had returned. Having hit the monster, the guy fell to the floor and rolled to the side. Looking back, Sampat was horrified to see Uraval running straight towards the monster. Then Uraval asked them to help, because they could not leave the girl in trouble. Reacting quickly, Sampat ordered everyone to change space. He divided the roles between everyone who would distract and who would attack. Meanwhile, the monster continued to stand in front of the girl. Running up to her, Uraval asked her to pull herself together, otherwise they would all die. The rest began throwing stones at the monster and attracting its attention. But when he turned towards them, fear made the bodies stop. When the monster tried to attack them, they had to dodge. While he was distracted, others tried to attack him. At the same moment, Uraval was informed that the monster was beginning to come to its senses, and now it was necessary to take Azil somewhere where it was safe. At that moment, she told Uraval that she was okay, but she wondered if she was scared. Immediately after that, she summoned the golem again. Sampat was surprised when he saw him grab the monster's leg, and then he swung and was about to attack. The next moment, the monster's blood was spilled. As soon as he got wounded, he immediately started screaming. At that moment, the archer decided to take aim at him, and his arrow hit the monster right in the eye. When this happened, the guy was glad that the monster was now deprived of both eyes. However, Sampat sensed something was wrong. At that moment, the archer became afraid for his boss. Sampat was told to run away, but it was too late. At that moment, the monster's paw almost covered the man. But suddenly the monster stopped and noticed the emerging light. It turned out that the fire attacked the monster. This was the work of Azil's comrades, who rushed to her aid. Then the magicians continued to attack from afar. More and more fire arrows hit the monster's body. Azil was glad to see her comrades. At that moment, Uraval asked everyone to continue attacking. Everyone was determined and was going to kill the monster. One after another, Uraval's comrades pounced on the monster, and soon the monster collapsed without strength. Uraval turned to the others and asked them if everything was okay, and they answered him that everything was fine with them. However, at that very moment, a sword was pressed to his throat. The rest of Uraval's comrades were also already taken hostage. At that moment, the guy thought that everyone was in trouble because of him. Then he objected that just a minute ago they were all fighting together. However, the tip of the sword pierced his neck. Everyone started to worry about Uraval. The guy said that Uraval was funny. He asked if it was true that they could become comrades just because they fought together. But Uraval asked to at least listen to them. He asked them to tell him the whole situation and swore that he would not attack them. But the guy grinned and asked what kind of nonsense Uraval was talking about. However, he still felt that Uraval deserved an explanation for his help. At that moment, another guy appeared from behind the man. Looking at him, Uraval wondered who it was. At that moment, Leopold introduced himself to Uraval. After some time, everyone was asleep, and next to them a blue fire burned. Leopold asked if the Count had sent them to rescue him. Now the boy knew that Uraval's detachment had come here without knowing anything, and added that the Count had an heir. Uraval objected that the infant could not be considered a legitimate heir. Then Leopold told how one day his father got drunk and said that his wife's son was here. Uraval realized that they were not talking about the Count's son, but about the child of his wife and someone else. When Uraval asked if this was true, Leopold could not answer for sure, especially since his mother was no longer alive. And then he said that what was more important was that the Count did not consider him his son. Uraval understood that no one would make a person who was not a blood relative their successor. Then Uraval said that he would report to the Count that they had found Leopold dead. Leopold thanked the guy for this. But then Uraval added that this would require the guy's ring, and the ring meant that this man was the heir to the throne. At that moment, Leopold frowned. Leopold did not want to get the throne, but there was something personal in his behavior. Leopold said that this was the only thing he received from the Count. Therefore, this ring was very important to him. He still remembered how happy he was when he received it. He admitted that this was the only thing that connected him with his father. Then Corin understood what gave Leopold the strength to go on. And he understood that most likely the guy would not part with this ring. Suddenly, Uraval said that their team was very strong. Leopold said that they were good people who saved his life several times. And then he heard that he had to give the ring to Uraval. The guy asked if everyone would be in danger if he didn't give up the ring. But Uraval said that Leopold had misunderstood him. He said that Leopold had a big heart, so there must have been many supporters. And if he decides to go against tradition, the soldiers will split into two parts, and thus the soldiers will be killed. Then Leopold frowned, and then he hesitantly touched his ring. The guy said that he brought trouble to people regardless of whether he was alive or dead, but he asked what benefit he would gain from sacrificing the ring. And Uraval replied that this is what people from the royal family should do. Leopold was surprised when he heard this, and then he smiled. Suddenly he turned to the old man, and he said that he wanted to give the ring to that man. The old man asked the boy if he was sure. The old man thanked Uraval for helping Leopold make a difficult decision, but Uraval replied that it was nonsense. Seeing that the old man had prepared a knife, the boy became scared, and the old man prepared to cut. This made Leopold feel afraid, and when it was all over, he winced in pain. In horror, Uraval asked why they did this. It turns out that because of magic, no one could remove the ring, and the Count did not want to kill his son without having a clear plan. Leopold asked that this sacrifice not be in vain, and he asked Uraval to accept the ring. Then Uraval found a ring stained with blood in his hands. The guy thought they had finally gotten him, but Corin wondered what would happen to Leopold's hand now, because now he will have to live his life this way. Suddenly the guy saw some kind of light in front of him. It came from Leopold's hands. Then Corin saw how the old man began to use magic. It turned out that a severed body part could be reattached using magic. Leopold asked what Uraval would do. Leopold was glad that his hand was okay. The old man told Uraval that it would be difficult for them to return the way they came, and he said he would ease their burden. He offered to teleport Uraval's group. Soon everyone was ready to leave. Sampat said they were very lucky. The old man was about to start casting a spell because everyone had gathered. Uraval asked to take care of them. When the old man asked if everyone was ready, Uraval answered in the affirmative. The next moment he began to cast a spell. A stream of air and mana immediately appeared. Seeing this, Corin was surprised. But from surprise their faces took on a frightened expression. Soon their bodies began to rise. Finally, Leopold decided to say something to Uraval. He said that they would meet again soon. He thanked the guy and said that now he was in his debt. At first, Corin did not answer, but then he smiled and said that there was no need to thank him for that. Immediately after that, they disappeared behind a stream of mana. But at that moment, Corin sensed something was wrong. Covering his face with his hand, he screamed. He experienced the same thing as when he first went on Uraval's mission. And then he received a notification that the mission was completed. But he didn't understand how it could be completed if he hadn't yet brought the ring. Later, reports came out that having received the Count's ring, he had successfully completed the mission. The additional mission was also completed, because he saved all his comrades. The guy thought with relief that it was good that he was able to complete the mission early, but it seemed to him more as if he was in some kind of dream. Uraval did not have a distinguished background. However, he was surrounded by good friends. In fact, Corin would like to have friends like him. Opening his eyes, Corin wondered if he had returned to his world. However, there was nothing in front of him. Corin didn't understand what kind of place this was. At that moment, he received an error message. At that time, Corin did not understand what this meant, and then the movement into the spiritual world began to occur. Then Corin hung in the air. Opening his eyes, the guy was very surprised. It turns out that Corin was floating in the sky. At first, he thought it was due to a system glitch, and then he saw that other people were standing on the ground. Hearing laughter behind him, Corin turned around abruptly. Then he saw Sampat and his other comrades. Sampat asked Uraval to say something inspiring in honor of the good reward they would receive. Seeing Uraval in front of him, Corin was surprised. After all, this was the real Uraval. Suddenly someone appeared behind Corin. Then Corin was told that he was right. In front of Corin stood a man, exactly like Uraval. The guy couldn't believe his words. This made him wonder what was going on. Uraval told Corin that it was he who called him here. And then he said that obviously Corin was confused. Corin agreed, because it seemed to him that the mission was completed. But earlier he could not even imagine that he would be able to talk to Uraval. Afterwards, Uraval said that what was happening below was an illusion that he simply wanted to show to Corin. At that moment, the people below froze. Uraval said that Corin had a desire, that's why he came. And then he asked Corin to turn his attention downwards. Then, down below, Uraval appeared before the Count. This was Count Raleigh's room. And Uraval, who was saying something to the Count. There was also Pizel, who answered Uraval while the Count remained silent. Frowning, Pizel was about to take something out of his pocket, and then he rushed at the guy with a knife and apologized. Before he could react, Uraval was stabbed. Pizel said that his family was captured, that's why it's like that. And if he doesn't carry out the order, his entire family will die. Thus Corin learned what had happened. Uraval said that this is how the return from the mission ended. Corin was surprised that Pizel behaved this way. Pizel did not give the impression of being a traitor at all. Uraval said that Corin completed the mission shortly before his death. It turned out that Uraval also had his own mission. Caden and Rob died in the labyrinth, but they still managed to capture Leopold. Uraval admitted that, unlike Corin, they were not looking for a peaceful solution. Corin was surprised that it seemed like Uraval could read his thoughts. And Uraval said again that after he became a soul, he was able to do a lot. Corin said that in order to take the ring, it was necessary to at least cut off a finger. Uraval suddenly said that he never met them. It turns out that when Uraval arrived, Leopold's comrades were dead. This happened before they encountered the orc. Corin began to understand what Uraval was talking about. All the people he knew were dead. Uraval was surprised that in Corin's case, no one died. And Corin asked what Uraval wanted after his death. The guy replied that Corin had obtained the ring through negotiations. But could he convince the Count and Pizel? Hearing this question, Corin thought about it. Uraval admitted that he wished that Corin could have left him alive. Pizel was forced to act on the Count's orders. Corin asked if he could consider this his final mission, and the answer was yes. Corin understood that there was at least a small chance of victory. Uraval asked to show him success, and said that he would wait for it. At that moment, Corin again moved into Uraval's body. It was at that moment that Pizel tried to attack him. But the guy managed to react and dodged. He took a few steps forward, which greatly surprised Pizel. Seeing the guy approaching him, the Count tensed up. Corin understood that the Count must have planned what was happening, and he didn't think that a normal conversation would happen now. Hearing a sharp sound, Corin turned back, and he saw that Pizel was attacking him again. Then Corin had to intercept Pizel's hand. Afterwards, he made the guy drop the knife, and by tripping him, he knocked Pizel off balance. At that very moment, he was able to knock the guy to the floor. Uraval asked Pizel to come to his senses, because if this continued, they would all die. Hearing this, Pizel was surprised. The Count watched what was happening in silence. Uraval asked Pizel why the Count wanted him dead. Without waiting for an answer, Uraval said that he knew the Count's secrets. But that applied to Pizel and everyone else who was on the mission. He asked Pizel where the guarantee was that he would be alive after killing Uraval. Then Pizel said that he was not thinking about himself, but about his family. The Count promised not to touch his family if he got rid of his friends. Afterwards, Corin turned his gaze to the Count. Again he asked Pizel if he believed the Count. He promised Uraval a good reward, and even a castle. So will the Count keep his word given to a commoner if he does not keep his word even to a knight? Then Pizel had nothing to say. Uraval said that they would also get rid of the Pizel family, since no one should know about the Count's atrocities. Looking at the Count, Uraval asked if he was saying everything correctly. The Count did not answer immediately. Pizel looked at the Count and also waited for the man's reaction. And then the Count said that Uraval was wrong. He told Pizel that after the mission was completed, he would let his family go. He asked if Pizel would believe the ravings of a madman. Hearing this, Pizel was surprised. And then he used all his strength to break free from Uraval's grip. Corin was surprised and could not react to this. At that moment, Pizel grabbed his weapon again, but it turned out that the guy ran towards the Count. The Count was surprised, but tried to keep his emotions under control. Pizel attacked the Count, but Uraval tried to stop him. At that moment, blood spilled and Pizel dropped the knife. The Count asked how a commoner dared to go against him. He considered it a pathetic sight. While Pizel was bleeding, the Count headed towards Uraval. Corin was surprised that the Count seemed to be skilled with a sword. Meanwhile, the Count came very close to Uraval. And unlike the Count, the boy didn't have a sword with him. The Count was angry that he had to do all the dirty work himself. Uraval's weapons were taken away, as carrying them there was prohibited. Because of the reward, the Count wanted to force the mercenaries to kill each other. But now he changed his mind and wanted to kill Uraval himself. Horrified, Corin began to retreat. After all, right now he didn't see anything that he could use as a weapon. Besides, if he lost sight of the Count, he would kill the guy. But suddenly the Count stopped. and he said that Uraval had carried out his task in a strange way. The Count knew that Uraval had not used his sword against that boy. Corin immediately realized that they were talking about Leopold. Uraval asked if the Count thought he would use the sword. The Count admitted that he did not expect that Uraval would bring the ring back without killing anyone. Suddenly Corin remembered that this ring was very dear to Leopold. The Count asked if he had given away the ring so easily. Corin did not understand why the Count asked about this, and did not want to kill him right away. Suddenly Uraval replied that it was not so easy. He noticed the Count's expression. Knowing that the man was interested made Corin grin. Therefore, the Count did not attack immediately. Then Uraval decided to tell something about Leopold. Suddenly he said that before Leopold gave the ring, something strange happened. Leopold loved his father, and did not hold a grudge against him, and gave the ring in exchange for a promise. But the Count was still surprised that Leopold gave away the ring for a couple of words. By chance, Uraval was able to learn a lot about Leopold and his comrades. Together they managed to experience a lot. During this time, Leopold studied Uraval and gave him the ring when he realized that he could be trusted. Taking a step forward, Uraval said that Leopold trusted him, and since Uraval had already made a promise, he hoped for approval from the Count. He knelt down and lowered his head to the floor. For some time, the Count continued to look at the guy in silence, and then he laughed loudly. Unlike him, Corin showed no emotion. At that moment, the Count loosened his grip on the sword. And afterward, the man said that he always knew how stubborn Yuri was. But he didn't understand how the guy could speak like that in such a situation. He said that talking about Uraval not leaving here alive was a waste of time. Hearing this, Uraval remained silent. The Count, swinging his arm, promised to fulfill Uraval's promise, but the boy would pay with his life. Having time to react, Corin was able to dodge the blow. But the Count immediately swung again, and the situation escalated. He quickly realized that the situation had become much worse, and putting his knee under the blow, he said that he had to fulfill his promise. After that blow, the guy lost his balance a little. The Count did not understand what Uraval was talking about. Uraval told the Count that he was not a fool. He admitted that he didn't understand anything about intrigues and setups, but he saw them. The Count asked to get down to business. The boy spoke of a knight who was taught to be trustworthy and honest, but he was not. A knight who should have been trusting, but wasn't. Uraval was sure that he would be useful to the Count. Hearing this, the Count was surprised. Corin was glad that the Count's expression changed. A man whom everyone trusted could be a very useful acquisition. When the Count again plans an intrigue, Uraval may be useful to him. And Uraval's voice could serve well in the reprisal against Leopold. The Count asked if the boy wanted to make a deal, but Uraval said it was not a deal. He considered it a mutually beneficial cooperation between them. The Count will give him what he originally promised. Uraval said it was obvious how much the award meant to him, given his family's status. And Uraval said that he would never betray the one to whom he entrusted his life. The Count noticed that the guy was much more dangerous than he initially seemed, but then he fell silent for a moment. Uraval said about the saying that you should keep your friends close, and your enemies even closer. The Count thought it was interesting, but Uraval couldn't even imagine that this would happen. But the Count asked how to shut the mouths of the mercenaries with whom Uraval was fighting. In fact, Uraval had an idea for which he asked the Count's permission. But the man asked if he needed this permission. Uraval said that he would help turn what happened into a lie that everyone would believe. He suggested saying that the Count's wife had cheated on him and had a child. At that moment, the Count hit the table. Those words made him very angry at Uraval. Corin knew it was the Count's secret, but he had to say it. But after that, the Count said to continue. But he promised Uraval that he would regret it if he was making this up for the sake of a catchphrase. Looking at the guy, the Count waited for him to continue. But Corin understood that if he made a mistake, his head would fly off with a whistle. Afterwards, he decided to offer his own version of the legend. Seeing the child, the Count remembered his wife's infidelity, and therefore made the boy's life miserable. But the son, with childish naivety, believed his father. This only increased the Count's heartache. Then he decided to make a tough decision. And if he can find the family ring, he will get rid of all his problems. Uraval knew about what happened only from the testimony of the Count and Leopold. The Count was angry that with such a legend, as Uraval believed, the mercenaries would keep their mouths shut. However, he asked where there were guarantees that the mercenaries would remain silent. Corin realized that judging by the reaction, it was all true. Afterwards, he told the Count that the mercenaries left home for a whole year to earn money. These people did not know the fear of death, but they were still afraid. They always had the fear that their wives would cheat on them. It will be difficult to shut people's mouths with threats, but in the case of a man's tragedy, everything is different. After all, They will be able to put themselves in the Count's place and will empathize with him, so they will remain silent about what they know. The Count was surprised that simple mercenaries could sympathize with him. At that moment his hand began to shake. He continued to mutter the question of whether the common mercenaries would sympathize with him. Watching the Count, Corin thought the man was showing an interesting reaction. Then he thought with hope that this was a good sign. The Count said that Leopold would be killed if he returned here and asked how Uraval would decide this. But Uraval said there was nothing to worry about, because he would not return here. The Count noted that Uraval was sure of this. In fact, Leopold tried to care for other people and was very kind-hearted. Uraval was sure that he would not return because he would take into account the possible consequences. Hearing this, the Count was surprised, and then he agreed with Uraval's words about Leopold. The man looked down and said that it should make a good legend. But after that, he wanted to ask Uraval about something. He asked what was most important for a knight on the battlefield. Corin didn't understand why they were asking him about this, but he answered that the most important thing was probably the spirit. The Count agreed that this was also important. The man said that the sword and shield were also important. However, the most important thing in his opinion was the horse. They were large and docile, but with proper training they could become killing machines. Suddenly the Count said that he considered Uraval to be the ideal war steed. Uraval merely replied that he simply always followed the Count's orders. However, the man suddenly swung his sword and aimed it at Uraval's neck. Feeling the cold steel, Uraval became afraid. But afterwards the Count said that he would name him Uraval Halls. Corin was surprised that a knighting ceremony was taking place now. The man said that Uraval had seen his true face, so the man hoped that Uraval would not disappoint him. Uraval confidently replied that this would not happen. When he asked if he could take Pizel to a doctor before it was too late, the Count said that Uraval could do as he pleased. After this, the guy thanked the Count, but it was at that moment that Uraval noticed that time had stopped. Then he thought the mission was complete. Since he was able to convince Pizel and the Count, it turns out that Uraval's request was fulfilled. Then the Horin joyfully exclaimed that he had done everything as the Uraval had wanted. He asked the guy if he liked the ending. However, there were many mixed feelings on Uraval's face, so Corin realized that something was wrong. At that moment, Uraval bowed his head and pursed his lips. And then he screamed loudly. Corin watched from the side and did not understand what had happened to the guy. For some time, Uraval continued to release emotions. Corin asked him to calm down and asked what had happened. Then Uraval finally asked himself why he hadn't done it. The guy began to blame himself for the fact that he had a chance to save everyone. Corin watched as he said that it was entirely possible to save everyone. And then the guy's screams filled the void again. Uraval admitted that he thought that if he did everything possible, he would be rewarded for it. However, he later realized that the world was not so simple. At that moment he thanked Corin. Uraval hoped that Corin would be able to learn from his mistakes, but Corin asked him not to slander himself because, in Uraval's place, he wouldn't even be able to gather everyone. He was able to win hearts and trust, and only thanks to Uraval was Corin able to achieve success. Corin believed that Uraval had not lived in vain. Corin thought it would be cool if Uraval was more gentle and listened to the advice of others. Uraval chuckled and said that Sampat had always told him this. He thought that it was precisely in his heart that he differed from Corin. When Uraval wanted to get something from his pocket, Corin noticed his movements. Showing Horin an unknown item, the boy said that he would like to give it to him as a gift. The boy said that it was a piece of his soul that Corin was worthy of possessing. Corin didn't know where he could use it, but he thanked the guy. But when he accepted the gift, he felt strange. Suddenly he was transported to a new place and wondered where he was now. Ordinary people took a break from their work and were happy to greet the Lord. They called Uraval, who also greeted everyone Lord. He looked carefully at all the people who greeted him. People of all ages were always glad to see him. They also greeted the girl who was riding in the carriage, and who also greeted ordinary people. After some time, she got out of the carriage and began distributing food to people. Corin realized that it was Uraval and his family. Uraval explained that in exchange for his soul and life, this was the reward he was promised. Uraval had to wait a long time for that mission to be completed. However, in the end, Corin managed to complete it. However, Corin understood that what was happening was not reality, but just a lie and a dream in which the guy would be fine. He asked for such a scene for his soul. Uraval did not crave wealth and power. He just dreamed of his family living in peace, but he lost everything. Corin thought it was cruel that all this had forced Uraval to suffer for many years, but he didn't understand why a man like Uraval would agree to sell his soul. At that moment, Uraval admitted that he wanted to ask Corin something. He asked why a man who could read people's hearts decided to take on such a job. Hearing this, Corin was a little confused. Corin replied with a little embarrassment that his world was not so simple. But suddenly a white flash appeared in front of the guy. Seeing a strange light in front of him, the guy was confused. Covering his face with his hands, he wondered if he was being moved somewhere again, and he hoped that this time he would go home. Those watching what was happening on the screen could not believe their eyes. The girls were surprised that Corin was able to win without scoring, and they also knew that Corin was bound to lose in the end. Afterwards, the girl ordered her assistant to find out everything about Corin, and she herself continued to look at the screen and wonder what was actually happening now. Afterwards, the girl congratulated the guy on his successful completion, and said that he was like a wizard. She also said that Uraval's soul was grateful to him from the bottom of its heart. Listening to their conversation, the secretary decided to look back at them. However, something still continued to bother Corin. He recalled Uraval's words that he was the first person who had managed to complete this mission. He asked if they sent him there expecting him to fail. But the girl asked how they could do that, and said that they were just trying to do what would be convenient for the guy. When Corin got angry, the girl asked if it wasn't better to kill monsters rather than people. They tried to make the mission interesting for him. But did he really want to return to the battlefield? And what difference did it make if he won in the end? The girl said that now Corin could breathe a sigh of relief. But no gratitude was required from him, since no one had informed him about the mission. Afterwards, the girl suggested calculating the income. In the end, 15% was counted. The girl also suggested recounting the coins at the current exchange rate. Corin heard that it was almost 5 million won. However, he considered it a small amount, considering that he had completed the mission perfectly. The girl replied that in Parsons' case there was extra money due to robbery. But this time, territories and titles were not taken into account. It was Uraval's personal question, and the true mission was simply to obtain the ring. Corin thought he should stop working for free. The girl explained that the guy himself chose a different award. Corin was surprised that they were talking about Uraval's soul. Suddenly a light appeared next to him. At that moment, the girl said that they would pay a good price for such a unique item. She offered 8 million. Corin understood that this was almost twice as much as during the entire mission. But Corin had the feeling that Uraval had given him the most precious thing he had. Then he asked if he was obliged to sell the item right away. And they told him that he could do it whenever he wanted, and he could also use it at his own discretion. The girl explained that it was possible to use the item's properties such as strength and courage, which would be useful on missions. Hearing this, Corin became thoughtful. Suddenly he asked if Uraval would stay in that world, and the girl replied that until the next contractor appeared. But thanks to Corin, he will have a very pleasant sleep. And when someone starts a new mission, the world will return to its starting point. Hearing this, Corin felt a little sad. This agreement forced Uraval to relive his mistakes and death over and over again, and he was constantly forced to endure that pain. Corin thought that he would go crazy in such a situation. For example, if the situation from 3 years ago was constantly repeated. Suddenly the girl asked to listen to what she was about to say. Corin noticed the sudden change in her mood. The girl said that they decided to launch the simulator based on the information about it. Corin was surprised to hear that they felt as if someone was playing with Corin. The girl said that he needed to do something about his karma, otherwise a great tragedy awaited him. Then Corin asked what would happen to him. However, they couldn't give him a definitive answer. However, it was assumed that a situation too tragic could have arisen, leading to death. Hearing this, Corin thought it was nonsense. He asked if it was possible to predict the future using the simulator, and could they really change his level of failure at will. The girl said that she could explain it again, but there was no guarantee that he would understand. However, he could be told how to change his karma. Frowning, the guy asked how to do this, and he was told that he needed to reach level 10. Income and reward will be on a different level, and it will become a different life. And with those resources, he could easily change his destiny. The guy was a little surprised when he heard this. He thought that this was quite possible to achieve, since in just 2 missions, he had risen to level 3. Then he agreed, and asked when the next mission would be. Hearing this, the girl also smiled and said that they would contact him in a couple of days. After their conversation, the Corin headed to his home. He thought that the simulator had affected him after all, because he was very tired. He kept thinking about the gold coins that were converted into money. Corin was surprised when he saw the messages about the funds being credited. In just a few days, he was able to earn almost 6 million, and then more. Corin thought that even if problems arose in the future, he could try to solve them with money. Because of this, Corin kept thinking about the 10th level. The girl asked if this was not the ideal bearer of misfortune. She was told that if the failure rate was so high, the person could even commit suicide. She continued to reflect that they had run the simulator with human capabilities in mind, and the girl could not afford to abandon such a valuable asset. Parsons and Uraval were passed perfectly. Afterwards, she asked to calculate how much experience the guy would earn in 12 missions, and what level he would reach if he completed them perfectly. The secretary asked in surprise whether Corin would be able to pass them at all, but the girl again asked to count for her. According to the calculation results, he will receive 30 million experience, and will be almost at level 17. Hearing this, the girl thought that the 17th level was too high. Then she wondered what they should do. Finally, an idea came to her. She asked to add karma, raising it to 3 million. The secretary was surprised that instead of lowering her, the girl was going to raise her. She was afraid that the guy might not be able to cope and commit suicide, and as a result, the company would have consequences. But the director immediately calmed the girl down. She asked the girl to calculate what would happen if karma increased to such a level. She also asked to add family and friends to Corin. The secretary said that the guy's luck had suddenly run out. The girl answered her that this should be enough. However, the secretary could not believe that the director was really going to do this. But the girl said that even if he earned a lot of experience, they would be able to buy him out. The girl was also asked to monitor the top-ups on the guy's card. The director replied that on Earth, everything could be solved with money. Also, she couldn't just leave such talent behind. She wanted to organize enough support for Horin to rise quickly. Once inside the store, the guy couldn't wipe the smile off his face. After all, for the first time in a long time, he was buying good groceries for his home. He suddenly thought that money was power anyway. The anxiety has passed, and now it is time for stability for Corin. Suddenly, he began to estimate how much he would be able to pay for now. It turned out that 3 million would fly away instantly. Besides, the guy didn't understand how to explain to him where such money came from. Continuing to think about this, Horin came to his house, but suddenly he heard someone calling him. Some man greeted Corin. Seeing him, the guy threw down the bag of groceries, and he immediately attacked Mika with his fists. Horin was about to get into a fight, but Mika asked him to wait. Despite those words, Corin still hit the man. From that strong blow, Mika fell to the ground. Corin was too angry at this guy. He asked if Mika was tired of living. The guy couldn't answer because he was trying to endure the pain. Horin told Mika that he destroyed his family. Then the man finally said that he was here because of Corin's sister. Hearing this, Corin stopped. Mika asked Corin to calm down for at least a minute. Afterwards, Corin demanded an explanation. The man was surprised that Corin attacked him without even saying hello. However, Corin did not understand the reaction of the man who had caused such problems for his family. Corin thought he wanted to kill this guy. At that moment, he grabbed a bottle of alcohol, and then he broke it. Corin asked me to quickly tell him what was going on and get lost. Mika said that the news is not very good, so it is better to throw the bottle first. But Corin demanded to know what the matter was. Then the man said that he went to the club for work and met Corin's sister there. Then Corin became even more angry. The man said he didn't know that he worked there and didn't even touch her, simply asking her to go home. Mika believed that this could backfire on their family, so he came to warn them. Corin asked when it was. Mika replied that yesterday, as far as he knew, was the girl's second working day. Corin was surprised that it had happened so recently. He asked if Mika had come just to say that. Mika said that place had a bad reputation, but Horin didn't believe that Mika cared. Then he squeezed the bottle hard. He had heard that killing was only hard the first time, and then it was supposed to get easier. But immediately Corin realized that this was wrong. He threw away the bottle, thinking that the only thing the family needed was a murderer. And then he demanded to know where that place was. Taking a taxi, Corin got there in no time, and soon that bar appeared before him. He didn't want to leave his sister in such a place. When Horin entered, he was immediately greeted. Corin was asked if he came alone, but he only asked if Kana worked here. The workers were surprised when they heard this name. The man asked Corin what he had come for, but Horin said that he knew that she was working here because of Mika. The guy said that Mika asked him to give the girl a message. He thought it was better to lie than to say that he was her brother. After this, they agreed to bring him to Kana. The girl replied that Kana had just gone to serve customers. However, the man replied that they could not pick her up in the middle of service. Then Corin was offered to wait or give them a message. However, Corin ignored them and moved forward. Pushing the man, Corin walked forward. The man tried to stop him and said that he shouldn't be so persistent. He was told that such behavior was unacceptable, but Corin ignored them again and broke free. Because of this, he pushed the man hard, and after that he ran to the room the girl had mentioned. Having found the room, he burst into it. It turned out that maintenance was already underway there. The man asked why Corin had come if he had not been invited, but Horin asked Kana what she was doing. The girl was surprised when she saw her brother. Another man stood up and asked Corin who he was. However, Corin was angered by the man's tone. Seeing the guy's face, the man even got scared. And then Corin took Kana by the hand. Ignoring everyone, he tried to take his sister away. Kana asked if Mika had told him about it. Corin ignored her too. And then he asked her to keep quiet until they got home. His tone worried Kana a little, and at that moment they saw that their path was blocked. The man said that this was not the way to do things, and that Corin should compensate them for the damage. Then the big security guard grabbed the guy, and then he punched me in the face. Seeing this, Kana began to worry about her brother. Despite the strong blow, Corin seemed to be okay, and then he hit the man in the nose with his head. The brute staggered back from the powerful blow. The guy asked if it was reasonable to beat them just because they lost a client. He despised such standards. Watching this from the side, Kana was surprised. They no longer dared to block Corin's path. Finally, he asked if they needed any more compensation. Hearing that no, he again led his sister away from that place. They left there with hasty steps. They walked in silence for a while, but afterward, Kana asked to let her go, because she was in pain. However, Corin ignored her. It was only when the girl raised her voice that he finally let her go. Then he turned around and asked if she had gone crazy. He said that she decided to work as if she couldn't do anything else. Corin asked if she felt sorry for her parents. At that moment, Kana laughed. The unexpected reaction confused the guy. Kana noticed that Corin didn't know anything at all. Corin asked what he didn't know. Kana said she wasn't ashamed of her earnings, and didn't understand why she should be ashamed in front of her parents. Hearing this, Corin did not understand her. Afterwards, Kana asked if Corin knew how much debt they had. The guy thought and did not dare answer. Kana said that when her mother was hospitalized, he and she paid the debts. They paid for the medical bills and living expenses, but did it cover all the expenses? Kana said that even the director's salary was not enough for this. She asked if Horan thought she was doing it to drink and have fun. Their debt was 100 million won, and Kana felt that Horan, who didn't come out of his room, had no right to lecture her. Hearing this, the guy couldn't answer anything, but Kana couldn't bear it and burst into tears. Corin understood that he had nothing to say in response. He couldn't judge Kana, who was trying to pull her family together. Corin said he should have been told before taking on such a job, but Kana replied that if money were that easy to come by, they wouldn't have any problems. Corin asked how much money he needed, and Kana replied that she was paying when he broke in. At that moment, the guy didn't understand her, and then he asked if she had borrowed money from them. Afterwards, he asked how much exactly she had borrowed, and Kana replied that it was 40 million won. At that moment, various emotions overcame Corin. Kana only said that she understood what she was getting into. Hearing this, Corin was stunned. He wondered if his sister had always been like this. Then he remembered the words that his failure rate was too high. Slowly, Corin began to realize what the problem was. It angered him to think that Kana had gone so far because of him. Corin said that she would find another job, or just sit at home. But Kana asked if he had listened to her at all. Corin said that yesterday she met with Mika and who will be next. He asked if she wanted her father to die completely. Kana countered that she had no other choice. After this, the girl burst into tears again. At that moment, Corin took his sister's hand, and he asked me not to worry about money, because he would solve everything. The girl asked how he was going to do it, but Corin only promised to do whatever was required of him. Kana grabbed his hand sharply, and she asked what he was going to do. She asked if he was going to do anything illegal, but Corin asked her not to worry. But then Kana asked how else he would get money. At that moment, Horan decided to take out his phone. He decided to show his sister his income. Then Kana asked where he worked. Corin only said that he was lucky to find a good job, and now that Kana knew about it, he asked her to resign. With a smile, Corin asked people to believe in him. Kana burst into tears even more, but agreed with her brother. After that, they stood on the street for some time. The next day, Corin was full of enthusiasm. He came to their company's office again, but for some reason, the director was not at all surprised by this. Corin asked to be given the most precious mission. The guy said excitedly that he agreed. The girl noticed that Corin was stubborn. Corin said that no matter how difficult the mission was, he always risked himself to complete it, and he believed that he shouldn't have any further difficulties either. The girl guessed that he came here because of his sister. Corin immediately realized that she was using telepathy. The girl apologized for interfering in his personal life. Then Corin decided to tell her directly. He wanted to get a mission for 40 million won, if they had one. The girl said that of course there was one. Horan immediately said that he would take it for her. However, the girl showed him a strange reaction. Because of this, Corin asked what was the matter. She said that if Horan went there at his current level, he would die. And then Corin heard that this was 100% probability. But afterward he asked if it was possible that he would be lucky and survive. The girl noticed that she had not spoken to him about the risks of the mission. Corin asked what it was. It was then explained to him that this was also called the synchronization level. The higher this level, the more damage Corin took during the mission. And if Corin was at the 3rd level, then the body's level of protection was about 1%. And the higher the reward, the more the risk approaches 100%. Things could end badly if Corin wasn't careful. The girl said it was like suicide. Corin was surprised that he had no chance at all of surviving that mission. He was a little upset that he wouldn't be able to solve the problem in one mission. The girl said that his death would not help the family in any way. Corin knew that this company was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. He had to be patient and had no right to die. Then he asked what was the most precious mission he could carry out. And the girl said that they had no missions for him at the moment. The guy asked when he could continue, and the girl said she wasn't sure about that. But Corin wasn't sure that there really were no missions. Afterwards, the girl said that they would contact him if anything was found. After this, Corin walked down the street. He tried to persuade his sister because he thought he could earn money, but he was refused. He didn't understand where he could get such a large sum. Corin thought he could borrow. But I realized that this was too much money. However, he still thought it was worth a try. Corin believed that there was always a chance. But at that very moment he refused this, because then all his friends would turn away from him. Corin knew that loans could be obtained in many places. It would be best to go to a bank, but they won't give him a loan due to his bad credit history. Corin wasn't sure he should borrow money from places like that. At that moment he felt desperate. Because of this he had to return. The girl immediately greeted the guy. Embarrassed, Corin asked her to lend him 40 million won. Hearing about this, the girl was interested. She chuckled at the fact that first he promised his sister to repay the debt, and now he was getting into debt himself. Corin replied that this was the only place where he could get money, and he didn't care whether they refused him or forced him to do something. The girl agreed with a grin. Corin was delighted, but she wanted to tell him about one condition. She admitted that she had thought about entrusting Corin with one mission. Hearing this, the guy became interested. Then he asked what this mission was. He was told that it was a mission of increased complexity, and such missions were only available to a few. Corin asked if they would give him money if he did this. Then the girl admitted that at the moment, only missions of increased difficulty remain. Corin immediately felt that this was some kind of setup. The girl said the standard price for the mission was 1 million won, but if he did well, she would raise the price. Hearing this, Corin's eyes lit up, and if Corin passed the bonus level, he was promised to double the amount. The guy immediately realized that this was more than all his previous missions. Although it's not 40 million, it's still a huge amount. But then the girl reminded him that he was currently being charged, and that he would only receive 10% of the amount. At that moment, Corin returned to reality. And then he cursed under his breath. Corin was angry that the task was already difficult, and they were stingy. Then the girl proposed a deal. Corin asked under what conditions this would be. They told him that the risk would be increased, and that Corin would have to endure more. Corin decided to check if there would be more pain and injuries. Although this was true, the guy became interested in the fact that the amount would rise by 50%. He agreed to it almost immediately. The girl admitted that she liked the guy's assertiveness. But when they immediately decided to send Corin on a mission, he was outraged by this. But finally, they wanted to tell him something else. Corin didn't understand when he was told to try not to lose himself. The girl added that she hopes he will return in one piece. Corin wanted to ask what it meant, but didn't have time. There was silence in the room when he disappeared from it. But at that very moment, the secretary burst into the office. She asked why the president raised the synchronization from 30 to 50%. But the girl replied that Corin himself had agreed to this. But the secretary was angry that the guy had not been told about the high risks. But the president responded indifferently that if Corin remained crippled after this, then that was his limit. But the question followed, what if he really does become crippled? The girl couldn't even find a word to describe the president. But suddenly someone said that the president had no heart. The guy who came in asked if that was what she wanted to say. The secretary was surprised when she saw him. And the president replied that this guy recommended raising the synchronization level of Corin. The girl objected that Corin was a newbie and could even die. The man replied that he wanted to understand whether Corin could withstand the mental pressure, and whether it was worth working with him in the future. The president agreed that this mission was to completely change Corin. While Corin was moving, he received messages telling him to avoid injuries, as they would appear on the original body. Corin still couldn't get used to the transfers, and each time he again experienced the excitement of a new beginning. The president liked Corin's assertiveness, so she decided to send him on the mission right away. But at that moment Corin was surprised. He asked with displeasure if that was really their policy. At that moment his hand began to dissolve. This made Corin feel uneasy, and the president decided to give some final advice. She asked the guy not to lose himself on this mission. Corin was surprised and did not understand what she was talking about. But the president also hoped that the guy would return in one piece. When Corin transferred, he received warnings that his original body would be damaged. But he didn't seem to pay any attention to them. He just thought that he still couldn't get used to the transfers. At that moment, Corin fell to the ground and clutched his chest. For some reason, he only got worse, and he felt as if all his insides were on fire. At that very moment, the memories of the man into whose body he had moved came rushing back to him. And Corin also saw the most terrible moment in the life of this man, because of which he entered into a contract. Suddenly, Corin began to see his memories clearly. The girl asked Strovan where he disappeared to at night, and the guy replied that he worked in security. He later added that his service was secret. That's why he couldn't tell her anything. A man with a tattoo on his face greeted Strovan. He told the boy that this time the task would be more difficult, and he wanted to say something to the guy. The man asked if he was not the best assassin. That's why I decided to entrust my fate to Strovan. After that, the guy completed the task. The guy was praised for getting rid of the corpses and given a reward. But later his parents died. At some point after that, his sister stood on the edge of the building's roof. Strovan asked Elsie to stop screaming and come to him. However, the girl only apologized to him. In fact, she blamed herself for her parents' death. Smiling, she apologized to Strovan for being such a stupid sister. Then she jumped off the roof, and Strovan just watched her helplessly. What he saw showed horror on his face. However, the guy soon became quiet and lowered his head. He continued to look at the ground, and tears appeared in his eyes. At that very moment, he, as if mad, shouted that he would definitely take revenge on them. However, the revenge failed and he had to sell his soul for the sake of bloody revenge. Seeing all this, Corin cursed. The whole body was shaking from overwhelming emotions and rage. There were so many emotions that it was difficult to control them. The thirst for blood only grew stronger. It did not go away. At that moment, the guy pulled out his sword. Corin thought that no matter who it was, he would fall by his hand. He rushed to tear to pieces those who were guilty. The guy rushed forward at high speed. But at some point, Corin tried to reassure himself that at first he hadn't succeeded. The only thing that helped was that Corin realized that these were not his feelings. As he laid the knives on the ground, Corin thought that he had never felt the customer's emotions so deeply before. Suddenly he remembered the words that he should not lose himself. At that moment, Corin understood what was meant. For a while, Corin remained in place and breathed deeply to come to his senses. But suddenly it seemed to him that he heard Uraval's voice. Corin asked if he had spoken to him. The guy immediately assumed that it was because of the soul fragment, and the fragment of the soul was in his hand. Suddenly a slight smile appeared on the guy's face. Corin thought that he was able to come to his senses thanks to Uraval, so he thanked him. Afterwards, he thought about what should be done first. When Corin opened his eyes, a blue light flashed in them. It was because of the window that appeared in front of him with information about Strovan. He noticed that his health and stamina were above the limit. Corin assumed it was because of the boy's condition. Seeing that the boy's skills included the ability to endure torture and enjoy the suffering of others, Corin tensed up. Strovan was a man who chose the path of the assassin and darkness, and Uraval was a knight who was able to win the trust of his comrades. Uraval and Strovan were too different, which surprised Corin. Suddenly, Corin assumed that such skills were not without reason, and he would have to torture someone. Corin didn't like this arrangement, but he immediately assumed that the enemies of Strovan's parents would have to be tortured. Corin realized that the entire mission was most likely built around killing people. Corin was warned that there were no missions for him. It was then that he found out what his sister was doing. After talking to her, Corin promised to find money and help, but he was angry that everything led to the murder of some people. However, he knew he had to do it to help his family. Corin understood that it was not time to give up, because he knew about his family's situation. Because of this, the guy was even ready to commit murder. He wanted to focus only on his task, to avenge the Strovan family. Strovan killed many people and obviously made many enemies, but they didn't target him, but his family, who couldn't even resist. And the sister committed suicide, unable to bear what had happened. It was all too harsh. As the older brother, Corin understood Strovan's feelings, so he was willing to do it, especially considering the guilt he himself felt. At that moment, he was determined and ready to take action. First, he ran forward through the forest. He was going to get to the city, which was 4 kilometers away. However, he understood that Strovan had special skills. At some point, the muscles in his legs began to work harder. and the next moment Corin rushed forward. With great leaps he could move forward quickly. He also felt that his body was incredibly light. But while thinking about this, Corin did not notice that he was high in the air. Corin noticed that it was too high to land safely. But after landing he was perfectly fine. Corin even thought that he was starting to feel jealous. Thanks to the training of this body, its movements corrected themselves. Strovan was of noble birth with a good body and face. That's why Corin didn't understand how the guy managed to become a killer. Strovan grew up in the slums. He had to steal to avoid starving to death, did not join gangs, but eventually ended up in the Assassin's Guild. Corin thought that life was throwing Strovan from side to side. He had an unfortunate fate, but killing people still came back to haunt him. But Corin considered himself no better than him, since he earned his living in a similar way. Suddenly Corin stopped. He suddenly wondered what the company he worked for even did. They were like devils, since people sold their souls to them. The more devoted a person is, the higher the price of his soul is for the devil. Even the Bible mentioned that a sinner who came to God was more valuable than the righteous, which means that for the devil, it should be the opposite. Corin thought that he was taken because he was a good man. He didn't understand why they chose him, because he wasn't ideal, but he had never done anything too bad either. Corin recalled the words that a contract can be called a silent agreement on both sides. When Eve was tempted with the forbidden fruit, it was based on the free will of both parties. Because of this, Corin thought that in order to agree, a person must actually want it. Suddenly he remembered that he had been asked questions before the contract. Corin wasn't sure, but it seemed like there was a flaw in the contract signing. He wondered if it was possible to put this contract into paper, but he also understood that it was not worth it for an ordinary person to speak out against them. At that moment, Corin thought it was time to stop thinking about it. He already knew that his thoughts could be read, so it was worth stopping. Besides, what he needed now was money, not knowledge of who owned his soul. Corin decided to focus on the task again. Soon the guy came to some place. It turned out that the bodies of the Strovan family were supposed to be here. Wanting to find clues, Corin activated his keen eye skill. Then he looked down at the ground and examined it carefully. It turned out that some tracks led inside the building. He decided to take a closer look at them, since it was not clear whether they were left by a person or an animal. But suddenly something made Corin tense. It seemed strange to him that the area was so quiet. As soon as the guy turned around, some object flew at him. Without hitting the guy's body, the dagger stuck into the stone wall. After the attacks continued, but Corin had already moved forward. The guy jumped, and then a knife was pointed at him. Because of this, Corin thought that he wouldn't be able to dodge. But unexpectedly for himself, Corin managed to avoid the knife. Afterwards, he landed on the ground. Corin was surprised that he could do a double jump. Drawing his sword, Corin rushed forward. Now he was ready to attack back. He swung his sword and was ready to strike. But then the guy shouted to Strovan that he didn't know Strovan was here. Hearing this, Corin stopped. He asked Kesha what he was doing here. Looking at the guy's sword, Kesha suggested putting it away first. As soon as Strovan did this, Kesha was able to exhale. Kesha was Strovan's partner, and now the guy admitted that he thought he was finished. But Strovan merely repeated his question. After all, neither Kesha nor the guild should have known about this place. Hearing this, the guy fell silent. And then he asked if Strovan really didn't trust him, even though Kesha had been cleaning up after him for 5 years. To this, Strovan merely said that he didn't trust anyone at the moment. Having said this, Corin gripped his weapon tighter, and then he began to wait for Kesha's answer. Seeing that Strovan was clutching the hilt of his sword, Kesha became frightened. But then he threw away his own weapon. Kesha said that he came to help, and if Strovan doesn't believe him, he can just kill him. He was ready to give his life for Strovan, so he would have died at his hand without regret. Corin wasn't sure if he was being told the truth. At first glance, it seemed that Kesha was sincere, but Corin did not want to let his guard down. After all, Kesha was Strovan's comrade, and therefore also an assassin. Seeing Strovan swing, Kesha was ready to accept death. However, the guy only put the sword behind his back. Because Kesha could help Sampat Uraval, Corin decided to let him live. However, he still treated the guy with suspicion. Despite this, Kesha understood Strovan, because he knew what had happened. He knew what happened to Strovan's family, that's why he was here. Even on the previous mission, Kesha remembered how the wounded Strovan came from here, so he remembered this place. Strovan asked who else knew about this place, but Kesha replied that no one from the guild knew about him, and then showed Strovan his hands. After examining them, the guy realized that it was Kesha who had put his parents' bodies in order. Kesha replied that it was so. Kesha did this because he thought that Strovan would not be able to do it himself. Hearing this, Strovan grabbed the sword again. He was angry that the evidence on his parents' bodies was erased by Kesha. Kesha even trembled in front of Strovan out of fear. Strovan was angry that given what had happened, Kesha was surprised that Strovan didn't believe him. Then Kesha fell silent. But the next moment he got angry and told Strovan to stop. He said it was too much even for Strovan. Lowering his head, Kesha repeated that it was too much. He said that even if Strovan's heart was encased in steel, he would not have been able to perform an autopsy on the people who raised him. So he decided to do it for him and drew every wound. Feeling his heart breaking, Corin realized that these were Strovan's emotions. Putting away his sword, the guy said that it looked like he had caused trouble. Kesha admitted that for a second he thought that he would actually be killed. From Strovan's memories, Corin knew that Kesha never lied to him, and apparently the guy could be trusted. Or rather, Corin was forced to trust him, because without outside help, nothing would work. Then Strovan asked Kesha for help. The boy looked at Strovan's hand for a moment, and then he shook the outstretched hand and said that he had been waiting for this for a long time. Soon, Kesha showed Strovan what he himself had been able to discover during the autopsy. Corin read about massive weapons and piercing wounds. Kesha said that judging by the wounds, a mace was most likely used. Strovan knew that the mercenaries preferred axes, so it was either the knights or the soldiers that were to be suspected. Kesha thought that it was more worth suspecting the soldiers, because he questioned an old woman, and she said that she saw a group of soldiers that night. Hearing this, Strovan became angry and asked why the soldier would do this. Kesha asked the guy to calm down and said that he was shaking from the thirst for Strovan's blood. Corin thought that his partner was right, and he shouldn't let Strovan's emotions control him. Afterwards, he decided to classify the mission as in a game. It is a riddle or a hunt. Games were more often focused on finding riddles or hunting monsters. He could get a reward for a successful decision, or just run after monsters. The mission with Uraval was more like a riddle, and Parsons' mission was a regular hunt, where he had to kill everyone in sight. But Corin didn't understand where he should take Strovan. He asked Kesha to find out which unit the soldiers belonged to, but the guy had already found out how many of them there were then. Strovan was surprised that Kesha had already collected all the information. Kesha said there were about 15 soldiers, and at that moment Strovan started shaking. Because at that moment, Corin realized that this was a hunt. 15 soldiers had to be killed. Soon they arrived in the city of Eldine. From the rooftops of buildings, they watched a group of soldiers. Kesha suddenly said that Strovan's parents were not the only victims of these people. From Strovan's memories, Corin knew what had happened. Not long ago, there was a war for territory in the city, and a new lord was appointed. Then, disarray and unrest began throughout the city, and it was all suppressed by the new Lord Harrison. Soon, people became accustomed to forgiving the crimes of his men, and began to turn a blind eye to everything, and the guardians of the law became the most brutal criminals of Eldane. There was a noise below, but Strovan also began to watch carefully. Having burst into someone's house, the soldiers dragged an old man out of there. Bending down to pick up the pebble, the girl demanded that he let go. Afterwards, she threw a pebble at the head of one of the soldiers. The man turned to the girl with displeasure. The girl said that they did not steal anything, and the soldiers just wanted to make fun of someone. The man heard the girl asking to take her instead of her father. At that moment, the guard released her father. Having said that she was a good daughter, the guard swung his spear. At that moment, Strovan understood what would happen next. His fears were justified, because the girl was pierced by a spear. Strovan immediately decided to go down, and Kesha was unable to stop him. The man chuckled that her father would soon join her, so the loneliness would not last long. When Strovan landed, everyone turned their eyes to him. Instantly, everyone tensed up and looked sternly at the guy. The guards immediately asked who he was. Strovan didn't answer, but lowered his head and laughed. The guards only had more questions, but then one of them suggested stabbing the guy to shut him up. Approaching the guy, they told him not to move. Strovan continued to laugh, and to the guard's surprise, thanked them. He thanked them for being such scumbags. Hearing this, the guard gritted his teeth. The man pulled out his sword and told him he was crazy. At the same moment, he swung at Strovan, who continued to stand motionless. For some reason, he was unperturbed. With a grin, the guard called Strovan a presumptuous fool. But at that moment, he noticed that his sword was already broken. Sensing something was wrong, he turned sharply to look at the guy in front of him. He didn't even notice that Strovan kicked him. At that moment, the guy pulled out his sword. After that, he was going to get to the other guards. But before that, he inflicted many wounds on the one who was in front of him. The man was killed instantly, and then he was thrown back to his comrades who were standing behind. The first to tense up was the one to whom the dead man was closest. But immediately his reaction was adopted by everyone else. the silence was broken only by Strovan's laughter. The guy thought he might be crazy, but he wasn't the only one here. Finally, the guards came to their senses and got angry at Strovan. One man called everyone over and said that the guy in front of them was crazy. At the same moment, Kesha came down to Strovan. He told Strovan that they needed to retreat as the guards were calling for reinforcements. However, Strovan didn't care. On the contrary, he was even glad that he wouldn't have to look for each guard separately. Afterwards, he rushed into battle and again ignored Kesha. As the boy approached, the guard held out a spear in front of him, and then he lunged, trying to pierce the guy. However, Strovan easily dodged the blow, and then he turned around and cut off the man's hand. Seeing that the limb was missing, the man screamed in horror. While he was confused, Strovan struck him in the neck. At that moment, there was a creepy grin on his face. Watching this, the other guards thought the guy was a demon, so they decided to attack at once. Using his mace, the man rushed at Strovan. But at that moment, the guy stood motionless. Even when they were about to attack him, he did nothing. However, at the same moment, the attacker received multiple wounds. Bleeding, the man screamed in pain. Strovan told Kesha that this soldier had a mace and asked him to make sure he didn't die. Kesha heard him and was about to take out his weapon. At that moment, other guards approached Strovan. One of them asked apprehensively when reinforcements would arrive. Another agreed that they had little chance of surviving, so they decided to flee. But at that very moment, Strovan, who was behind them, disappeared, and he crushed the fleeing guard with his body. But immediately Strovan turned his attention to the second guard. He ran away, not paying attention to his comrade. At that moment, Strovan threw his sword, which pierced the guard's back. After this, all the guards were killed. The only survivor begged the guy for mercy. However, Strovan did not even think of leaving him alive. The guy said not to ask for mercy until he was finished. But the man, in fear, began to ask for forgiveness and mercy. He tried to shift all the blame onto his comrades and clear himself. Ignoring his words, Strovan grabbed his head, and then he began to squeeze the man's head with force. In a harsh voice, he demanded that the man remember something. But the man asked what the boy was talking about. Strovan told him to remember the people he had killed, even though they had begged for mercy. In a cold voice, the guy said that he hoped the man would be able to do it. Then the man said that he truly remembered each of them. Strovan said that if the man could name the 3 people he killed 3 days ago, Strovan would do nothing to him. The man replied that it was Emily, Park, and Lamy, but Strovan said he would kill the man if he got even 1 letter wrong in his name. The man got angry and said that he couldn't remember everyone because there was a war going on, and they were under martial law. However, Strovan was not surprised to hear his answer. At that moment, the rest of the guards heard someone's screams. Then they all started moving in that direction. And when they arrived at the right place, they saw that their comrades had been killed. They were surprised that only 2 people killed everyone. While everyone was preparing for the attack, Strovan chuckled again. When it was all over, Strovan used water to wash the blood and dirt off himself. He wanted to erase the traces of what had happened from himself. Strovan suddenly said that this reminded him of Parsons' mission. But in reality, for Corin, it felt even worse. There was a war on Parsons' mission, and Strovan was acting like a butcher. He was not content with simply killing, and he even hunted his victims like a predator. And then he listened to their dying cries, and I felt genuine pleasure in doing so. Continuing to think about this, Strovan poured water on himself. And then he told himself that he had lost. The guy even thought that perhaps he shouldn't have taken this mission at all. But immediately he told himself to think about his sister and father. Corin tried to convince himself that it was just a game he was being paid to play. It was as if Corin had a choice: kill in the game or die in reality. Corin risked getting seriously injured here, but at the same time, with the money he received, he could help his sister. The reward had increased 5-fold, and now he simply set himself the goal of completing the mission perfectly. Kana said she borrowed money from the club, and now, if they didn't pay, their family could be killed and their sister could be taken as a slave. Corin didn't understand how Kana could sell herself for them, and he was going to kill anyone who touched her with even a finger. At the same moment, Corin's level increased, and he received messages about it. He was given the ability to empathize more, so he began to hear someone's voice. Corin immediately felt as if his blood was boiling inside him. Afterwards, the skill was forcibly disabled, and the emotions immediately subsided. Corin was surprised by what happened, and falling to the ground, he sighed heavily. But almost immediately the guy burst out laughing. Then Corin began to understand what kind of empathy this was. The massacre that was carried out was the will of Strovan, because then he managed to enter his body. This means that this madness was more related to Strovan than to him. Corin thought that perhaps he should be glad about this. But then the guy shouted that he would not run away. Corin thought that since it wasn't entirely him who killed them, then it wasn't entirely his fault. But he thought that he should not run away and take part. He was going to guard the killer's last truth, just as Uraval guarded his pride until his last breath. Suddenly he saw notifications about the Bloody Avenger. Not understanding what this skill was, Corin began to read its description. Then he found out that he had already killed several people. But Strovon was only half satisfied. He wondered what would have to be done to make Strovon satisfied. Now he didn't understand whether he left one guard alive for the sake of information, or for some other reasons. At the time he couldn't think clearly, but now he realized that Strovon had another skill. It reminded him of a scene from Law-Abiding Citizen. The hero did not want to give the murderer an easy death and dismembered the culprit alive, and while the torture lasted, he received genuine pleasure. Then Corin thought that only this method would help in satisfaction. After Kesha brought Strovon to some place, he asked why the guy decided to keep them alive. Kesha thought he wasn't going to kill them, and the guy confirmed it. Corin also noticed that after the last fight his health was almost at 0. When Strovon asked about their condition, Kesha replied that they were breathing, but not for long. Strovon replied that then we must hurry, and then he said that they needed to use drugs. Hearing this, Kesha tensed up a little. Afterwards he did as he was asked, but in that case, even if the guard wakes up, he will be of little use. At some point, the man finally opened his eyes, and then he saw 2 assassins in front of him. Then he turned his head to one of them. Before him stood Strovon, whom he recognized. Strovon assumed the guard was aware of what was happening. He asked if his wife and 2 daughters lived in their hometown. To this the man simply asked what Strovon needed, but Strovon said the answer was wrong. At that moment he plunged the knife into the man's leg, but he was surprised that there was no pain. Strovon replied that the pain would come later. Immediately after this phrase, the man began to feel pain. Unable to bear it, the man screamed in pain. The dagger was dipped in the antidote, and this dagger reversed the anesthesia. Strovon spoke about the first rule, which was that his questions would be answered. And the second thing is that if the man answers, he will remain okay, and he agreed to this. After this, Strovon took out his dagger. Afterwards, the man was given an anesthetic again. Strovon asked if the man's name was Alden. The man said that it was so. At first, Strovon asked easy questions, because that was how it was done during torture. He continued asking about the man's family, already with doubt, but the man said that it was so. But then the man realized that he had revealed his family's situation. He immediately started trying to escape, and said that his family had nothing to do with it. Hearing the wrong answer, Strovon stabbed him again. Strovon said he should have simply answered the questions, and if he couldn't do that, then Strovon was going to kill the man's family. Hearing this, horror was reflected on the man's face. Afterwards, Strovon started talking about how he would torture his family. With a grin, he asked the guard how he felt about this. In horror and despair, the man began to beg not to do it. Strovon said that they were only people, and if Alden lived, then what difference did it make whether they died or not? The boy understood that the feeling of helplessness, fear, and guilt would break the guard. Strovon asked how many women the man had raped and killed, even though they also had families. Hearing this, the man began to apologize. Seeing this, Corin realized that he had achieved success. Torture was a form of domination. It was necessary to force a person to see in front of him not a person, but the devil. Strovon told the man that this was his last chance, and that he should tell everything. He understood that now the guard was completely in his power. Strovon asked for the names of Alden's colleagues, as well as their addresses. The man promised to do it. Then he told where Theo's family lived, and also about Suk's family. After Strovon, I wanted to ask a second question. He said that 3 days ago they destroyed the food streets. Alden said that they received a tip about a traitor living in that place. Strovon asked who gave the tip. Then the man had to admit that he did not know who the tipster was. He just found a note on the table. Hearing this, Kesha and Strovon were surprised. Kesha suggested something but didn't finish the sentence. Despite this, Strovon seemed to understand what he meant. He said they would discuss it later and told Kesha to release the guards. Kesha immediately fulfilled the request. At that very moment, the 3 surviving guards were freed. One of them immediately became angry with Alden. Another of them was also angry that Alden had turned them in to save his own family. Although Strovon was the culprit, the guards' anger was directed at Alden. The choice between the assassin and the helpless Alden was obvious to them. But before that, Strovon wanted to ask a third question. The man tensed as he waited for him. Strovon chuckled at Alden's naivety. And did he really believe that his family would be spared? At that moment, the guards reached Alden. At one point, they surrounded the guy. Since they had no weapons, they started biting the guy. Strovon watched what was happening with indifference. And then he told Kesha to leave, because there was nothing to do here. But Kesha asked him if he was really sure about this. Strovan said he had no intention of touching Alden's family and simply wanted to make the man suffer. But Kesha said that he was asking about the guild, and Strovan said that even he wasn't sure about that. Strovan was a killing machine bred by the guild, and the guild master, the only one who had even a drop of humanity left in him, taught Strovan, and discreetly placing notes is his signature. Kesha said that the master's involvement was obvious. Strovan believed that this meant that the master didn't care whether it came to light or not, and Strovan said that it didn't concern Kesha. He asked the guy what he was going to do. Kesha had a round face and a trusting look, and he was on the lower rungs of the guild, having no desire to rise. Strovan believed that Kesha had retained his humanity, and that he should leave the guild before he got his hands dirty with blood. Kesha said that the guild will not simply watch this, but Strovan said they would have to do it. Hearing this, Kesha tensed up, and Strovan said that if they hunt for Kesha, he will destroy their entire guild. Kesha was silent for a while. Suddenly he said that it seemed like the master's words were coming true. Kesha told Strovan about the master's words about how his family was a hindrance to the boy. After all, if his family disappears, he will become the best assassin. After these words, Kesha became excited. Afterwards, he told Kesha to leave with his family under cover of night. In fact, Alden's torture didn't really impress Strovan, but the last scream raised the bar by 30 points. And now Corin thought that this was exactly what he had to do. Suddenly, Kesha stopped him. Kesha asked what Strovan would do after he left. Then there was silence. Strovan told Kesha to just live. He asked the guy to find something he liked to do. Otherwise he will lose himself just as Strovan lost himself. Strovan said that instead of living like an animal, Kesha could live like a human. Afterwards, Strovan came to the abandoned land. The guy realized that those he was looking for were hiding. The guy said that he came to meet the master. He already knew that 2 people were hiding behind the ruins, and 3 on the other side of the alley. Suddenly someone said they couldn't let the guy cross that line. Then Strovan saw a man standing on the roof of the building. Strovan recognized Zyrtek, who was Strovan's superior. The man said that there was a misunderstanding. Corin knew the man was of higher rank, but he respected Strovan. But Strovan told him that the man had misunderstood something. Zyrtek was surprised that Strovan was challenging the master. Smiling that it had finally come to this, Strovan demanded that they get out of the way. With a grin, he asked if Zyrtek wanted to join. Hearing the master's voice, Zyrtek turned to look at him. Strovan also turned to look at the master, whose presence he had not noticed. The master asked again if Strovan wanted to challenge him. Then the man realized that the guy had already decided everything for himself. At the same moment, Strovan initiated assimilation, and then his body was enveloped in a dark aura. The master said that it was not a sin to part with his life for the fact that the guy had finally crossed his barrier. Afterwards, the master also prepared for battle. But before starting, Strovan wanted to make sure of something. When he asked if the master had killed his family, the man replied that the guards had done it. Suddenly Strovan said that the master had disappointed him, and that he was really so afraid of Strovan. But in fact, he was deliberately teasing the master. Unexpectedly, the master said that the cause of death of Strovan's family was Strovan himself. The master was dissatisfied with Strovan's lack of understanding, but agreed to explain. Later he admitted that it was he who left the note for the guards. Strovan briefly thanked him for the answer and prepared for battle. And now Corin was beginning to assimilate with Strovan during the mission. Suddenly he remembered his sister. The guy's whole body tensed up, and rage no longer made his heart beat. It seemed to Corin that time had stood still around him, and his body was screaming in pain. But at the same time, he felt that he had become invincible. At that very moment he suddenly disappeared from his place. Noticing his disappearance, the master became a little tense, since he didn't even see any traces of Strovan. It was at that moment that Strovan appeared right under his nose. Realizing that the guy needed to be stopped, the man used some skill. However, this did not faze Strovan at all, and he attacked the man. At that moment he was truly unstoppable. It was then that he furiously chopped off one of the master's hands, and then he continued to hit the man multiple times. At some point, the man lost his second arm, and all his clothes were stained with blood. Having lost his strength, the man threw his head back, and after that he fell to his knees. Looking down at the man, Corin thought that this was the end. However, Strovan's satisfaction level only rose by 2 points. At that moment, the man said that he had not been mistaken, and that Strovan really did have talent. But Strovan did not understand how he could follow the king's path. The master said that Strovan could become the king of assassins and the lord of shadows. Hearing the man's ravings, Strovan asked the master if he was laughing, but the master admitted that he had been waiting for this dream to come true for a long time. Corin was surprised, because he thought that such things only happened in novels. But the master really did raise his student in order to later destroy his personality. The master said that in his stupidity, Strovan had no ambition and was earning a little money for his family. Gritting his teeth, Strovan replied that it was so. It was obvious to the master that the boy wanted to preserve what was most obvious to him. But what the master wanted to do was also obvious in his opinion. Strovan said that the master was crazy, and the man agreed with the boy. As a result, he destroyed Strovan's life and happiness. But Strovan didn't agree that the murder of his family was becoming an excuse for him. Suddenly the master said that Strovan was an assassin who made his living by killing other people. Because of his kindness and guilt, Strovan refused a greater reward. The master was convinced that he killed Strovan's family for his own good. With disdain, Strovan said that the master was pathetic and nauseating. Strovan said that he would not become what the master dreamed of him to be. But then the master said that he had already sent messages to all the assassins in the country. He told everyone that the king of assassins, whom they had been waiting for, had been born here. Corin understood that if the man had really done this, then it was obvious what would happen next. Everyone will come to this city, and if Strovan defeats everyone, he will become the king of the assassins, even if he does not want to be. The guy asked the man why he did this, and the man said again that this was his dream. He suddenly said that the power of the assassins had always been in demand, but they had always been treated with disdain. The man said that if the nobility had a king, then the assassins needed him too. The king of assassins, before whom even kings will tremble. However, Strovan did not crave recognition and only earned money for his family. The man believed that the family was holding back Strovan's growth, so he decided to get rid of it. The master was glad that he was not mistaken about the guy, but was a little upset that he saw this power only before his death. And then he told Strovan to end it and go his own way. Hearing about the dream, it seemed that Strovan understood the man's feelings. He was the one who would follow his dream even with fire and sword. Strovan felt disgusted to look at him, even though the master was one of those people. He understood that death would mean nothing to the man, since he had already achieved his dream. So Corin made a different decision. After the guy cut off his hand, he grinned. Seeing this, the man shouted in anger. With a grin, Strovan asked if an assassin without an arm could become the king of the assassins. This made the master feel helpless as his whole dream was crumbling. But this was not enough for Strovan, and he decided to cut off his legs as well. The master asked the boy why he did this, and renounced the world at his feet. Strovan also gouged out his own eye and cut off his ears, and finally intended to kill himself in front of the master. He wanted to die as a man, not become the monster they wanted him to be. After these words, he cut his neck with his own sword. The man's eyes rolled back in horror, and then he fell at Strovan's feet. The master died first, although Strovan was closer to death, and the man simply could not bear to watch his masterpiece being desecrated. At that moment, Strovan's revenge succeeded and Corin moved into empty space. He asked the guy if he was happy now. Strovan was in front of the guy and didn't answer him right away. This Strovan seemed paler and older than the one Corin already knew. Strovan replied that without a doubt he was satisfied. Mutilating yourself is the most dangerous journey, but it was worth it. And even if Strovan kills himself, it will happen after the mission is completed. However, Corin still understood that it was dangerous. Strovan thanked the boy and said that he had also killed the guildmaster, but was unable to take revenge on him. The man admitted that, as the master had wished, Strovan had become the king of the assassins and ruled the entire shadowy part of the country, but he never smiled until his death. Strovan admired Corin's courage at the last moment and wondered if he had been afraid of death, but Corin told him that this was not so. Corin believed that Strovan had lost everything, and he did not have the strength to think about anything else. Although Strovan was able to kill the master, he lost the meaning of life. Strovan was surprised that Corin supported him, although Strovan lived like a beast. However, Corin simply understood the man's feelings, and he knew what it felt like to never see your family smile again. Corin admitted that he had been in a similar situation, and the result was the same. Strovan noted that Corin had never killed, but he understood the king of assassins. Finally, he said that Corin was a strange man, and then they moved to the cemetery. Strovan came out to 3 graves. Corin immediately guessed that these were the graves of the Strovan family. Corin asked if this was Strovan's reward, but Strovan asked if the boy thought the reward was too great. Excitedly, Corin asked why the reward was like this. After all, it was completely different from Uraval's award, which exuded nobility and calm. And even though it was just a dream, Uraval was happy. So why was Strovan's family still dead then? But Strovan turned to Corin and said that he already knew. Corin guessed that it was a matter of awareness. How the king of assassins, Strovan, killed hundreds and thousands of people, while their families suffered from helplessness. Therefore, Strovan considered himself unworthy of family happiness, and left for himself only the bitterness of loss. However, Corin became angry, and said that he did not want to receive something like that. After all, Strovan could have wished for a happy and well-fed life in a golden palace with his family, and if he was so disgusted by killing people, then why did he do it? After listening to all of Corin's anger, Strovan unexpectedly thanked the guy, and afterward, Corin said that he would never live like Strovan. Strovan agreed with this, and said that Horin did not need such a thing, and then he decided to grant Corin his power, and asked him to accept it. Seeing the object in Strovan's hand, Horin thought that it was familiar to him. Horin thought about how Strovan had experienced many losses, and although he felt sorry for Strovan, he did not want to get close to him. Strovan said he didn't want Horin to have to use it, but life could be unpredictable. After listening to Strovan, Corin agreed to accept his power. Finally, Strovan told the boy to protect his family and what is dear to him. After all, this is the only way he will become a man to the end, even if he sells his soul. The next moment, Corin was transported to his world. He immediately looked around in surprise. It turned out that he was immediately transported to his house. But it was a little strange, because before the mission, he was in the office. And it was from there that he went to another dimension. Suddenly, through telepathy, he heard that the teleportation had been successful, and they had little time. The guy was told that they thought something important was about to happen at his house. At that moment, the front door swung open. When he left the room, Corin saw some men trying to take his sister away. Upon seeing Corin, Kana immediately became worried. At that moment, the guy rushed forward. He tried to get to his sister as quickly as possible, and as soon as he was able to do this, he grabbed her hand. Having defended Kana, he asked the men who they were. The men were surprised that there was someone at home, and it was their brother at that. One of them asked if the boy's name was Corin, who was the wayward brother. Frowning, Corin asked them again who they were. The man apologized and noted that this was only their first meeting, and threw Corin a business card. Afterwards, Corin asked what such people were doing in their house, and where they wanted to take his sister. The man replied that Kana had financial problems, and she said that she would work off the loan and even add on top. But after that she didn't come to work, which became a serious problem. Corin noticed that the man spoke slowly and in a business-like manner, which only frightened him more. The man asked if Corin knew what kind of trouble his sister was in, and Corin admitted that he found out about it yesterday. The man chuckled and said that Kana borrowed money from them and received 30 million, and then did not show up for work, which is a big problem for them. So they were going to bring Kana back to work. Corin said that since Kana took out a loan, she just needed to pay it back. But the man just laughed and asked who would return them if Corin didn't even have a job. And then he threw some document at Corin's feet. Corin was surprised to see the contract to give up his body. Kana only said that she couldn't do anything and was too scared. Corin guessed that Kana was first calmed down and then threatened into signing the paper. But then Corin said that this contract was incomplete. The man remarked that Corin must have known the law well. Corin replied that even if so, he was far from those people. And then he said that he would return their money. But the man refused to wait. He didn't understand how he could trust someone with a bad credit history. Then Corin promised that he would return it tomorrow. Then another man intervened and said that the guy could have been hit by a car. Pointing to the Kana, he said that she owed them 30 million. But Corin was angry that his sister was being threatened again. The man began to provoke Corin and told the guy that he could hit him. Corin only said that they needed to contact the company for labor discipline. This angered the man, and then he was the first to decide to hit Corin. Corin did not dodge and took the blow. After the blow, the man grabbed the guy by the collar of his clothes, and then he said that Kana wasn't even fit for a hostess bar, and maybe she should have just sent him to a brothel. Angered, the Horin asked to repeat it. Seeing how the guy's gaze changed, the man fell silent. Corin understood that in his usual state, he would not be able to win. So he should have remembered what Strovan was like. And at that moment he hit the man's head against the wall. The blow landed right on the forehead, and after that the man slowly rolled down. Afterwards, Corin turned to look at everyone else. The sister was surprised that he knew how to fight, and the man also did not expect this from Corin. While everyone was silent, Corin exhaled heavily. The men asked Corin if he wanted to get into a fight. Corin said that he was hit first, and he was only defending himself. Afterwards, he said that they could call the police and sort everything out. However, the men remained angry. Then Corin realized that everything was as Strovan had said. He didn't want to use that power, but he had no choice. Corin was going to kill anyone who could harm his family. Suddenly, the man turned to his subordinates. To the surprise of the others, he asked to take away the one who was lying unconscious. Afterwards, he said that this family was different from what he had heard. Corin continued to watch the men closely. They were muscular, and if he missed even one blow, he would be finished. Strovan gave him the power of an assassin, but will his body be able to withstand it? But even with half that strength, Corin was confident that he could kill those people. The man said that they really needed to talk like civilized people. Hearing this, Corin was surprised, and the man said that Corin knew how to kill. He said that people like them saw it in their eyes, and Corin killed more than once. The man said that he always has openings for employees, and if they fail somewhere, he will not be able to run the business. The man said that the compensation for their arrival would be 10 million won. Corin was told not to even try to break the agreement if he couldn't pay. Afterwards, Corin replied that he would deal with this issue right away. The guy immediately dialed someone's number, and then he asked the person on the other end if they remembered his situation. The guy asked to send money to his account, and they immediately agreed to do so. However, Corin was surprised that they were ready to do this right away. The man asked if anything had gone wrong, but Corin said that the money should arrive now. When the men checked their account, they discovered that the money had indeed arrived. The man praised Corin for being able to get 40 million so quickly. After that, he took his people and began to leave. As soon as the door slammed, Corin immediately fell to the floor. Exhaling heavily, the guy thought that this was wrong, and then he turned his gaze to his sister. Then Corin asked Kana never to get involved with those people again, because it was too dangerous. Feeling a little guilty, Kana said she would never do that again. Corin said not to even approach the club, and if she noticed them, she should run away immediately. He also asked her to buy her pepper spray and install location tracking apps so he could always know where she was. But Kana asked him to calm down, because everything was already behind him. Corin agreed when Hannah said she simply wouldn't go out, and then Kana demanded that he tell her everything. She asked to tell where Corin got such a large sum of money so quickly, but the guy only replied with a smile that he had promised it. He did this regardless of how the money was obtained. Corin was even ready to sell his soul to protect his family, but his sister still demanded to know, and this began to spoil Corin's mood. The girl said that if it was a small loan, then next time they would come for him, not for her. However, Corin did not understand how to explain how he earned this money. At that moment, he asked anyone to help him, even if it was the devil. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice offering his help. After a brief telepathy, Corin learned that an office worker would soon arrive to help him sort out the situation. When there was a knock on the door, Kana thought the bandits had returned, but Corin was surprised that the worker had already arrived. When the guy opened the door, he saw a man in front of him. The man immediately told Corin that he had not been here for a long time. Corin hesitated a little, but then agreed with him. The man apologized for coming unannounced. Then Corin asked Kana to make them coffee. When his sister left, Corin immediately asked what they were doing. But the man asked them to pretend that they were friends, and that he would take care of everything. When everyone sat down at the table, Hans introduced himself to everyone. He told Hannah that he and Horan had met at university, and now he had his own business. Hearing this, Kana responded approvingly. She then asked what the businessman had in common with her brother, who had no similar business. But Hans said he was more of a co-founder than an owner. Then Kana asked who the second person was. Hearing that it was Horan, Kana was surprised. The girl immediately assumed that this was a lie, because her brother was not like that. But Hans replied that Kana's brother was a genius and made a lot of money. But Corin could tell from Kana's look that she didn't think he was capable of such a thing. Hans asked if Horan hadn't told them anything yet. Sighing, the guy said that the conversation hadn't gotten to that point. The man replied that it was worth telling, because it was honestly earned money. However, Corin still continued to hesitate. Corin was stunned by the situation, having to answer as if he understood what was being said, even though he didn't. Kana asked what they were actually doing. Hans replied that it was difficult to talk about it openly, and the story was long. The man said that back in university they joked about starting such a business. But according to Hans, once they started, things took off. He then added that their net income was 400 million won per year. Kana was surprised when she heard such a sum. It was such a big amount for her that she couldn't believe it. Hans said that they were the ones they were looking for in Korea, and there were also a lot of competitors. But Kana couldn't believe it, so she thought that she was being played, and even then her brother would have behaved differently. But Hans replied that things were going well, so Horan relaxed. Hans also believed that Horan was always depressed, but the boy understood that his sister would not believe that. But surprisingly, she agreed. But their company only started to turn a profit this year, so they are paying off their investors. The girl asked why they came so suddenly then. Hans admitted that he heard Hannah was having problems. Kanny could only admit it. Hans said that she had been through a lot, so Horan decided to talk about it. And then the man said again that it was difficult to talk about what their company does. Kana asked what kind of company they had. Hans said it was difficult to explain and could understand why Horin hadn't told him. Afterwards, Hans decided to take out his business card. Then Kana read that their company makes toys for adults. She asked if it was something like the expensive Transformers. Hans was embarrassed and said that not quite. Suddenly the girl jumped up from her seat. And then she asked if that was what she was thinking. And Hans replied that judging by her face, she was right. At that moment, Horin grabbed Kana's hand. But the sister said with disgust that she now understood why he remained silent. And now she understood why he had sat at home for a whole year and not found a job. But she didn't want him to come close to her anymore because she didn't want to become a pervert. Afterwards, she left, slamming the door and leaving her brother in despair. The next day, Corin came to the company office. The girl asked him if something good had happened, because he looked happy. After yesterday's disaster, everything at home got better, but Corin didn't say anything about it. The family now looked to Corin as a co-founder of the business. At home, he said that their company was currently experiencing financial difficulties, so he would not be able to help his family for now. Corin knew that this might sound unconvincing to them, but he promised it anyway. He was going to make their family better because she was in his heart. But Horin was surprised when the secretary reminded him about adult products. Horin awkwardly replied that he thought it worked. At that moment, the president appeared and said that Horin looked better than she expected. However, Corin admitted that the mission was a bit scary. The girl admitted that she was ready to get a slap from him when he came to work. But Corin said that hitting was too much for him. Then the girl said that she meant Strovan's mission. Then Corin understood what she meant. At that moment, the guy felt dizzy and grabbed the table. Corin suddenly thought that he was being too careless. After all, he killed so many people and forgot about it. The girl noticed that Horin seemed to be concentrating hard and was difficult to distract. Then Corin asked why this particular mission was chosen for him. The girl replied that it was shock therapy, and she wanted to push him a little. Hearing this, Corin became angry. The president said that Corin was a moral man who could not kill, but that it would slow down the progress of his missions. Corin remained silent, because he could not help but agree. All missions were given by people who were pushed to the limit. Not all missions were bloodless, as was the case with Uraval. Corin knew that sending him on such a mission was a gamble, and he was very angry, but he admitted that he had decided to do all this. It was the killer's final atonement. It didn't matter to Corin that the money earned for his family was earned in blood, but it sounded like he was a mercenary. The president noticed that Horin had decided to become strong, and was surrounded by a pleasant light. Then Corin was surprised that they not only read his thoughts, but also saw his aura. Entering another room, Corin was surprised by this distorted space. At that moment, the girl's eyes lit up, and she asked their shelter to open. The president explained that from the outside it might look like magic, but it was something completely different. Corin knew that they wouldn't tell him anything because he had a low level. Afterwards, he asked for information about the task. The girl said that the circle would protect his body, because he would be absent for a long time. She also said the guy could have raised the risk to 50%. Horin understood that he would then receive 175 million won. The girl said that the customer specially chose Corin for this mission. Corin immediately thought that that mission might be the same as Pazron's, but then he received only 1% of the total reward. But since the mission was supposed to be long-term, Corin decided not to raise the risk above 30%. But he also didn't want to experience the fusion of two minds anymore. Corin was promised a bonus for the long-term mission. He could exchange the points he received for experience points. Horin liked the opportunity to advance quickly, but he was more inclined towards money. The girl said that it was a good opportunity to prove herself to interested clients. If Corin successfully completes the mission, he will be able to pay off all the family's debts. Afterwards, he was thanked for listening to the long instructions, and at that very moment, Corin began to be teleported. Immediately after this, the merger with Kisane took place. Soon, Corin arrived in the new world. He immediately noticed that it was too hot there, and it turned out that he was on the castle wall. At first, Corin decided to focus on Kisane's emotions. At that moment, he began to see some memories. Kessin reported that they had discovered a group of orcs, and if they do nothing, the city could be destroyed. Therefore, it was decided to gather troops. But suddenly, Kessin was informed that the king and the soldiers had disappeared. Kessin was angry that Gauss had escaped and left everyone to be eaten by the orcs. The man continued to say that Gauss took not only the soldiers, but also the money. Kessin was informed that the food warehouse was also empty, and now it was unclear whether the orcs would eat them or whether they would kill themselves. Corin knew that Kessin was fair and noble, and he was the leader of the city's guard, but his burden was much heavier. When the city was surrounded and soldiers stopped patrolling it, people began to attack their neighbors. The Kassanes reported that they found out what those people were cooking. Human bones floated in the cauldrons. They had to do something because people were becoming cannibals. The guards were forced to kill the townspeople they could not control. But Kassin saw something cruel. One woman was cooking soup for her child, but she prepared it from the neighbor's child. Kassin had to kill her, who was unable to lift the sword. Kassin said that if he could survive all this, the devil could take his soul. Corin felt uneasy at these memories. He suddenly realized that he was on the castle wall again. But unlike the first mission, now he did not attack the city, but defended it. But Corin immediately noticed that the situation was hopeless. They had no money, no food, no soldiers, and the city was surrounded by monsters. Corin knew nothing at all, so he needed help. At the same time, additional tasks to the main mission appeared, and now Corin had to think about everything calmly. If the guards are stronger, they will be able to restore trade routes, but they still didn't have any money. While Corin was thinking about everything, a guard approached him. He reported that there was unrest in the central village. Corin was angry that he was not given time to think, but decided to deal with the problem. He also thought that if he saw the real situation, he might get more answers. Soon Corin saw that one of the houses was being robbed, and the guards were simply watching. At that moment, Kassin ordered it to be stopped. Upon seeing the leader of the guard, everyone immediately froze. The guy said that if anyone resists, he can be killed. Afterwards, everyone pointed their guns at the robbers. Corin wondered if their problem was now solved. When a man approached him, Kassin immediately recognized Uraval. For Kassin, he was like a brother, but unlike the knight Kassin, he became a mercenary. As they started talking, Corin thought that if he talked to more people, he could get more information. From his memories, Corin knew that Uraval was an intelligent man, and his patron was the brother of Lord Gauss. Kassin asked him to explain this disorder in the city, but Uraval simply said that they had not been repaid the money they owed. The girl replied that they had already paid Lord Gauss. Then Uraval asked where the receipt confirming this was. The girl could not answer this. Uraval continued that they had a promissory note with them. Uraval said that he only wanted to take what she owed. Corin understood that Uraval was simply robbing that girl. He understood how unfair it was to the girl, because the lord simply ran away with the money. The girl said that they had already repaid their debts, and if they were robbed now, they would not survive. Suddenly, Kassin said that he would confiscate everything. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. Since they couldn't determine the truth, the guards would simply take away the source of the problem. But the girl wasn't happy with this, and Uraval showed a paper confirming that all this belonged to the lord. Kassin replied that Gauss's name was there, and Chios had no right to collect money. And although he was Gauss's brother, according to Kassin, he was an outsider. And if Chios tried to take over Gauss's property, then it was treason. Kassin said that Gauss was still the lord of the city until his death was confirmed. Then Uraval fell silent, and Kassin told the guards to confiscate the things. The girl began to cry because she considered them all thieves. Uraval said that Kassin shouldn't do that, but Kassin said that while the lord was not in the city, he, as the head of the guard, was his representative. Uraval could not deny this, and then he just had to leave. The girl's family was in trade, so now Kassin had food. He thought something good could come out of this. Although he felt sorry for that girl, he could now feed his guards. There was only enough food for the guards, and the residents only saw how the guards robbed the house. And then the mood of the townspeople began to deteriorate. Corin noticed that there were significantly fewer positive citizens. The guards were the only ones who could do their job, so they were Corin's priority, and he couldn't allow the mission to fail. Afterwards, Kassin decided to come to someone. Kassin came to the vice-lord of the city. Kassin thought he knew how to solve the food shortage problem. Zapiro asked how to do this, and the guy said that under the guise of war, they should take food from the residents. Zapiro was surprised. He was angry that the guards would steal from the townspeople. Kassin said that he had just met Uraval, and he tried to rob the store using the name Chios. And if this continues, the remaining food will disappear. And Kassin wanted to take this food from Chios, but Zapiro thought this was complete madness. He said that Kassin would be executed, and his body would be torn apart in the middle of the street. Kassin said that when he was executed, Gauss would return, and the city would be safe. And if they do nothing, they will die of hunger, or be eaten by the orcs. And Kassin wanted to use any opportunity to save the city. Hearing this, Zapiro was surprised again, but he didn't get angry like before. Kassin was determined, so he agreed to help. All legal acts had to be approved by Zapiro, so his support was indispensable. Then Corin saw a message that Zapiro had succumbed to Kassin's suppression. And then the skill of understanding the situation was activated. Zapiro immediately listed the places where there would be the most food. Corin chuckled as Zapiro sorted through the documents as if he were only 20 years old. Afterwards, he gave Kasen a complete list of shops in the city. He said that this would make it easier for Kasen to find everything he needed. But Kasen said Zapiro could get into trouble too. But the man said that times of war require sacrifice. But Kasen said that if they survived, they would be taken to the scaffold. Suddenly, Hepiro wanted to tell him something. Zapiro said his parents and his son lived here, and when he saw that a foreigner was risking his life, he could not stand aside. Kasen said that if Zapiro wanted to help, he'd better stay close. But the man said that he was not close, but much ahead of him. Seeing the seal of Gauss, Kasen raised a cry. When the sun rose, he gathered all the soldiers. Gaius took all the good soldiers with him, so these were in bad shape. Kasen immediately showed everyone the permission signed by the Vice Lord. But in the Middle Ages, few people were educated, so people didn't even understand what it was. And even if Kasen says that he is the new Minister of Defense, he will not be understood. Suddenly he asked if they wanted to die. Everyone will answer this question the same way. Kasen wanted to live, but asked everyone to look at what had become of their city. He said that they would die of hunger or become food for the orcs. In their situation, they had to think about death, and Kasen was going to let the soldiers' hidden fear come out. The speech before the battle raised morale. The soldiers were indignant and asked if Kasen wanted to send them to fight the orcs. Kasen said they had a way out. Then there was silence. Kasen said that he had declared a general mobilization and had the right to do so. He wanted all the men to lift spears and the women to cook. Hearing this, everyone thought that Kasen had gone crazy. Kasen noticed that everyone thought so, but he said he was prepared to die so that their families and children could continue to live. He was confident that he could reach these people. Suddenly someone agreed. After that, everyone else also picked up the mood. Then Kasen asked everyone to repeat after him. He said that they would live if the people of the city united. All the soldiers repeated this with one voice. The phrase that they wanted to live continued to spread throughout the area. When fear gave way to the desire to live, the guards became true warriors. Afterwards, all the guards headed into the city. Kasen walked at the head and set the rhythm for everyone. They finally came to the right place. Uraval stopped them, because they had come to Shiros's estate. But suddenly he was surprised. He asked what the head of security was doing here. Instead of answering the question, Kasen repeated the phrase that he wanted to live. Instantly, the entire security picked up this phrase. Surprised, Uraval asked what they were doing. Kasen said that if the people of the city unite, they will live. Everyone also picked up this phrase. Watching this, Uraval continued to be amazed. Afterwards, he got angry and was ready to draw his sword. Kasen replied that they would take the food. Hearing this, Uraval became a little angry, and then he put his sword to the guy's neck. He asked Kasen if he wanted to die, but he didn't answer right away. Only a moment later, he took a step forward and said that Uraval could kill him. But he asked if Uraval would be able to resist all those soldiers. Taking a step back, Uraval asked why he needed all this. But Kasen only took the man by the shoulder. He said that Gauss had run away and left them, and they could all have died. Kasen needed food and weapons, as well as leather and wood. He said that it remained in the city, but Shios owned it, and he wanted Uraval to know this. But Uraval was confused by this, but immediately he began to think about it. At that moment, someone was watching from above. The man asked the mercenaries why they were stuck there. Uraval said Kasen acted as if his life was on the line, and although the situation was serious, he could not kill Kasen. But the man was outraged that Uraval was simply going to watch while the house was robbed. But Uraval objected that without Kasen the guards would be useless. And with the 50 men that Shiros had, they wouldn't last a day against the orcs. Afterwards, Uraval asked if Kasen would feed them if they helped. Uraval said they were given just enough to keep them from dying, even though his warehouse was full of food. Kasen agreed, and promised to give Uraval twice as much, since he was an experienced mercenary. Afterwards, Uraval ordered his men to disperse. Seeing this, Shios became furious, and Kasen ordered the man's arrest. When the order was carried out, the man said that God's punishment would descend upon Kasen, but he didn't understand what kind of punishment they were talking about, because they had obtained a lot of food. Even though it was a robbery, Corin felt better, and then he started giving everyone food. A bowl of food was placed on the man. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of the guy saying that the number of people starving was decreasing. Corin solved the problem of hunger, but he still could not give new hope to people. It was understandable that people were upset, as the city was still isolated. While everyone was having dinner, Kasen stood to the side. Suddenly someone called out to him. Uraval asked where they should patrol, but Kasen said he wanted to ask for something else. He said they needed coaches. Then Uraval said that he would choose 5 people for this. When Cassian asked what Uraval was going to do, the man said that the Lord had a white horse. Cassian understood that having a scout on horseback would be an advantage. Corin was glad that Uraval was on the same side as him. Uraval asked if Cassian was worried that Uraval might escape on this horse, but Cassian only grinned. And then he turned around and said that Uraval wouldn't have to run away. Uraval asked why this was so, and Cassian replied that he could save this city. Suddenly, Cassian crossed paths with one of his men. He asked the man if something had happened. The man reported that they had collected the metal and the blacksmiths were already working. Cassian was glad that the weapon would be ready, and the guards obtained the tree by destroying rich areas. Even though the rich people complained, it was worth it. The rich were fools, because they did not understand that if the city fell, everyone would die. When Cassian asked what they did with the dissenters, he was told that they slept in the basement. The man said they were arrested and had to surrender. Cassian said they have strong walls, so they should be able to protect everyone. But later he was also told that they were distributing food to everyone. However, Corin could not reduce the portions, as this would destroy the people's optimism. The man added that they now had coaches, so if they had time, they should be able to handle everything. But Cassian replied that they had as much time as they had food. But Corin knew that the situation was better now than yesterday. He always felt like he was moving in the right direction. It seemed that the city could not be saved, but he managed to partially solve the problem. But where to find the key to solving the main problem? Corin knew that depending on the tasks, the course of the game changed. All the tasks had a certain meaning. Corin could even see how many well-fed and positive townspeople there were. Cassian asked if they could somehow trade with other cities. He said that trade needed to be restored somehow. However, they could not answer him. But suddenly the man said that his father had a magical artifact. He said it was a teleportation scroll, but it was only for one person. Hearing this, Corin became cheerful. Then Cassian suggested sending Zapiro and asking for reinforcements. But the man said that this was impossible. The man said there were 1,000 orcs outside their walls. And while they are there, no army will dare to come here. In this world, the more orcs there were, the stronger they were. It will take 300 soldiers to defeat 200 orcs. And to defeat 1,000, you will need at least twice as many soldiers. Until now, their city had been saved by strong walls, but they could no longer rely on them. The man also said that these orcs were 3 times stronger than normal ones. A red orc was born once every 1,000 years and had enormous strategic value. Around him, orcs begin to go crazy and do not worry about their lives. The man understood why the Lord decided to flee, because the city had no hope. But he was angry with him only from the point of view of self-preservation. Suddenly, Cassian asked not to say that. The man agreed that if he had been heard, it would have affected morale. If people fall into despair, they will not be able to do anything. But Cassian didn't mean to lie. He simply asked for faith that the city would overcome these difficulties. The man envied Cassian because he did not understand where he got so much strength from. Cassian replied that God only gives them those trials that they can overcome. That's why the guy believed that they could handle it. The next day, everyone was given food again. They continued to distribute food for 2 days already, so the number of hungry people was decreasing. And those who were previously skeptical about this began to arrive on time. But the security guards also began training. One of the commanders was Uraval. Their men no longer looked weak and were focused on training. The hope indicator also increased, and this made Corin happy. Uraval asked Cassian if he thought this was really possible. There was little food, and the orcs could attack at any moment. But Cassian replied that he had learned something interesting. Uraval was surprised when he heard about the teleportation scroll. In this regard, Cassian wanted to entrust his position to Uraval. The man asked why the scroll had not been used until now. Cassian replied that it was probably because everyone believed in the city's victory. Uraval agreed with this, but Cassian knew that Zapiro did not run away because he did not want to leave his son here. Afterwards, Uraval returned to the soldiers and continued training. He continued to give commands to the soldiers on how best to lunge. And meanwhile, the people's positivity only grew. Because of this, Corin thought that everything was going as it should. Because of Cassian's actions, more and more people believed in him. But suddenly they decided to report something to Cassian. With an impassive expression on his face, the guy asked what happened. The man hastily replied that they were already here. Hearing that they were talking about orcs, Cassian tensed up. At the same moment he shouted the command to summon all troops. The emergency call immediately caused a stir. One by one, people began to learn about the state of emergency. Uraval immediately sent all the soldiers to the castle walls. One by one, the soldiers began to climb the wall. The archers were the first to take the stage. Kessin immediately checked that all the soldiers were in their positions, and they all began to repeat what Kessin had told them earlier. Suddenly Uraval said that he had not experienced such a feeling for a long time, and Kessin said that thanks to him they became real soldiers. Uraval replied that he was glad to help Kessin. Zepiro said the soldiers were determined and it was like a miracle. At that very moment, the enemy appeared on the horizon, and his appearance raised a cloud of dust into the sky. The orcs rushing towards the city looked quite terrifying, but Corin understood that if they remembered that they were together, they would definitely survive. He knew they outnumbered the enemy and were on the walls. Suddenly Zepiro said that it looked like they were weaklings. Zepiro added that he read in a book about the life cycle of orcs. The orcs multiplied and grew quickly, and in just 5 years they became warriors. But Zepiro said they had a weakness. Kessin agreed that they were short of food. Since the orcs were starving, they had to hunt and rob. That's why hungry orcs hunted people. Suddenly Kessin thought about it. Now he looked at the orcs a little differently. They probably screamed so loudly because they were tormented by hunger. At that moment he turned to his soldiers. Suddenly he told everyone that the attack would stop in half an hour. The soldiers were surprised when they heard this. He asked the soldiers to remember this time. In their minds, the soldiers kept repeating to themselves that they would live. But suddenly Zepiro screamed. He said that if Kessin made a mistake, people would die. But the guy replied that if Zepiro was right, then the orcs were weak and wouldn't last long. But Zepiro countered that the orcs were resilient. Then he decided to tell Zepiro something else. The man agreed that the orcs were stupid, but he wasn't sure the plan would work. Kessin said they must use their power wisely. After Zepiro started to leave and said that he would prepare everything. At that moment the battle began, and the people raised their crossbows and were ready for battle. The orc's weapon was a huge axe. Approaching the wall, the orc raised his axe, and then everyone, just like him, started hitting the wall. Uraval asked the archers to wait for the command, since everyone had to shoot at the same time. Everyone stood quietly and waited for Uraval's command. Finally, the man lowered the flag and gave the command to attack. At that very moment, many arrows flew down. Without reacting to them, the orcs took the attack with their bodies. But this angered the surviving orcs. Because of the arrows, the orcs were unable to fully attack the wall. But even if so, they were already starting to break through it. Then Kessin ordered the archers to take a step back. This was done because they wanted to attack the orcs with stones. Noticing the stones, the orcs were caught off guard again, and they had to take the attack again. One of the orcs roared in anger, and then he threw his weapon up. The axe hit one of the archers right in the neck, but Kessin told everyone to keep attacking. But it turned out that at that moment someone threw an axe at Kessin. Having reacted, the boy was able to defend himself from it with his own sword. And because of the reflected blow, the hammer hit the head of one of the orcs. But Kessin understood that they needed one strong blow to win. Then he was informed that the orcs were breaking through the gates. Kessin immediately moved towards the gate and reminded everyone that there were still 20 minutes left. However, the axes were already beginning to destroy the wall. Holes began to form through which orcs could be seen. Spearmen stood in front of the wall, waiting for it to be breached. Kessin understood that the gates would be breached at any moment, and he understood that if this happened, all the soldiers and residents would die. Suddenly he realized that he didn't need the 8 million won. He understood Kessin's feelings when he wanted to protect people at any cost. Having retrieved the fragment of Uraval's soul, Corin asked for his help. Then the fragment began to disintegrate. This shard allowed one to acquire Uraval's physical strength and courage only once. Immediately, Kessin's body was enveloped in a blue aura. His eyes also changed color to blue, and at that very moment he rushed forward, pulling a spear from one of the soldiers. It all happened so quickly that the soldier didn't even realize what had happened, and Kessin confidently held his spear out in front of him. He aimed at the hole from which the orc was visible. His blow was so powerful that it killed 2 orcs at once. At that moment the guy exhaled heavily, and then he forcefully pulled out the spear, stained with green blood. Immediately after this, he was about to attack with his spear again. The blows were fast, so the orcs did not have time to react. Soon the entire wall was stained with blood. Quite quickly, Kessin ran out of steam. Suddenly Uraval said that although Kessin was a knight, he was too weak. And then he asked if he had defended the castle gates. But it turns out that the orcs still continued to break through. Then Uraval gave a hint to find hidden mechanisms in the walls. Without a doubt, Corin decided to trust him. After all, Uraval had been through many medieval battles, and memories flooded into Kessin's head. Suddenly he called some soldiers to him. He ordered them to roll the hedgehog here. A hedgehog is a barricade created to strengthen a gate, but the soldiers said they didn't know how to use it. But Kessin still said to roll it in. Soon the soldiers rolled the barricade back into place with difficulty. They continued to roll it at the same pace, but suddenly the barricade ran into a small rock. This was immediately reported to Corin, but Corin forbade them to change direction and told them to push on his command. He immediately started the countdown, and as soon as he gave the command to push, he himself also tensed every muscle. All the other soldiers pushed along with him. Afterwards, Corin gave the command to load it. After this, spears appeared from the wall. The orcs looked at them in surprise, but at that very moment, the same spears began to pierce their bodies. When the attack was over, Corin told everyone to repeat it. As soon as the reload was complete, he again gave the order to attack. Once again, the spears pierced the orcs, spilling their green blood. Corin understood that the barricade was powerful, but it alone was not enough. Uraval agreed that the orcs were now attacking from the corners where the spears couldn't reach. And just a little more, and they will finally be able to break through the gate. Corin didn't understand why Zepiro wasn't ready yet, but at that very moment he heard a man's voice and turned to him. He gave the order to attack, but Zepiro objected that the oil was not yet hot enough, and it turned out that the fire needed to be intensified. But Corin still insisted on using it now. Zepiro fell silent when he heard that when the orcs broke through, it would be too late. Their axes actually continued to break down the gates. At that moment, Zepiro ordered the oil to be poured out. A loophole is a mechanism built into the castle's defensive structure and is a through hole above the gate, and this was the most effective way to kill those who were breaking down the gates. Zepiro told everyone to handle the oil with care, but the oil was heavy and difficult to carry. Everyone tried to lower him down carefully, but at some point one of the soldiers' feet slipped. The man screamed in horror and surprise. Seeing that the cauldron of oil was about to tip over, Zepiro was also surprised, and the other soldiers who were nearby were also scared. But at that moment someone picked up the cauldron. It turned out it was Corin. It was too hard for him to keep it alone, and he immediately asked someone to help him. At that moment, another soldier approached him. However, it was also difficult for him to hold the cauldron with his bare hands. Very quickly his hands began to get burns, but Uraval and Corin were full of fighting spirit. With all their efforts, together they were able to return the boiler to its place. Corin's hands were also damaged, but he didn't notice it right away. Afterwards, he and Uraval exchanged glances, and they exchanged slight smiles. But at that very moment, Corin was informed that there was a gap in the gate, and it was growing. Turning to Zepiro, Corin said that it was time for them to use the food. At that moment, Zepiro, alarmed, told everyone to pour the food into the loopholes. Responding to the order, the girls ran forward. The soldiers were surprised that there was a battle going on right now, but for some reason they were bringing food here. Approaching the loopholes, the girls did as required. Their enemy was the orcs, who came here in search of food, and now they poured out a tasty thick porridge from where stones had recently been thrown at them. The orcs froze in great surprise, but mechanically they licked their lips, tasting the porridge. Having tasted it, their eyes lit up with a greedy sparkle, and at that very moment, their despair turned into madness. Instantly they all rushed to where the porridge was pouring out from, and when all the orcs were gathered in one place, Corin gave the command to attack and told the orcs to die. Apparently the food was just bait, and the oil came after it, and such an attack was called the demon's tongue. Anyone who falls under the oil is fried to death, and the orcs who stood outside the affected area were deprived of visibility due to the thick steam. That attack was capable of protecting the most vulnerable points on the gate, and brought death to all living things in its path. Frightened, the orcs began to turn around and leave. One by one they lost their fighting spirit and no longer wanted to attack. Seeing that the enemy was retreating, Corin could not help but rejoice at this. However, not every orc lost their fighting spirit. Some, on the contrary, became angry. Using his axe, one of these orcs cut the deserter in two. Seeing how brutally he was killed, the remaining orcs stopped their retreat. The angry orc screamed loudly, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. At that moment, one by one, the orcs began to turn towards the city, and then they changed their direction and rushed into battle again. Seeing this, Corin froze in surprise and did not understand why they were returning. The orc who was able to redirect his horde turned out to be their leader. Hearing this, Corin was surprised, and Uraval told him to take the crossbow. After listening to him, Corin immediately grabbed a crossbow from one of his soldiers, and holding the weapon in front of him, began to aim. At the same time, he asked Uraval if he knew how to shoot a crossbow, and Uraval replied that he knew a little, but at that moment, Corin noticed that the crossbow didn't even have a sight. Meanwhile, the irritated orc leader was also approaching the wall. Corin was reassured by the fact that Uraval had skills, and Corin himself had fired a gun during his service in Korea. But suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted and Corin became afraid of something. It was only when the arrow was released that he realized he had lost his aim. But even if that were the case, the arrow still hit the orc's head. At that moment, the orc was instantly killed and his body weakened. After that, he fell to the ground, and his fall sent dust into the sky. Seeing this, Corin was stunned with surprise. But immediately after that, a joyful cry was heard along the wall. The guy happily said that he was still in uniform and said hooray to the Korean reserve soldiers. At that moment, everyone started chanting Kasane's name. Uraval asked if he had missed, but Corin asked who cared now. Unlike the soldiers on the wall, the orcs had lost their fighting spirit. One after another, they began to run away with frightened screams. At that moment, Kasane asked if 30 minutes had passed. As he said, during this time the attack ended and now the orcs retreated. At that moment, the soldiers were able to defend their city from almost 200 orcs for the first time. On the 4th day of the siege, the battle ended in victory, and the people, surrounded by orcs for 2 months, were finally free. People couldn't get enough of the victory, but at the same time, Corin continued to work. He was filling out some lists, but suddenly his pen fell from his hand. Leaning back, the guy said he wanted to have some fun too. They had won, but Corin knew how much work still lay ahead. He had to report on the number of victims and the materials used. Report any problems and strengthen the castle's defenses for future battles. Uraval agreed that the problems that arose after the battle were no easier than the battle itself, and said he disliked paperwork. Suddenly, Corin asked if he had been appointed to that position because he was not good at that kind of work. And then Horan thought about the fact that when he played similar games, he was not required to complete such tasks. When Zepiro came and said that this was not an easy task, Kasane agreed that for a warrior such work was hell. Then Zepiro said that since it was so hard for Kasane, he could give him another job. Hearing this, Kasane jumped up from his seat in excitement. Zepiro said he would do Kasane's work if he did Zepiro's work. The guy immediately asked what was required of him, but then he cautiously lowered his gaze in front of him. He noticed that Zepiro was holding some bright red object in his hand, and then he asked if Zepiro was going to give it to them personally. The man calmly replied that doing so would be a sign of respect. When Kasane asked if Zepiro had slept, the man replied that he had slept as much as he needed. However, Corin believed this was not true, and suspected that the man had been working all night. Kasane said that it was not a sin for Zepiro not to raise a sword in battle, just as it was not a sin for him to be a bureaucrat, and he asked her not to work so much, otherwise it would end badly. But the man replied that he found consolation in this. He admitted that when he tries to sleep, he feels like he is dying, but while working he can afford to take a nap. Hearing this, Kasane calmed down. And then he accepted Zepiro's item and said that he would hand it over. In fact, the boy knew that the old man felt that way. Because of the man's anxiety, he began to have insomnia, and work calmed him down. In Kasane's hands was a scroll of red parchment and letters to the families of the fallen. One by one, he began to visit the families he needed, and he passed on letters of condolence to them. The Kasane family said he was very sorry and that he tried to do everything he could. It was a harsh notice that the family would now live without one important person. Kasane told the woman that her husband had fought bravely until the very end. The woman fell to the ground in tears, and the old man attacked Kasane. In tears, he told the commander that he had taken a relative from them and had to return him alive. At that moment, all Kasane could say was that he was sorry it had happened. The soldiers managed to defend the gates and repel the attack. But the battle remained a battle. People were wounded and died. Of the 300 soldiers, 50 were wounded and 20 were killed. But all this did not matter for those families who lost a loved one. Having calmed down, the old man asked how he should live on. Kasane said he didn't know what words would calm them down now, but he said they would receive the same amount of food as they had when his son was alive. But immediately after these words, Kasane was hit in the face. The old man became angry and said that he had not exchanged his son for food, and then began to drive the boy away. Obeying him, Corin immediately turned around and began to slowly walk away. For a long time, Corin continued to walk in silence. But afterward, he couldn't contain his emotions and gritted his teeth. He said angrily that perhaps they should just ignore such a family and leave them hungry. But then Uraval told him to watch his language. At first, food was given to soldiers and their families, and the families of military personnel received twice as much food. In this way, they demonstrated a special attitude towards them and hoped to raise their fighting spirit. Corin knew that all the soldiers were worried that after they died, no one would take care of their family. But Corin justified his behavior by saying that he needed to vent his anger, and that he should not be blamed for the death of a loved one, but the orcs. Corin thought that he should be the one doing this job, not Zapiro. The leader had a huge responsibility on his shoulders, so his work was more tiring than that of others. Therefore, the leaders were hardworking and took care of their army so that the soldiers could go into battle without a drop of doubt. Corin even knew a leader who shared food and shelter with his people, and all so that they could not be afraid of death, but fight and win. This kind of work was hard, but Corin believed that the leader should do it. Now Kasain was the general of defense, so he had to distribute letters to everyone. He wanted families to be proud of their loved ones. He wanted those who died in battle to bring honor to their families. Corin agreed with Uraval's words that he wanted to inspire them. Kesin knew that sending people into permanent service would be difficult, so he only accepted volunteers. Corin understood that the more he inspired the people, the more they would want to join the ranks of the army. But then he heard from Uraval that it sounded good. But in reality, it would not be as Corin expected. Suddenly, Kasin turned to someone and asked the one who had been pursuing him for a long time to show himself. Then suddenly a man appeared in front of him and greeted the general. Approaching him, he asked how many people had died. Kesin calmly replied that there were quite a few of them. The man became frightened when he heard that many more were yet to die. Kasain understood that as long as the orcs existed, they would not be able to avoid battle with them. Hearing this, the man asked if there was any way to escape from the orcs. Kasain replied that they could not escape, but they could stop the orcs if they took action. Then the man asked in surprise what this meant, and Kasain said that he needed strength and people who would be ready to fight. After hearing that the general needed more soldiers, the man was initially silent in surprise, and then he turned away and seemed to be thinking. Kasain followed his gaze and saw a boy calling the man next to Kasain father. The man lowered his head and said that he was weak in body. Kasain replied that there were people fighting who were younger or older than the man, and of course he could have stayed by his son's side. But didn't he want to become a father his son would be proud of? The man didn't respond to this, but only looked resolutely at the general. Kasain said he saw fire in the man's eyes, and he had to decide for himself whether he would fight them or not. But turning around, he said that if the fire went out, the man would be like a beaten dog. Then Corin decided to bet on whether this man would volunteer or not. At that moment, the man was left alone and thinking about what had happened. Returning to Zapiro, the Kasain said that he had been informed that the man wanted to see him. The man stopped writing when he noticed Kasain. Calmly, Kasain asked Zapiro what he was doing. The man replied that he had studied the history of the city because he wanted to know what merits it had had. And then he handed some paper to Kasain. While Kasain read the paper, Zapiro talked about what they needed to make people want to live here. Suddenly, Kasain was surprised, and then he looked at Zapiro and asked if the gnomes were an asset to the city. Zapiro said that little grew in their fields, but the city had such high walls. Such buildings required a strong economy, but with such a small population, this was impossible. At its peak, the city's population was 25,000, and in order to provide for such a population, it was necessary to bargain with the dwarves. The dwarves possessed advanced iron techniques. They were experts in rocks and minerals. But suddenly Kasain asked why trade with them had stopped. Zapiro thought for a moment and replied that trade had ceased after the misfortune that had befallen Lord Maybach. Kasain was frightened when he heard that a dragon was involved in the matter. The key to saving the city was the dwarves, but that wasn't what the city needed right now. Now all that was needed was food to feed the people, and that was disappointing. Corin knew that if he found the missing link, he could solve the puzzle. Suddenly someone burst into the room and said that they had arrived. The man nervously kept repeating that they were already here. Frightened, Kasain immediately thought that they were talking about orcs. But the man said that the orcs did too, and they all fought. Hearing that Quibel had arrived, Zapiro was also surprised. However, Kasain was not familiar with this name, so he was left in confusion. And then he was told that these were merchants and friends of his father who had arrived in the city. Hearing that they had brought food with them, Kasain was surprised. It was at that moment, unexpectedly for himself, that Corin was able to find the missing puzzle. And then the whole picture was assembled. Afterwards, they climbed up the wall and began to observe what was happening. A lot of dust rose below due to the arriving carts with goods. But then hungry orcs decided to attack them. Despite this, the brave warriors killed them with ease. One by one, they cut the orcs in two. It seemed that people would not suffer serious losses in the battle. Kasain was glad that 100 orcs could be killed with such ease. Kasain said they were impressive and asked if Zapiro was friends with such people. Then the old man said that he wanted to thank Quibel, and he felt very sorry because he would have to kill his friend after 20 years of friendship. Hearing this, Kasain was stunned with surprise. He asked what Zapiro meant by that. He didn't understand why they had to kill the merchants who brought them food. Then Zapiro said that Kasain had overlooked something. Zapiro said that since Gauss had taken all their money, all they had to do was take it all by force. Filled with anger, Kasayan punched the wall. He was angry that Gauss had taken with him everything that had been achieved. Having calmed down a little, Corin thought that they would somehow be able to come to an agreement with the merchants. But he himself wondered if he would give food to a city surrounded by monsters. Although the city needs help, if he were the merchants, Corin would not help. Traders who had come a long way would not want to incur losses. But even if so, their goods were needed by the city. Corin already understood that life depended only on yourself, and it was worth killing or being killed. And then he agreed with Zephyr. He thought that this task was inevitable anyway, so now it was worth planning everything. He then turned to Zapiro and said that they should hurry and meet the guests. As expected, they soon met the arrivals. Zapiro thanked all the people for the journey they had made. His friend replied to the man that they had received them very well, as they had even been accommodated in the Lord's house. But Zapiro said it was a great honor for them, because the traders had come a long way. The man thought that coming here was worth it. He then followed Zapiro into the building. Suddenly, Kasain told Zapiro that they should not commit a massacre, but rather enter into negotiations. Corin knew he had to complete this mission, and those mercenaries were very strong. After all, they defeated 100 orcs without losses. This made Corin wonder what would happen if these people became their allies. Zapiro agreed with the guy's words, but didn't know how to do it. Kasain said that they had no food, but they had plenty of wine. The man thought it was a good idea, since even mercenaries wouldn't come to a feast with swords. Mercenaries are uncouth, so they don't carry weapons when they drink together. Also, the merchants, mercenaries, and their leaders slept in separate parts of the house. The man reported that everything went according to plan. The mercenaries went into the bathroom and removed all their weapons. Kasain chuckled and said that they were tired after all. After all, they had been on the road for a whole week and had been breathing in sand and dust the whole time, and swords were not needed for taking a bath. There was also alcohol in the room, which the mercenaries would not refuse. After a hot bath, they will definitely want some wine. And in the Lord's house they will feel safe, so they will not suspect anything. But even so, Kasain believed they should remain on guard. Kasain's mission was to survive the food shortage, and also protect the city from the orcs. When Uraval asked if there was another way, Kasain replied that he didn't have to help if he didn't want to. When night fell, Kasain and the rest of the guards set up an ambush. Kasain was asked to be careful, because one of the mercenaries was supposed to be very strong. Compared to Ironblood Morden, the others were weak. Kasain agreed to be careful, and then ordered everyone to be silent. After that, he started counting to 3, but he immediately fell silent when he heard voices outside the door. And then he ordered his men to enter the room. When they burst into it, the 3 men immediately turned around. One of them chuckled that the guards had burst in on them just as he suspected. The other man chuckled that Zapiro had betrayed their friendship. Corin was a little confused that their plan had been discovered, but he realized that one of those present stood out. Besides, that guy looked familiar to Corin. Suddenly he thought that this guy looked like a Korean who could be an interdimensional traveler. He immediately asked if they had come to celebrate too. The guy also wanted to thank the guards, because thanks to them he acquired 2 useful subordinates. Corin noticed that despite the fact that there were armed people in front of the guy, he did not try to defend himself. Uraval chuckled and thought that the guy didn't understand the situation. But at that very moment he was stopped by Kasain. Only Corin understood that the guy in front of them was too strong for them. Putting away his sword, Kasain asked if they understood why the guards had come here. The guy replied that he would try to understand. But before that, Kasain asked the boy if he was a dragon. Hearing such a question, everyone was surprised. But the guy was indignant and said that he was an ordinary person. Then Kasain asked if he traveled between spaces and if he had made a contract. At that moment, the guy was also surprised, but surprise was instantly replaced by anger. He grabbed Kasain abruptly and asked him what he knew. An evil aura immediately began to emanate from his body. The boy asked if the dragon had sent Kasain to him. Squeezing his throat, he demanded the truth from Kasain. But because his throat was squeezed too tightly, Kasain could not speak. At that moment, he was surprised that the guy in front of him was able to kill the dragon. Meanwhile, the brunette promised to make Kasain beg for death. Because of his anger and strength, there was tension in the room. Everyone present began to fall, experiencing pain. Kasain barely managed to say that it was difficult for him to speak now. While the guy chuckled at the fact that Kasain still dared to talk to him, Corin continued to be bothered by the fact that the brunette looked like a Korean. Because of this, he assumed that the guy had transported himself here with his body. But Horin won't be able to defeat the Dragon Slayer, because the difference between them is too great. The guy was angry that Kasain continued to stare at him. Then Kasane asked if the guy would really kill those very useful subordinates. And the guy looked away warily. He noticed that he had accidentally wounded his own people. At that moment, he threw Kasane aside. Scratching his head, the boy agreed that he was indeed too hot-tempered. Then he opened the bottle of medicine, and approaching one of his men, he was about to give it to him. Afterwards, he began treating the second person. He understood that the situation would not turn out very well if they died from this. And then he told his people to get up, because they should have been fine by now. Corin considered the guy a psychopath who behaved like a child, who in anger attacked both enemies and comrades. But he became interested in the medicine that the guy gave his people. After all, just one drop was enough to cure them. Kasane said they looked better and the guy agreed. But suddenly the brunette became interested in something. Only now did he notice that everyone had lost consciousness. But not Kasane. Although Kasane withstood the pressure, he was tired. The boy angrily asked Kasane again who he was. Corin was surprised that this question was asked of him only now, although he felt dizzy and nauseous. Only Uraval and the unyielding spirit of the Corin kept him on his feet. Kasane replied that he was there on contract, so he was able to withstand the attack. The guy asked if Kasane had also sold his soul and gone to hell, and then he said mockingly that the guard was pathetic. But Corin didn't quite understand what kind of hell the guy was talking about, and whether he meant that very company. However, he understood that the guy in front of him was somehow different. Suddenly, he suggested greeting each other again. Genix introduced himself and said that he led a group of traders. Corin was surprised to see the notification that Genix was the main character of the mission. Since Genix was so important, Corin would like to become his ally. But the situation was awkward, because just recently he had tried to attack Genix. Kasane also introduced himself and said that he did not have a last name because he was a commoner. Corin noticed that he had almost let slip his real name and origin. Afterwards, he added that it was an honor for him to meet Genix. He also said that he was the head of the city, although he was not worthy of such a title. Kasane said that if things in the city were better, he would repay them for their help. He had to choose his words carefully, because Genix was wary of him. Kasane wanted to explain the state of their city, but Genix interrupted him. He said that Kasane talked too much, although he did not seem talkative. When he told him to be quiet, Corin was glad, because now he had time to think. Genix seemed frivolous, but he possessed great strength. But suddenly he was surprised that the main character was neither Kasane nor himself, but Genix. This meant that only Genix could handle the mission. Trying to understand the guy's character, Kasane asked if the victims were okay. Genix replied that it was so, because the elixir healed everyone who died. Now Corin knew for sure that the potion was an elixir. Unexpectedly, Kasane asked to take care of his people too. Now they were all dying. But Genix didn't understand why he should help those who were trying to attack them. Then Kasane said that the city's residents were victims. Genix thought that by not knowing about Genix's identity, Kasane was trying to shirk responsibility. But Kasane only asked if Genix was to blame for what was happening around the city. The main character was not Corin, but Genix. Outside the city there was a city where a dragon lived. But despite this, the city was surrounded by orcs. Suddenly, the monsters that always remained near the mountain fled. He asked Genix why this happened. Kasane heard that Genix was able to kill the dragon, and he assumed that because of the guy's intervention, the city was surrounded by orcs. Hearing this, the guy became quiet, and then he silently handed the elixir to Kasane. Seeing the elixir in his hands, Corin could not help but rejoice. Genix immediately warned that if more than one drop was given, people would die. Kasane thanked him briefly, and then he approached his people. Almost immediately, he was able to notice how effective the elixir was. Turning around, he said that he was finished. But at that moment, he did not find Genix in the room. Thinking that Genix had not denied his responsibility, Corin realized that his guess was correct. The fall of the city began with the achievement of Genix. But for the city, this achievement turned into a disaster. At the same time, Genix acknowledged his responsibility. Smiling, Corin thought that he would be able to complete his mission. Sitting on the floor, Corin called the gold to himself. When Uraval asked what he was doing, Kasane replied that he was digging for gold. He said sadly that while he was locked up, there was nothing to do, so he would think about gold. Due to his own failure, Kasane ended up in prison. Then he wanted to check the information about the task. And I noticed that after meeting with Genix, the task changed a little. The robbery was interrupted, but if it hadn't been for that attempt, he wouldn't have met Genix. According to the assignment, Genix was looking for 4 comrades, one of whom was supposed to be Kasane. The guy mentioned that Kasane helped him find 2 subordinates. Corin assumed that the 2 had previously refused to join Genix. But this made Corin smile, because if they helped him, then he would help them. The next day they came to Kasane. The man said Genix wanted to see him. Standing up, Kesein immediately agreed to go, but the man thought he was acting strangely. He assumed that Kesein was so frightened that he began to delirious. Suddenly he asked Kesein if he was okay. The guy replied with a smile that it was so. The man asked not to worry, and said that Genix was not too angry and should not kill Kesein. Corin guessed that despair must have clouded his mind. But unlike the tense Kesein, Corin actually behaved calmly. Thinking it was better to act like Kesein, he said he felt relieved. He explained this by saying that Genix could help them protect the city. But suddenly he heard voices from the side. The guy saw that people were still being given food. Looking over the state of the city, Kesein said that Genix was probably not a bad person. When the man asked him to hurry, Corin seemed glad. It seemed to him that this man saw him in a good light. Deciding to try to get more information out of the man, Kesein asked what Genix was like, but the man himself didn't know. It turned out that they had met Genix only a week ago, when they were traveling in a caravan. Kesein was surprised that they moved this way. The man admitted that he also thought it was unusual, but everyone had been doing it lately. Kesein learned that the ecosystem had changed, and now orcs were in many places. Kesein understood that this was caused by the death of the dragon. Although all he knew about dragons was that they were some kind of natural disaster, but the death of such a monster was also a kind of disaster, because now there was nothing to hold back the monsters. Kesein was told that on the third day they were attacked by orcs. The merchants went forward, and the mercenaries covered the rear. At that moment, the man thought they would die. But suddenly Genix appeared and saved them. He swung his sword just a few times, but he killed all the orcs. The only thing the man knew about him was that the guy was carefree and didn't think like ordinary people. Quibel was outraged that Zapiro had betrayed their friendship and wanted to kill him. Looking down, Zapiro only said he was sorry. But the man didn't need empty apologies, and he continued to be angry. Unable to bear it, Genix told them to stop. He asked not to insult Zapiro's parents, because it was disgusting for him to hear such things. And he added that Zapiro did not decide to do this on his own. And then he asked to invite their next guest. Then Kesein entered the room, and everyone turned to look at him. As he entered, he waited silently for Genix to speak to him. First, Kesein was congratulated on his promotion and asked if he had any excuses. But Kesein replied that there were none. His answer angered Quibel. Then Kesein repeated again that he had no excuses. The guy honestly admitted that he wanted to kill those who came to them with goodwill. As Horin fell to the floor, he thought that Genix was probably testing him. Meanwhile, the brunette calmly watched Kesein. Horin felt like he needed to curb Quibel's anger. Kesein said that he was the only one to blame for everything, and that he was the only one who suggested this idea. Hearing this, the man became even more angry. He asked why Kesein did this, and Kesein reminded that he would not make excuses. And when asked if he was going to die, he answered that he wanted to live. Such impudence angered Quibel, and he thought that he was being mocked. Suddenly, Kesein bowed low. He admitted that he almost killed a woman and a child. He told the story of how the woman boiled the neighbor's child to feed her own. Everyone was surprised to hear that the city had been in lockdown for 3 months already, and even their lord fled from here 2 months ago. Kesein continued talking about how everyone was starving, and the orcs were tearing apart the old men and women. He said with tears that they had forgotten about honor and humanity, and they had nothing else to lose. They just wanted to protect their lives. Listening to his story, Zapiro could not hold back his tears. Genix listened calmly as the famine in their city continued for 3 months. Kesein asked to save them and said that the people followed him out of despair. He asked to save those who just wanted to live. Suddenly, Kesein hit his head hard on the floor. The impact immediately caused his blood to appear on the floor. Stunned, he rose slightly. But after that, they immediately grabbed him by the shoulder and did not allow him to continue. Genix noticed that Kesein had no intention of making excuses, but he did, and he was like a poisonous snake. But Genix was even glad about it. Looking at Kesein, he said that he could use a person like that. As he was losing consciousness, Corin heard everyone saying that he was a complete psycho. Corin thought that this was the end, but suddenly he came to his senses. He immediately thought it was because of Genix's elixir. Corin realized that the potion was quite effective. Genix told Quibel that he had lost. Quibel thought Genix's arguments were pointless, but the boy asked if the man was unhappy about anything. He wanted to complain about something, but Genix interrupted him. The guy said that the city had to endure a tragedy, so they forgot about conscience. And then he reminded that Quibel had recently abandoned mercenaries to save a caravan. Hearing this, Quibel hesitated, but Genix didn't want to hear anything more from him, because he believed that this city was nobler than Quibel. The man had to admit it. Turning to Mordum, Genix asked for food for the city. He wanted to feed those who had been hungry for so long, and Mordum agreed. Suddenly Quibble interrupted them and said that the merchants should take care of this. Genix silently turned his gaze to him. Not understanding him, Genix asked if Quibble couldn't do it. But he immediately asked if the man would be able to cope with this and control his anger and resentment. The man smiled and said that any merchant does not show off his feelings. Genix agreed and decided to give Mortem another task, to divide the mercenaries into new recruits and experienced ones. He asked to find shortcomings in the defense system and eliminate them. Mortem said he would select those who fought during the siege. Afterwards, Genix turned his gaze to Zapiro. When the man was approached, he was surprised. Genix asked him to take a day off and then he would get the job, but Zapiro wanted to object. But Genix said that if they wanted him to help them, they had to obey. Then Zapiro hesitantly thanked the guy. The boy said that the deputy mayor's burden did not suit the man. Zapiro was surprised to hear that Genix would now bear the burden. And then he burst into tears and thanked the guy. But Genix asked him to stop and just go and rest, because it was painful to look at the old man. As Zapiro left, Kisin watched him go. He thought in surprise that this was amazing. Although Genix sounded arrogant, he gave clear instructions. Now all of Genix's men had received their orders and left. Only Kisin remained. As he approached the guard, Genix wondered what to do with him. Touching his shoulder, he asked the boy's name again. And then he asked if Kisin wanted to tell him anything. At that moment, Kisin became scared. Soon Corin opened his eyes and saw the company employees in front of him. Finding himself back in his world, he felt as if he had woken up from a deep sleep. But he was glad that now the heavy armor did not press on his shoulders. And it was at that moment that Corin came to his senses and was surprised that he was now in his own world. Frightened, he asked if he had died on the mission. But the girls only smiled and silently listened to his indignation. Finally, one of them began to speak to calm Corin down. The president said it was just a safety point. Hearing this, Corin was a little surprised. The girl added that the mission was long, so Corin needed a break. Worriedly, Corin continued to ask if he had failed the mission. Suddenly the girl said that Corin was inexperienced for such missions. Afterwards she added that they wouldn't talk about it now, and he still hadn't failed the mission. Corin asked to explain what kind of preservation this was, since no one had told him about it before. Corin didn't expect to hear such a term, because the events took place in another reality. The girls said that it was dangerous to continue the mission, so they gave Corin a safe place. But hearing about the danger, Corin asked why he was not wounded then. Suddenly he looked forward in surprise. When everything started to swim before his eyes, the girl said that his mind was overloaded. And then Corin grabbed his head. The president said he was at level 4, and it was already becoming difficult for his body. At that moment, Corin's head was splitting. Kisin's past was very tragic. Because of this, Corin could not think of what was happening as some kind of game, because it was the reality of another world. The girl said that Corin and Kisin were in danger. Genix began to suspect him, and a little more, and the guy would have found out about everything. Corin agreed with this. The question Genix wanted to ask could affect not only Corin, but also the company. He suspected that was why they had suspended the mission. Afterwards he asked who Genix was. Corin suspected that Genix was a fellow traveler, but traveling with his real body. The president merely reminded that there is information to which Corin does not yet have access. The president heard the boys' dissatisfied thoughts that if they had secrets, they could at least explain why he couldn't know about them. Angered, she told Corin that he had played carelessly and was trying to find out what he shouldn't have. The girl's sudden anger confused Corin, and he realized that he shouldn't have talked about the contract and the measurements. The girl confirmed that this is exactly what was being discussed. Having let out her emotions, she took a deep breath. Then Corin asked her to explain what exactly his mistake was. The girl said that it was annoying that Corin immediately noticed such things. Corin understood that he was the type of person who would ask questions to satisfy his curiosity. But the president had to agree that Corin had achieved such success thanks to his curiosity. She then added that when he reached level 10, he would open access to such information. Corin replied that he would try. However, his game depended on thoughts and methods. Even if he needs to level up, he will continue to play the way he is used to. And the girl agreed that Corin is exactly who he is. Afterwards, Corin asked if he would continue working on this mission. While checking something on the computer, the girl said that they had no other options. Afterwards, she said that they were given permission. They could share some information so that Genix wouldn't catch Corin red-handed. Corin was surprised when they were going to give him myths from other worlds, but the girl explained that this would help prepare for the interrogation. Then the guy opened the folder given to him with interest. He was surprised to see references to hell and an evil god. However, thanks to this, he understood what Genix had meant then. If it would help clear suspicion from himself, Corin thought it was a good idea. The president said that everything Horin needed to know was written on the next page. After reading its contents, Horin thought that it looked like the plot of some kind of game. Elan supports the law of cause and effect, while Ad, on the contrary, tried to destroy this law. However, Horin considered it strange to consider this goddess evil just because she makes contracts in exchange for a person's soul. The girl suddenly said that their company was somewhat reminiscent of this goddess. But did they harm Horin? Corin himself understood that the company had always only helped him. The girl believed that the afterlife was important because the soul was the most valuable thing. But reality was also important, and she believed that such a contradiction was necessary to preserve the integrity of Corin's soul. Corin asked them to stop, because it was beginning to seem as if they wanted to persuade him to do something. The girl was taken aback when she heard that she was going against the principle of mutual consent. With a smile, she suddenly replied that helping Horin was tiring, but he was quite intriguing to her. To Corin's mixed feelings, she replied that it was a compliment, and compared Corin to a spicy fried octopus. But this comparison seemed very bizarre to Horin. Because she really liked this kind of food, the girl asked him to recommend a restaurant to her. But Corin suddenly became embarrassed, because it seemed like they were trying to ask him out on a date. And noticing his reaction, the girl said that all men without experience in relationships are hopeless. Afterwards, she said that Corin's thoughts were confused due to fatigue, so he should go home and rest. Corin came here early in the morning, but it was already getting dark. While he was in another dimension, time continued to pass in his home world. When asked what he would do with the money, the guy reminded him that he had not yet completed the mission. It was then explained to him that in the case of a long-term mission, he could receive payment in advance. But Corina was warned that if he took the payment at the end, the amount would be higher. Corin guessed this, but wanted to get the money now so that in case of failure he would have insurance, especially considering that this mission was so risky. But suddenly he remembered something. Jumping up abruptly from his seat, Corin asked to wait. He asked if he could take something other than money if he successfully completed the mission. The girl asked what exactly he meant by that, and Horin admitted that he wanted the potion that Genix used. But upon hearing this, the president's face changed. She immediately refused, since bringing objects into another dimension is prohibited. Corin asked why, since he had been given gold coins before. He fractured his skull, but that medicine cured him. The president replied that it was completely different from gold coins. After all, he didn't exist in this world, which means his appearance would upset the balance. But Corin was indignant at these words, because it was just a bottle of liquid. Then the girl calmly asked not to bring personal emotions into this. Horin was surprised when she asked if he wanted to get it for his mother. He was angered that telepathy touched him on the raw. But then he realized that he had never told them about his mother. He sternly asked if they really had to pry into his personal life. But in fact, he understood that they knew everything from the start. They were even able to obtain all the information about a gang they had never seen. The girl understood that this made him feel uncomfortable, but they had their reasons for doing so. She explained that by drinking such a medicine, the sick person will be cured, and the healthy person will gain immortality. The president asked how much large companies would be willing to pay for this. Hearing this, Corin realized the gravity of the situation. If Horin sells such an elixir, he will become rich, and after drinking it, he will become immortal. This will no longer even be a man, but God. He agreed that this would make the world an unfair place in which no one would want to live. The president said that this is why such things cannot be transferred to their world. Corin asked if they had another way, and the girl said that there was one method. Hearing this, Corin immediately became wary. He asked impatiently what this method was. The girl said that there were other potions that worked. With such an elixir, he could cure his mother. But Horin guessed that with his current level, he wouldn't be able to use such items. The girl replied that access to them opened at the 25th level, but he could not abuse such an item. Corin realized that since the potion was available, it could be used to help loved ones and family. Once again surprised by his intelligence, the girl said that Corin had talent. She then added that she truly wanted to help him, but Horin needed to continue working hard, and she swore on her name, which she couldn't yet say. Corin tensed up at the fact that she was hiding her name. However, she still hid a lot of things from him, although it was temporary. Corin noticed that the president spoke sincerely, which meant it was true. The guy thought he could trust them, so he thanked her, but she said it wasn't worth it, because it was business. Overcome with emotion, Corin admitted that they were so desperate that they hoped it would all end quickly. Then he sincerely thanked the girl. For Corin, his mother was just a memory, because it was better that way. His reality was too cruel for him, so he did not want to accept it. He was afraid to hope again, because he thought he would fall into despair. Corin couldn't forgive himself for not wanting to drown in debt because of this terrible situation. But he himself turned out to be even more terrible. With a trembling hand, Corin decided to touch his mother's hand. When Horin came to her that day, he said that she could be cured, and then he thanked her for not giving up. Corin promised to cure her no matter what. He asked to wait just a little longer, because soon he would do what he had to. When Corin finally read all the information, he was happy. That information was supposed to help him convince Genix that he was not connected to Hell. He found it amazing how the history of that world differed from Corin's own. Hell was not just a goddess, but even personified chaos before the existence of the creator god. Corin considered this a free religion, because a person has the right to choose the god he will follow. The guy looked with a grin at the folder called Adult Products, because no one would dare to get into a folder with that name, which meant that such information could be hidden there. When Horin left the room, his sister asked him where he was going. Hearing about the work, Kana was surprised, because it was night. Realizing that it was now 9 o'clock in the evening, Corin thought that this was indeed strange. When leaving, the guy said that he was going on a business trip because there was a problem at the plant. Usually Hans was in charge, but Horin needed to step up. Looking at Corin, Kana suddenly fell silent, and then she asked him with displeasure if he had a minute. Turning around, Corin asked with displeasure what was the matter, and Kana said that with such an outfit no girl would look at him. Scratching his head, he thought that Kana was going a bit overboard. Kana was outraged that Corin, the president, would meet clients like this, and even his shirt was wrinkled. A little taken aback, Corin replied that he heard her, and Kana said more calmly that Horin should get himself in order. After Horin promised to fix it, she smiled. Returning to her sofa, she wished her brother good luck at work. Before leaving, Corin wanted to say something to Kana. Because of something more important, he won't be able to bring home money for a while. But in the end, he changed his mind and did not tell Kana anything. When Horin arrived at the company, he was immediately greeted. The boy said with a smile that he was not tired, so they should continue Cassian's mission. If Corin had such a desire, the girl agreed. When she asked what the rush was about, the guy's thoughts flashed through her head. Realizing that she had seen too much, the girl apologized. With a smile, Corin replied that he could not sit idle. After all, now he had a chance to cure his mother. But to achieve his goal, Horin needed to level up. The first 2 levels were easy to overcome, but the further he went, the more difficult it became. Corin knew that access to the potion would open, but he didn't yet know how much he would have to pay for it. It was a business, and obviously the company would not be involved in charity. But suddenly the girl asked not to worry about anything. Corin was surprised to hear that leveling up was hard, but getting Dharma was easy. When he asked her what she meant, the girl realized that she had said too much. Corin had heard of a similar term, karma, what you are born with. Karma was a hole you couldn't get out of. Then what is Dharma? Listening to Corin's thoughts, the girl suddenly asked not to tell the president about this. She said that there is no point in talking about karma and Dharma. Her answer interested Corin. It seemed to him that the girl was panicking about this situation. Corin asked what difference it made what he was thinking, since he was unlikely to guess. And the girl cried out that the problem was precisely that Corin had guessed correctly. Panicking, the girl asked what she should do now, and Corin grinned, because it was too easy with this girl. Corin said it was bad, but even if he remained silent, the president would read his thoughts. Then the girl said that if he drew a line between the conscious and the subconscious, it would be more difficult for them to read minds. Corin thought that the point was whether he would express his thoughts in words or leave them as an abstract idea. Having read his thoughts, the girl said that everything was correct. She then added that if you think with your subconscious, the speed of your thoughts will be too great. Corin was surprised to hear this. Then he suddenly remembered the meeting with the president after Strovan's mission. That day, the president misread his mind. During that conversation, Corin's head was filled with a fictitious job, but the president thought he was thinking about his final mission. This meant that they did not read thoughts directly, and only received them in the form of messages. Even though their company traded souls, they weren't perfect. Reading minds is an amazing skill, but if Horin can learn to bypass it, he will have an advantage. Suddenly he asked if this information was not prohibited. The girl said that when Horin reached level 10, they would stop reading his thoughts, because they didn't do that with their official employees. Corin thanked her, and was surprised that the girl was always very talkative. Afterwards, he asked where the president was and was told that she was absent. But at that very moment, the girl screamed that it turned out that the president had just returned, and Corin needed to be sent on a mission immediately. It was the right decision for both of them, because until Horin learned to control his thoughts, it would be better for him to have less contact with the president. Sending the guy on a mission, the girl wished him good luck. Corin noticed that the girl wanted to send him away as soon as possible, and he kept thinking about his goal. He definitely wanted to get that medicine. As soon as he thought this, a white flash lit up his face, and at that very moment the president arrived. Approaching the assistant, she asked if the girl had sent it. The girl said that she sent it and did everything as the president said, and the president said that she was sure that Corin could handle everything. But the assistant was angry, because now her work evaluation was ruined. And then she asked why the president was making things more complicated. Looking at Corin, she replied that Corin was skeptical about this job, and even if they told her how to complete the mission, it would hardly help. She knew that Corin would trust the decision he came to on his own. Afterwards, she said that Corin was playing too unpredictably, and in order to predict his game, they should change the course of events. The assistant only agreed, since it was difficult to follow his train of thought. Unexpectedly, she asked the president whether Corin would acquire new skills in the future. The girl was surprised to hear that the president really hoped for this. She then added that doing hard work gives you more joy. At that moment, the assistant realized that the president had deliberately set everything up that way. But the president asked not to be mistaken, because everything happened solely because of Corin's actions. After all, if he works a lot but does not receive a reward, then it will be a waste of time. After listening to the president, the assistant promised to contact Strovon. With a smile, the president replied that this should be done in the safest way. However, when the assistant was about to establish contact, she saw a message that someone wanted to intercept Corin. She immediately reported this to the president. Then she turned back to the message and wanted to read the username. And when she saw who the name belonged to, she was surprised. The president immediately recognized Chris, whom she considered abnormal, and she said that the guy should be reminded of the company rules, because he couldn't do that yet. She asked me to convey on her own behalf that he should sit still. At that moment, Corin was already back in the world of Kassane. He thought that since he could now lose points and levels, the game was becoming more serious. Suddenly someone approached Kassane, and turning to the man, the guy was surprised. An exclamation mark appeared above Uraval's head. Corin realized that this was an automatic quest search, and asked if Uraval needed anything. He thought to himself that it was like a video game. He also believed that this gave him more opportunities to gain experience. Uraval said that recently their people were getting tired more quickly during training. When he said it was probably because of the food, Kassane asked if they were fed poorly. They paid special attention to the nutrition of their guards. Even before the traders arrived, they were well fed, and afterward the situation became even better. Uraval replied that they ate more, but their diet was unbalanced, and they did not want to eat vegetables. While he was speaking, Corin noticed that Uraval had an inflammation in his mouth. He then realized that the guard's diet was lacking nutrients. Uraval asked why this could be. Kassane replied that it was worth asking the elders for advice. But Uraval said he had nothing to ask of the old men who could not fight, and on whom, in his opinion, they wasted food. Kassane was disappointed that this was all that was in Uraval's head. He added that they were not born here, but the old people had lived here all their lives, and even if they needed to eat vegetables, they would not eat everything. After thinking about it for a bit, Uraval agreed with Kassane. Afterwards, he thanked me and went to solve this problem. After reading the quest completion notification, Corin thought he had managed to quickly solve the problem. Previously, he was worried that he might lose experience points, but the solution to this problem turned out to be simple. Approaching one of his men who looked unwell, Kassane asked how he felt. Upon hearing that he had diarrhea, Kassane recommended keeping his stomach warm. Having met an old man on the street, Kassane learned that he was worried about his son, who was weak but served in the guard, and Kassane promised to personally look after his son. Because of what was happening, Kassane's mission was starting to feel too much like a game. People with exclamation marks gave tasks of varying levels of difficulty. For each quest, Corin received very little experience, but this did not upset him. After all, some quests, like the one with Uraval, offered a big reward. When Uraval was outraged that the knight was doing such a thing, Corin replied that their city should be united. Seeing Kassane passing by them, the guards greeted the commander. Kassane did the same, and at the same time praised the guards. Corin had solved the problem of hunger, but now he was wondering how he could raise the spirits of the city. There was also the question of trade routes. The information about Genix said that he was the only one who could save the city. Seeing that Genix now perceived Kassane as an enemy, Corin was surprised. Last time Genix had more confidence in him. While Corin was wondering what he had done wrong, someone approached him. He turned around and saw Genix, but Corin wasn't surprised. Looking at him more closely, his gaze was filled with concern. Genix was covered in something, and that made Kassane ask what was wrong. The guy calmly replied that it was the blood of the orcs, not his. Cassine asked how many orcs he had killed, and the boy replied that about 100, but there were still plenty of them there. And then he asked Cassine to give him some time to talk. Corin noticed that Genix was looking at him with distrust. However, he calmed down and was ready to start a conversation. And he said that he also wanted to talk to Genix. After that, they silently headed towards the palace. Uraval had a bad feeling and assumed that Genix considered Cassine dangerous. When Genix said he had questions, Cassine replied that he would answer honestly. First he asked how Cassine knew that Genix was traveling between worlds. Cassine replied that it was the first time he had met such a person, but there were many records in their temple. Genix asked what temple they were talking about. Continuing, Cassine said that he served his goddess of freedom and encouragement. He also showed the sign that was shown by the servants of the goddess Hel. Genix asked how long Cassine had served her, and the boy replied that it had only been 2 years. And Cassine's rank in the temple was low, since he had not been serving for very long. But when asked what kind of power Cassine had, he did not answer, since servants of low rank are forbidden to talk about such things. Suddenly Genix showed Cassine 2 fingers as if counting. Afterwards he wanted to ask one more question, because Cassine was not surprised to learn that Genix had killed 100 orcs. But Cassine should definitely have been surprised, because in this world it is difficult to defeat so many orcs. And from the message, Corin learned that Genix could fight 500 orcs. Cassine replied that Mordem had told him how Genix had killed all the orcs on the way here. However, after this answer, he noticed that Genix's trust in him became even less. At that moment, Genix's face darkened. Only then did Corin realize that Genix had been counting how many times Cassine had lied to him. Genix asked why Cassine had come to Canadium. Corin began to panic, thinking that Genix could read his mind. He replied anxiously that he had lived here for 10 years, and could not come here because he knew what would happen in 10 years. Cassine was from another place, but he had lived in this city for 12 years. After listening to him, Genix remained silent for a while, but later he said that at least now he told the truth. At that moment, Corin wasn't sure if Genix had actually read his mind, but he definitely knew when Cassine was lying. And at that moment, Genix asked who Cassine was always talking to so nicely. Cassine replied excitedly that he didn't understand what the guy was talking about. The president ordered not to say anything about their company. Genix was angry that Cassine had lied to him for the 4th time, and he was also angry that he wanted to solve everything with words. But there were people who did not want to listen to him. At that moment he rushed at Cassine with his fists. He struck Cassine in the shoulder and shattered his bones. Grabbing the sore spot, Cassine began to scream in pain, and as he fell to the floor, Genix looked down at him. Cassine asked Genix why he did it, and the guy replied that Cassine had lied to him 4 times, so he would spend the next 4 hours beating the truth out of him. The next blow broke Cassine's bones again. Because of the pain, he could not dodge the blows and only took them, and the blows were so strong that his body flew back. Very quickly his body became overloaded, and he began coughing up blood. However, Corin noticed that Genix only broke bones, but did not hit vital organs. At that moment he realized that this psycho would beat him for 4 hours. With a grin, Genix said that the elixir would be just right, but it was expensive and there was little left. Reaching out to him, he told Cassine that thanks to the medicine he would not die. Seeing the healing potion, Cassine was surprised. However, Genix did not respond, and only said that Cassine did not realize the seriousness of the situation. He later added that he didn't know how to torture people, and it didn't suit him. Genix won't kill Cassine, but if he endures all this, the guy will recognize him. Realizing what awaited him, Cassine trembled. After 4 hours, Cassine went outside. However, he was so weak that he tripped over a small stone. Moreover, after what happened, he was more sensitive to pain. Corin was angry that Genix had decided to push him to this point. Genix didn't know how to torture, but he understood perfectly well what it was for. When Genix started beating him, Uraval tried to bring Corin to his senses. However, he was too scared. Genix was looking forward to the fun that was just beginning for him. Cassine asked not to approach him, but Uraval wanted to intervene and help. Corin understood that if he hadn't given control of his body to Uraval then, everything would have been over. Having come to his senses, he asked Uraval if he was okay, but even Uraval, who was a steadfast knight, was tired. Although, thanks to Genix's potion, all of Cassin's wounds healed. Just when the guy thought that he would get by without quests today, he met Zapiro. He asked if something had happened, and there was a sign above his head. Cassin couldn't tell what had happened, so he simply replied that everything was fine. Zapiro continued that there had been unrest in the city lately, so he decided to take a look around. Seeing the reward for his quest, Corin knew he couldn't refuse. Zapiro said that fights started because of stupid misunderstandings between people. Suddenly, Corin thought that there was a similar person next to him, and it was his father. Zapiro asked what made people think that way, but the reason was anxiety, because although the city had food, the orcs had not gone away. That feeling made people cruel, and they couldn't control themselves. Kisian reflected that people used to think about how to survive, but now they think about a bleak future. When asked what to do, the guy thought about it. Kisian asked Zapiro if he had any ideas. The man said that it might be due to unemployment, as many people had lost their jobs. The sellers have nothing to sell, the shoemakers have no leather, and idleness gives rise to bad thoughts. Corin realized that to make the city safer, people needed to find jobs that didn't exist. Corin was able to lead many people, but creating jobs is another matter. He said he needed time to think about it. Afterwards, they said goodbye to Zapiro. Corin knew that there were many places in the city that needed to be rebuilt, but they didn't have the money to do it. At that very moment, he accidentally met Quibble. He also had a task for Kisian, and it was starting to irritate him. Wanting to get straight to the point, Kisian asked what was going on. The man said that last time he had caused a lot of trouble for Kisian, and they had apologized to each other. Afterwards, he admitted that he had come to Kisian for advice. Kisian heard that Genix had given him an impossible task. Quibble said Genix ordered 3 times more food to be bought than last time. Hearing this, Corin was also surprised. After all, the amount of food they brought was already enormous. That food was enough to feed 5,000 people for 3 months. Quibble also said that Genix kicked him out and told him that if he didn't know the solution, he should ask Kisian. Kisian was a little confused. Then in the task, Corin saw that he needed to surprise Quibble so that he would acknowledge him. Quibble already knew how to solve this problem, but he continued to be persistent with his questions. Then Horin realized that Quibble was testing him, but such a character trait was typical for a man, considering that he was a merchant. Realizing this, Kisian muttered something to himself, and then he pointed to the side and said that that place would be suitable. If you demolish those old buildings, they will have a large plot of land. However, Quibble didn't understand why the guy was saying this, and Kisian suggested making a farm to keep animals and grow vegetables. Hearing this, Quibble was surprised. Kisian assumed that Genix wanted the city to be self-sufficient in produce. Quibble was surprised by Kisian's intelligence. Kisian continued that since the city was isolated, it was best to grow everything ourselves. In fact, this idea was given to Horin by the name of the next quest. Quibble replied that it was important, so he had to check on Kisian, and then he showed him the contents of his bag. Leaning towards him, Kisian's face lit up, and then he was surprised. There were many precious stones in the bag. What he saw had too strong an impression on him, but this only made Quibble laugh. Kisian, alarmed, asked what it was, and Quibble reminded him of Genix's order to buy more food. Each of those stones was the size of a middle finger, but most likely all those jewels came to Genix from the dragon's lair. Quibble admitted that he never would have thought that he would be working with such a sum, and then he asked Kisian where he should direct the caravan. But at that moment it wasn't a test. Quibble really didn't know how to do better. Kisian asked what exactly the problem was. There is enough food in the city for 3 months, but it will take Quibble 4 to return to the city. Moreover, with a large load they will move even slower. At that moment, Corin saw a message about a new quest. Genix was a dragon slayer, but Horin wondered why he needed trade routes. Afterwards, Kisian replied that he would study the map and come up with something. Quibble finally said that their caravan would leave tomorrow morning. After this, Kisian sighed heavily. He thought that he should rest, because if his brain became too overloaded, he would not be able to think as usual. But at that moment, he saw that someone was approaching him again. It was Mordum, who had exactly the same task. Seeing him, Corin wondered why they couldn't just leave him alone. Mordum immediately realized that he had come at the wrong time. However, Kisian could not refuse him, and replied that everything was fine. But the man noticed that the guy didn't look very well. Then Kisian said that Mordum looked more puzzled. The man admitted that he wanted to get advice from Kisian. He wanted to come earlier, but then Kisian was walking around the city, and Mordum only watched him from afar. Horin realized that he shouldn't blame others, because of those small quests, he couldn't devote time to Mordum. Obviously, the best rewards he will receive will come from the most important people in this mission. Mordum said that there was no point in delaying it any longer, because tomorrow he would leave with Quibble. The man wanted to ask a direct question. What did Kisian think about Genix? But Kisian asked why he asked him about this. Mordum said that he was carrying out his orders, but he had a lifelong contract with Quibble, and the Oath of Allegiance meant that he would live and die for him. But he wanted to make sure that Genix was worthy of his service. Kisian thought that serving him was a good option, because the guy had money, and he was strong. However, his answer angered Mordum. He replied angrily that loyalty is not for sale. Kisian explained that he had not meant to offend him, but would simply take it into account. But Mordum found it strange to hear something so selfish from Kesein. Then Horin thought that Mordum was somewhat similar to Uraval. Kesein explained that he was defending an abandoned city, and there were no other options except saving everyone, because then everyone would die. Drawing his sword, he said that he had sworn allegiance to Lord Canadium, but in his heart, Gaius was not the Lord of Canadium. Hearing that he served someone much more important, Morsum assumed it was the king, but Kesein said that was not the case. He replied that he served the people of Canadium. However, Mordum said it was difficult for him to talk about such things. He replied that his grandfather was a knight, and his father also wanted to become one, but could not. And Mordum himself also wanted to become a knight. Suddenly, Kesein said that perhaps now was the time to make this dream come true. Mordum said he would think about it, but he didn't want to be like Genix. On the contrary, he wanted to find a person who would light a flame in his heart. Then Kesein suggested watching Genix for a little while longer. In fact, Horin knew that Genix would have to become someone important to Mordum. Suddenly, Mordum said that this was impossible. He continued that if he left the city tomorrow, he would never see Genix again. That was his premonition. Hearing this, Kesein became a little worried. Trying to sleep, Corin thought about that conversation. It seemed to him that perhaps this was the system's way of warning him about the failure of the mission. Perhaps Mordum shouldn't be allowed to leave the city, but Quibble was important too. At the same time, if Mordum stays here, then Quibble's mission will be in jeopardy, because the other mercenaries are not good enough. When he woke up, Corin thought that he seemed to hear a familiar voice. As he got up, he remembered how he had hoped that after a good night's sleep, he would be able to come up with something. Looking at the map, he realized that there was still food left to buy in one city, but for some reason the name of that city seemed familiar to Kesein. Then he remembered what he had been told about a teleportation scroll that could transport them to Airedale. It seemed like he came up with a solution at that moment. He remembered the teleportation scroll for one person. He thought with a smile that the scroll was made for this moment. At that moment the caravan was already about to set off, but Kesein, who suddenly appeared, interrupted the conversation between Quibble and Mordum. Quibble asked what had happened since Kesein hadn't even gotten dressed. Then Kesein asked Quibble if he rode. The man replied, embarrassed, that it was so. Kesein then asked if the man alone could negotiate and find mercenaries to replace Mordum. Quibble indignantly replied that this entire caravan was solely his merit. From his words, Kesein knew he could do it. Quibble said, dissatisfied, that he was an expert in everything Kesein asked about. Hearing the answer, the guy immediately smiled, and then he told the caravan to stop moving. Mordum wanted to ask what this meant, but Quibble stopped him. The man asked if Kesein would take responsibility for this, but Kesein was already prepared for this. Afterwards, Quibble turned to Mordum and asked him to sort everything out. Then he turned back to Kesein and asked what the boy had come up with. However, Kesein refused to speak at that place. When they arrived at Zapiro's, the man asked Quibble what had happened. Kesein said that they came to discuss the movement of the caravan. When the conversation turned to the teleportation scroll, Zapiro reminded that only one person could be transported. Then Kesein said that they would not only transport the person, but also the money. Quibble agreed that money was the merchant's weapon. Kesein said that the scroll would transport Quibble to Airedale, and from there he will head to northern Grasland. But Zapiro asked if Kesein was sure of this, since they risked using the scroll in vain. But Quibble said it would be a significant time for the caravan. Besides, Airedale wasn't surrounded by monsters, which meant that from there Quibble could safely travel to northern Grasland. There you just had to buy up everything you could get. Kesein said there was no point in wasting time on negotiations and quality control. Zapiro and Quibble countered that they would then face significant losses. Kesein chuckled at the thought that for them these actions were completely absurd. However, he explained that what is important now is not profit, but time. Quibble was surprised that he was told not to think about money and spending, but later the man agreed that he should think flexibly. If they pay attention to time, they can move forward. The smaller the caravan, the faster it moved, but even with less cargo, they might not make it in time. Quibble said he would have to sacrifice the deadline, but he would manage. Kesein suddenly said that they could even shorten the time a little. Quibble and Zapiro couldn't understand how this was possible. Then he said that even if the caravan moved slowly, 3 weeks was too long. Realizing this, Kesein realized that it was not a matter of speed, but of procedure. The lords stopped the caravans because they feared that the food would go to their enemies, and Quibble knew this well. But Kesein said that not everyone checked the caravans, but only those responsible for it. Realizing what he was getting at, Zapiro became alarmed. Then Kesein placed Lord Canadium's seal on the table. Quibble was surprised by this, and Zapiro considered it a crime. However, Kaisin was full of excitement. After some time, their room was illuminated by light. Using the scroll, they sent Quibble to another city. Zapiro sighed heavily. Kaisin asked the old man why he was so worried. Zapiro angrily replied that they would definitely have problems. If you show the guards an official item, they will let the caravan pass without any problems. However, such a scroll will be delivered to higher authorities. Zapiro said that sooner or later Gauss would see this document with a forged signature. But Kaisin believed that the most important thing was to overcome the difficulty that had arisen now. But Zapiro sighed because he had not broken the law since he was 30 years old. Then Kaisin replied that he should consider this year the best, because he saved people. Zapiro agreed with this, but he wasn't sure that Quibble could handle it. He said that he knew the local lords better, and perhaps he should have used the scroll. Hearing that it was not up for discussion, Zapiro was surprised that he was not trustworthy. Kaisin replied that Quibble was a better fit, and they had plenty of work in the city. He also added that he had come up with a solution regarding unemployment. He said that they would build a farm by the time Quibble returned. Zapiro noted that the construction work would only be a temporary measure. Kaisin said that it was easy to provide temporary work, but Zapiro was convinced that the only benefit would come from building a farm. Then Kaisin asked if he was sure about this. After all, their city was still surrounded by monsters. Soon all the city's residents were gathered in the square. They were a little surprised that they were told to work. Kaisin understood that what scared them was that they were standing close to the wall where the orcs could attack. The man said he had heard that there was also work in the western part of the city. Then Kaisin replied that people would be paid less for doing dirty work. However, the man didn't care about the payment. Pointing to the people, Kaisin said they had nothing to worry about. A group of people was visible on the horizon. The mercenaries were led by Mordum and they patrolled the area. Kaisin explained that if the orcs attacked, the mercenaries would warn them. And then he asked everyone to get to work. Horses were used by scouts, and it was decided to use a cart instead of wood. Quibble went to Erdel alone. This meant that all the horses and carts were at the disposal of the city. At that moment, Kaisin divided everyone into groups and gave instructions. It was necessary to dig a hole along the perimeter of the wall. This large-scale work involved 500 people. Kaisin made sure that they did not dig in unnecessary places, otherwise water might break through. Everyone responded to his comments immediately. Zapiro was surprised that Kaisin was able to find work so easily. He also believed that the moat would significantly strengthen their defenses. The moats were as effective as the castle walls. Suddenly someone reported that they didn't have enough shovels. Then Kaisin gave orders to one of the groups to make shovels. Later someone said they needed more carts, and Kaisin hurried the groups, which began to detain others. They needed tools for construction, but in this case, their shortage was welcomed, because too many people needed work. They all continued to work hard. Kaisin and Zapiro were pleased that things were going smoothly. At the same moment, Kaisin announced a short break. From the looks on people's faces, it seemed as if they had already forgotten about all their troubles. The mind controlled the body, but the body also influenced the mind. Everyone turned around when they heard that a special treat had been prepared for them. Kaisin said that everyone had worked to strengthen the city's defenses, so today the workers would eat the same as the soldiers. Everyone was delighted when they saw the dried meat. Many men were happy that they would finally be able to feed their families with meat. Zapiro remarked that thanks to meat, everyone would become meek sheep. But today's work and reward showed that these people had a place in this world. Corin was pleased that the meat would help him attract more volunteers. Zapiro explained to everyone that the food was a gift from Genix. Many wanted to thank the guy because he saved them all. Many felt that the name of the Defender of Canadium suited him well. At that moment, the general mood immediately lifted. Kaisin thought this was strange propaganda and asked Zapiro what the old man was up to. The old man only chuckled at the guy's interest. At that moment, one of the quests was completed, and Kaisin received a reward that surprised him. He was convinced that this mission was worth $1 million, and he could earn a lot of experience here. During this time, Corin managed to lead the army into battle, and also successfully defended the city. After that, I was able to find jobs for people, but if it weren't for the food the traders brought, they wouldn't have lived to see this day. His thoughts were interrupted by Zapiro, who wanted to talk about their future. Kaisin also wanted to talk to him about Genix, but hearing the guy's voice, Kaisin quickly stepped aside. Hearing Genix's voice, he automatically jumped back. The guy asked Kaisin to step aside because he wanted to talk to him. When they were alone, Genix said he recognized Kaisin's abilities. But no matter how talented Kaisin was, for Genix, an ally he could not trust was equal to an enemy. When he asked if Kaisin's thoughts had changed, Corin was a little surprised. Genix asked why Kaisin had come to Canadium and what he knew about him. Kaisin replied that he wanted to speak honestly. Corin wanted to tell the truth, because the mission would soon be over. But if he couldn't convince Genix of this, there would be no point. Meanwhile, Genix insisted on an honest answer. Kasayan replied that if he told everything, he would break the agreement and lose everything, experiencing something more terrible than death. The goddess Hel gave unlimited power, but in return she demanded a huge price. Kasayan said that whoever violated her will would lose what he valued most. And if Genix did not believe him, then Kasayan asked him to believe the city's residents, whom he held dear. However, Genix was not surprised. He said angrily that Kasayan could not be trusted. Seeing that his eloquence had not worked on Genix, Corin began to worry. Genix admitted that he hated guys like Kasayan. He believed that trusting eloquent people was the most dangerous thing, because they could betray you at any moment. Kasayan wanted to say something, but Genix interrupted him, threatening to kill the guy. When Genix said he could spot a lie, Corin realized he was at a dead end. But suddenly Genix said that the guy shouldn't panic so much, because he only wanted to ask one question. When he asked what kind of dragon Uraval was, Kasayan was stunned. Realizing from his reaction that Uraval was not a dragon, Genix asked what kind of demon he was. Kasayan explained that Uraval was a knight with whom they had a contract. Genix was surprised because Kasayan said that he had a contract with Hel. Kasayan explained that it was a different contract that had nothing to do with Ad. He said that depending on the situation, a person could have different assignments and contracts. Genix was angry, and Kasayan wanted to say that he knew about the guy. Kasayan had drawn conclusions from observing Genix, and he assumed that the boy's mind was being controlled by a dragon. As soon as he heard this, Genix was stunned. Most likely, Genix hated Kasayan because he suspected Kasayan of having connections with dragons. Genix is a dragon slayer, although he used to be a guardian, but for some reason he betrayed them. At first, Corin thought the boy had gone through a crisis. But what if he had gone through a terrible ordeal that had made him like this? Kasayan knew that Genix hated him because the boy misled people with his eloquence. Then Genix asked him to shut up. Kasayan admitted that he had secrets, but Genix himself would not reveal personal information about himself. He boldly declared that Genix was no better than the dragon he hated. After hearing this, Genix lost his temper, and then he hit Kasayan in the torso. Experiencing a sharp pain, Kasayan slowly lowered his gaze, and he saw that his body was pierced through and through. Afterwards, he collapsed to the floor, exhausted. Corin was close to the end and did not understand why everything turned out this way. However, then his body began to recover. As he was losing consciousness, Corin saw someone talking to Genix. Through his sleep, he continued to hear the newcomer scolding Genix. He didn't understand where that man came from or who he was. In his mind, he suddenly heard someone's voice. The voice that asked him to use it reminded Corin of Strovan. When someone appeared next to him, Corin turned around. It was Uraval who apologized and admitted that he had been scared. But Corin didn't understand what he was talking about. Uraval admitted that when they met Genix, he unconsciously retreated into Corin's subconscious. Seeing him, Uraval felt weak and thought that he would only hinder Corin. Eloquence had no effect on Genix, although it might have worked before. Then Corin said that he was not trusted, so Genix did not want to listen to him. When he tearfully asked for the city to be saved, Genix was touched. But then the suppression of Kasayan and the trust of Uraval worked simultaneously. Corin couldn't stand up to Genix without trust, so Uraval admitted it was his fault, but Corin replied that nothing could be done about it. Genix tortured Uraval in a way that was worse than any torture. Corin reassured that even from this failure a lesson could be learned. He admitted that he thought everything could be solved with words, but it didn't always work. Uraval was glad that he was not blamed, and the next moment, Corin found himself again in Kasayan's body. That wound was fatal, and the internal organs were destroyed. But now he doesn't even have a scar left. Then the elf appeared and asked if he was feeling better. Corin immediately recognized her as the one who had scolded Genix. He immediately thanked her for her help. The elf replied that it was because they followed the same faith. Corin chuckled to himself at the fact that he was immediately given a new puzzle. But then he replied that it was probably hard for her to deal with Genix. The girl said that she noticed something about Kasayan, and the guy thought she meant that he was rude to the Dragon Slayer. The girl laughed and said that he was right. Kasayan asked if she had already found out that he served the goddess. Hearing this, the elf was surprised. She said that Kasayan was really smart, so Genix wanted to tell him everything. But she noticed that she did not feel the power of a goddess from Kasayan. The guy replied that the goddess gave them different powers. But in fact, he didn't want to end the conversation, and gave the elf hints. Kasayan gave her hints, but did not lie to her. The girl asked how he would prove it. As he prepared to answer, Kasayan suddenly remembered that voice. A voice in his subconscious that asked him not to forget about him. and now was the time to use it. At that moment, a certain force began to envelop Cason's body. Closing his eyes, he asked Strovan for help. Then even more dark power began to emanate from the guy's body. Corin intended to use the fragment of Strovan's soul. All this time, the elf was watching him. However, restrictions were placed on Cassane. He could not use 2 shards at once. At this moment, the elf became interested. She admitted that it was the power of darkness. A little excited, Cassane replied that everything was exactly as he had said. Strovan was a killer who radiated darkness, like the power of hell. Then the girl said that her mistake had caused a misunderstanding. However, she said that Cason had caused a stir and enraged Genix. Corin decided to lie and said that he had not thought that this could happen, and asked why it happened. The girl replied that he killed the woman he loved. Corin didn't expect to hear such an answer. Now he understood that under the influence of the dragon, Genix committed that murder. That's why he was so emotional, cruel, and distrustful. She also added that the dragon's death was not like that of an ordinary person. Unlike humans, they could be reborn. And if part of that dragon is alive, Genix will want revenge. But then Genix himself entered the room and interrupted the girl. He said he had misunderstood what was happening, but Cassane replied that everything was fine. And then he again reminded me of the limitations that prevented him from telling everything. Then Genix said that Cason shouldn't do it. Unexpectedly, Cassane said that he used to be a killer and a knight. He said that his family was killed by the guild, and he was killed by the man he considered his lord. Slowly, Genix began to understand what Cason was getting at. Cassane admitted that he knows what it is like to be betrayed. Suddenly, Genix asked if Cassane was a reincarnator. Cason replied that he could not say more, but in fact he did not understand the meaning of the question. The elf agreed that reincarnation was one of the goddess's powers. A smirk appeared on Cason's face as he finally won Genix's trust. Genix said that since Cason had told the truth about himself, he should share it too. In fact, the dragon he served was a tyrant. Under his control, Genix was continuously trained to become an assassin. He confessed that under the dragon's influence, his body did not age, but his mind was destroyed. And now he is ready to kill this dragon, no matter how many times it returns. Afterwards, they all began to eat lunch. The elf ate the most meat. Corin thought to himself that everything he knew about the fantasy world was a lie. Genix explained that Emiel was half normal, half dark elf, and he explained that she was not an elf who loved nature. The girl said that she loved nature, just in her own way. Suddenly, someone burst into their room. Corin wondered why Litra always came running with such a desperate look. The guy shouted that they were being attacked by orcs. Kessen's face changed immediately. Emiel turned to look at Genix, who remained calm. Afterwards, he said that he would go first. Finally, he told Emiel to take Cason with her. But Litra was surprised that Genix decided to go out through the window. Turning to Cassane, the girl extended her hand to him. Cassane thought it was strange, but he extended his hand to her. After warning Cassane to hold on tight, she cast a spell, and the next moment they evaporated. Only Litra was left perplexed by how fast everyone was. Then Emiel and Cassane found themselves on the wall. But Corin didn't understand how they managed to cover a kilometer of distance in just an instant. The girl explained that shadow jumping is one of the powers of her race. Suddenly, Cassane heard Genix's voice asking them to gather. Then he looked down. There was a commotion down below near the wall. People started running away in panic. At some point, one person from the crowd tripped. He immediately turned around, alarmed, and he saw panicked people rushing towards him. Having prepared himself, he immediately covered his head with his hands. Corin had gathered a lot of people here, and now it was causing a crush. Suddenly, Emiel said that Genix would go crazy again. The next moment, it happened as she said. Due to Genix's loud scream, Cassane had to cover his ears. He was familiar with these sensations. He had experienced this power 3 times already, but it was impossible to get used to it. After all, this was the power of a dragon slayer. Suddenly, all the noise disappeared. Cassane looked down and saw that all the people had fallen to the ground. Emiel explained that what Genix hated most was when people abandoned their own. In the past, the dragon took over a village and forced everyone to kill each other, while Genix just watched. The strange thing is that only a weak girl survived from that village. The dragon told Genix to watch over her, waiting for them to fall in love. A boy who was alone in this world and a girl without a family were suitable for each other. And when this happened, the dragon forced Genix to kill her. Cassane asked to stop because he already understood everything. Corin understood that Genix had everything from wealth to youth, but he was not happy. Genix was like Stravon, and if this continued, he too would be unhappy until his death. Uraval and Mordum asked everyone to let the old men go first. Watching this, Cassane realized that now was not the time for sentimentality. After looking around, Cassane said that he did not see any orcs. Then Emiel pointed far ahead. Alarmed by the dust cloud, Kisain asked her if all the orcs were coming, but the elf replied that only 300 were coming. But it turned out that people were running towards the city. They all fled from the orcs. Corin was surprised when he saw them, but at that moment the other guards turned to him. He was told that the people were running away from the orcs, but the orcs were riding on wolves. Hearing about the wolf riders, Kessin immediately became more serious. Meanwhile, the orcs appeared from behind the cloud of dust. The wolf riders were marauders and the terror of these mountains. He understood that in front of them was an army of 1,500 orcs. When they saw the orcs, all the guards thought they would die. But Kessin turned his attention to the orc leader. It was a red-faced orc. He was far more fearsome than any other orc, and was the lord of the orcs. Kessin was horrified that this orc was making the other orcs even more dangerous. But having come to his senses, he immediately began to turn around. It turned out that Genix was already in front of the red-faced man. Then the orc greeted Genix. Genix did the same, while simultaneously preparing for the fight. Tarok called Janus a dog who bit his master's hand and now serves people. But Genix, on the contrary, considered Tarok a cur. Tarok asked how Genix liked his gift. For a moment, Genix was silent. At that moment, people were panicking and breaking down the city gates. Their numbers only increased and they asked to be let in. But Mordum said that they were not allowed to open the gates. He believed that the orcs had deliberately driven people here so that they would open the gates. Uraval also said that Kisain should not be given in to out of pity. Corin understood that his comrades were right. Fierce orcs riding on wolves also rushed towards the city, but anyone with a heart would be broken by such a sight. After all, among those people there were even innocent children. The mothers begged to take at least their children. Suddenly, one guard said that he couldn't watch this. Without orders, he began to open the gates for people. But at that moment, Uraval attacked him. He said that guy wasn't the only one who was upset about it. And then he declared that he would kill anyone who tried to open the gate. He reminded them that they must protect the city and their families. And he promised to throw off the wall those who try to help strangers. After all, if they wanted to die, they shouldn't have involved others in it. Then everyone understood that the situation was terrible. Corin was angry that the orcs had sowed panic even without bloodshed. The cries for help affected the soldiers' consciousness, and many people fell to the ground without strength. And at that moment they asked anyone for help, even a demon. Kessin laughed nervously and said he couldn't take it anymore. And then he himself went to open the gate. However, he was stopped by Mordum's hand. He said it was madness, and that Kessin should think about the people of Canadium. But Kessin asked if he would remain a man if he watched these people being killed. As a knight, he could not allow the defenseless to die. After all, just recently the residents of their city were in the same despair. They will die if they open the gate, but Kessin would rather die as a human. Then Uraval intervened and asked if Kessin was sure about this. He nodded decisively and silently. Uraval knew that if he tried to stop him, Kessin would chop him up, so he began to open the gate himself. Immediately after, Kessin gave orders to two groups, telling them to protect the refugees. At that moment, there was a commotion downstairs. Kessin said not to give up their positions until all the refugees had disappeared. Meanwhile, the orcs were approaching them, but suddenly the orcs stopped and silently stared ahead. And a moment later, they turned around completely. All the soldiers were surprised that the orcs were retreating. Uraval was amused by the fact that the orcs were afraid of them. At that moment, all the soldiers shouted joyfully. At that moment, Genix returned, and everyone asked if he had dealt with the red-faced man. But the guy just said with disappointment that they had been given a poisoned apple. At that moment, no one understood what he was talking about. Genix asked sternly how many people they had let in. Litra replied that it was probably about 1,000. With a sad laugh, Kessin said that this was the end. Tarok turned out to be cunning. He attacked a small village and drove its inhabitants to Canadium. These people became a time bomb for Canadium. Litra insisted on driving them out, because they would not be able to feed everyone. He said that if they accepted them, everyone else would die. Suddenly, Genix wished him luck if he wanted to survive alone. He said he could throw him and his family over the wall. Litra objected that he was ready to give his life, but those people would not do that. As cruel as it may sound, he said they couldn't take in so many refugees. Genix then asked if the city could survive without these refugees. Litra said they would manage somehow. Then Genix asked if they could survive if he took his people with him. Hearing this, Litra became frightened. The guy said menacingly that they were all the same. It angered him that human life meant nothing to them, and he wanted to show them that these weak walls could not protect them. At that moment, he had already grabbed the weapon and swung. And the next moment, a powerful blow hit the wall. Seeing this, everyone was scared, and then the whole wall fell. Kasain found it hard to believe that it had been destroyed by just one blow. But at that moment, someone grabbed him by the collar. Zapiro asked him to pull himself together and stop Genix. Unexpectedly, Genix thanked Kasain. After all, he believed that if Kasain had not opened the gates, the enemies would not have been the orcs. In that case, he himself would have become their enemy. He then told everyone to follow him so they could discuss the new strategy. No one dared to answer his terrifying voice. Everyone just continued to silently look at the destroyed wall. Genix said to speak up if anyone had any ideas. However, there was silence in the room. Nobody dared to suggest anything. Then Mordem admitted that he was confused. Turning to Kasain, Genix asked if he had any ideas. Hearing his voice, Corin was surprised. He didn't understand how Genix could speak with his mouth closed, but it turned out he had a telepathic artifact. Hearing this, many thoughts came into Kasain's head. But because of this, Genix was completely unable to hear what the boy was thinking about. But suddenly Corin understood what the presidential aide meant by those words. Kasain asked if Genix wanted him to change the mood in the room, and he did. Now he wanted to practice drawing a line between the conscious and the subconscious. Many thoughts were constantly running through Kasain's head, and eventually Genix got angry. He said that the guy was annoying him and that he should speak clearly, but Kasain replied that he had not said anything yet. Then the situation in the room only got worse. Now Corin was confident that he could defend himself against telepathy, and then asked Genix to leave. But since Genix refused, Kasain asked to do it. Surprised, Genix asked how Kasain would calm everyone down. Kasain answered honestly that while Genix was away, he would throw mud at him to make their meeting more productive. But Genix was surprised by what he heard. Jumping up from his seat, he became angry at Kasain. The others were also shocked by Kasain's impudence. Previously, Genix had asked to do at least something to change the environment, but now he refused. Hearing Kasain's thoughts, Genix recoiled slightly. Afterwards, he asked if 1 hour would be enough for them, but Kasain replied that he was still thinking, and that Genix should leave quickly. Once Genix left, the situation immediately became a little easier, and then Kasain was ready to move on to the discussion. Immediately, as he promised, he began to throw mud at Genix. Seeing Kasain in such a mood, everyone was surprised. When he finished, he said that the others should try it too. Uraval was the first to like the idea. Suddenly, Mordem asked him if Uraval had been to war. Then they said which units they were in. Since Kasain had finished, he asked who would be next. Next was Mordem, who also turned out to be very eloquent. Litra refused, saying that he was cursing the guy in his head. Zapiro only said that it was good to be young, because nothing came into his head at the moment. When the wall was destroyed, everyone thought that was the end. Kasain understood what everyone was thinking, but he thought Genix had acted wisely. Afterwards, he asked Mordem how high the riders could jump. The man replied that it was about 6 meters. Then Kasain asked how high the walls were. Litra replied that the wall was about 6 or 7 meters. Then everyone realized that the orcs could easily climb the wall. Kasain said they were doomed the moment the horsemen appeared. Uraval countered that Genix could have simply explained it. Kasain explained that Genix would not explain anything, but would only lose his temper. Then Corin noticed that the mood in the room had improved. Kasain said that although there was a gap in the wall, it did not mean that their defense was weakened. He said that wolves were animals after all, and therefore had to look for easy ways. They will rush to the breach without exception. Therefore, he believed that it was necessary to gather all his forces in one point. He suggested that everyone make tower defense, but no one understood what he was talking about. After some time, Kasain met with Genix. He then asked if they had decided to do bunkering. Kasain didn't know what it was, and Genix replied briefly that it was a game suited to people like them. But then Kasain decided that he would pretend to know what they were talking about in order to get Kasain to talk. Genix was more friendly towards him now, but he was still wary. Kasain said that to implement the plan, they would need a lot of materials. Then he showed Genix the tower defense plan. He also said that they needed time to prepare. Genix replied that Terok said they would return in a month, and he would keep his word. Kasain agreed that the orc was unlikely to change his mind. The people he brought were like disgusting pie. But the problem is not only food, but also that they all need medical care. Kasain said that they needed to be tied to military service. Otherwise, when they got used to it, there would be a lot of unrest among them. Angrily, Genix said they would have to accept the situation. But then Kasain asked how they knew each other. Genix said that Terok was a dragon keeper like that, and he was a minion of the Black Dragon. Before their service, Genix was a loner, and Terok was an orc chieftain. Genix wasn't sure he could defeat him, since Terok had an army, even though he wasn't that strong on his own. There are characters in games that are not very strong on their own, but the more allies they had, the stronger they became. and the allies received a boost in strength, and the leader became much stronger. Kisain thought that since Tarok was the orc chieftain, Genix was the commander. Genix was alone, but he was stronger. Hearing that the advantage was on their side then, Genix thought about it. Then he continued that Tarok was the dragon's shield, and Genix was his sword. Afterwards, he said that if we only consider strength, there are few people in the world stronger than Genix. Kisain replied that this was why the dragon did not want anything human to remain in the boy. Genix suddenly said that he was only good at fighting, but he didn't know how to get along with people, much less lead them. And then he admitted that he needed help. Then Corin understood why the boy was looking for 4 comrades. Genix was strong, but to become a leader he needed those who could fill his weaknesses. They were a merchant and an administrator, and also a mercenary and a knight, but he found it strange that there were 2 warriors in the team. At that moment, Litra entered the room. He informed Genix that a representative of the refugees wanted to see him. Only then did Genix remember that they were keeping the refugees locked up. And then he said to bring that man. Genix didn't know how to talk to people, so Kisain volunteered to help. The refugees were settled in a corner of the city and forbidden to leave, but these people were treated like prisoners. The man asked them if they had opened the gate. Grendel thanked them for saving his people. Kisain said there was no need to thank him, but he continued to say that he wanted to thank him, and Corin thought that he was speaking a foreign language. Kisain said the decision was made by Genix. Then the man noticed that Genix was hot-tempered. Suddenly Genix stood up and addressed the man, but Grendel didn't like the guy's tone. Ignoring this, Genix said that Grendel was not human. Hearing this, the man was surprised, and then he agreed that he wanted to show his true form. Immediately after this, his body was enveloped in light. Instantly the man's clothes changed. Watching this, Corin was surprised. It turned out that there was a dwarf in front of them. Grendel said that he was the leader of the dwarves. And then he got down on one knee and swore allegiance to Genix. Then Horin realized who would become Genix's 4th comrade. At that moment, the 2 began to speak in an unknown language. Genix spoke it confidently and asked questions, and the dwarf answered sternly. But suddenly Corin remembered the historical fact that Zapiro had found. Previously, the city traded with dwarves. Then Kisain asked if the dwarves were not strong warriors. The dwarf became angry and said that the orcs were weaker than them. The dwarf said that the dragon wanted to kill all the women and children. Then Kisain realized that they were half-dwarves. Having escaped from the dragon, they began to hide among people. The dwarves were strong warriors, but they could not fight in human form. At the same time, if they returned to their form, the dragon will find them. So all they could do was run in a human body. Then Genix said that he had killed the dragon, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Then the dwarf was only glad again that he had sworn allegiance to him. Although Corin had already regretted opening the gate many times. The appearance of people may have complicated the task, but at the same time they were part of it. Then Kisain intervened and asked to resume cooperation with the dwarves. The gnome agreed, because they missed this business. Having heard the consent, Kisain thanked him, and they shook hands. Corin was glad that Gradle was not just an ally, but also the one who would open a new trade route. He realized that Genix now had 2 trade routes. One path was self-sufficient, and the second was the Shadow Elf. Standing in the middle of the street, Grendel said it was a joke. They explained to him that they were short of wood, but he said that because of this angle the structure would be demolished in 3 days. Afterwards, he said that he needed 30 of his men. Looking at the fleeing Litra, Corin thought that it was a sad sight. Before this, Litra said that they should leave the refugees. Kisain asked him not to be angry with the guy, but the dwarf understood that Litra was not so bad. After a while, the dwarf angrily threw his tools around. He was not satisfied with the quality of the instruments. The blacksmiths were surprised that he didn't like anything at all. Corin knew that if he continued to criticize the blacksmiths like this, their pride would suffer. But they were not angry, because they knew that the gnomes were skilled craftsmen. People have always learned something new, no matter whether they worked for 20 years or more. But the lifespan of the dwarves was longer, which meant they had a lot of experience. Soon the dwarf was given a defense plan, but he said the traps were small. Kisain agreed that they couldn't just erect towers. Traps were a common tactic in tower defense and were intended to have a large kill zone. The traps will hurt the orcs, and all that remains is to finish them off. Suddenly the dwarf said that we need to put spears sticking out of the ground. He said that orcs are just a piece of meat, but suddenly he heard someone come in. It turned out that Emiel had arrived. She asked angrily what about Genix's sword. The dwarf turned his attention to her in surprise, and then his face turned red. She loudly declared that his sword was created by her tribe. Suddenly Grendel said that she was a goddess in art, and he boldly said that she was a beauty. But she angrily asked what he was carrying. Cassin explained that the dwarf called her beautiful and regretted what he said about her clan. Hearing this, the girl beamed. Afterwards, she invited the dwarf to discuss their skills in her room. This left Cassin in a state of confusion. 10 days later, Genix said that Tarok had made a mistake. After all, this pie didn't contain poison, but an elixir. Half-gnomes were skilled and quick workers. Thanks to a large number of workers, the ditch was quickly dug, and there were triboli scattered around. Even if the wolves were good jumpers, they would not be able to avoid all the traps. The only way to get through was through a hole in the wall, and it was necessary to overcome the line of 24 towers. Each tower was manned by dwarves, archers, and equipment. Thus, the new city defense system was completed. At that moment, Genix praised Cassin for his work. The gnome said that everything was done, and there were still 2 weeks left. Cassin wanted to explain what he had said, but Genix didn't need it, and then he promised to kill Tarok. Afterwards, he wanted to leave, not wanting to disturb everyone. In fact, he wanted to devote time to training. But everyone was surprised that a man who could kill orcs with one swing needed training. Genix explained that Tarok is not so simple. Cassin agreed that the orc army would become stronger, as would their city. Genix agreed with what was said. Mordum chuckled at the fact that Cassin became a translator. Suddenly, Uraval asked how Genix would train, since many were interested. Genix said he was hunting ogres who had a dragon fragment. Hearing this, everyone lost their desire to join. Corin had met someone like this before, but then he asked which fragment Genix was talking about. Genix hadn't spoken before, but now he was ready to share. He explained that the dragon was not dead. Its fragments were still calling to each other, and when they were reunited, it would be reborn. Genix only had 20%, and the more he collected, the stronger he would become. Tarok had about 10, but he didn't stand still either. The guy said that the orc would be different from the one he had last met. Cassin was a little surprised by what he heard, but now he knew that the dragon fragment gave its owner enormous power. As long as Genix has more fragments, he will be able to defeat Tarok. Uraval suddenly asked what if they also had this fragment. Genix replied that they would go crazy and then die, or they will be lucky and gain a power that is not of this world. When asked if they were jealous, Cassin replied that they were not. He calmly replied that he was not envious at all. He told Genix that with greater power comes greater responsibility, but Cassin would replace responsibility with the word pain. He believed that this power was only compensation for the pain that a person experiences. After listening to him, Genix grinned and said that he didn't like Cassin at all, but there was sympathy in Cassin's eyes. Genix became a monster driven only by revenge, and only the dragon's flame allowed him to feel alive. Crouching down on the ground, Corin thought he was worried about Genix, so Cassin asked him to be careful. He asked to protect what is dear to him, and if it is not there, then it must be acquired. Genix heard that this was the only way he could remain human. Having said that he could be human if he wanted to be, Genix looked up. Cassin didn't understand him, and the boy said that was the last thing El said. Afterwards, Genix looked at the others. Then he wanted to tell them something, but in the end he left without finishing. Seeing the message about automatic progress acceleration, Cassin was surprised, but now he was getting more information. Corin had completed all the main quests, and everything was going smoothly now. And now he didn't quite understand how best to spend his time here. But in the end, he decided to move on to the next step. He couldn't afford to be distracted by other tasks, because he risked angering Genix. Accelerating his progress, Corin suddenly saw Cassin in front of him. But this scene was already familiar to him. Cassin suddenly said that it was funny, but it looked pathetic, and then he said that Corin could rest. After these words, he disappeared. Seeing this, Corin was surprised. As if in fast forward, Cassin himself communicated with people and carried out tasks. He dealt with the side quests as if he were giving Corin a gift. Because of this, Corin thought that Cassin was cool. After all, he didn't do anything, but he still gained experience. But suddenly Corin heard that Cassin was waiting for the mission to end. Immediately after this, he returned to Cassin's body. First, he decided to look around. He was now in the strategy discussion room. Because of this, Corin thought that something was about to happen, but then he took up his sword. At that moment, it was already about midnight. Having come to someone, Cassin began to knock. Opening the door, Mordum asked why the guy had come at such a time. Cassin said briefly that everything would start soon. Mordum immediately understood what he was talking about and became alarmed. In response to Mordum's questions, Cassin replied that it was already midnight, so the orcs would come. After this, Cassin came for Uraval and the others. Soon messengers and special detachments were assembled. Thanks to Cassin, everyone was already on maximum combat readiness. And then he said again that as long as the city was united, they would live. Instantly all the soldiers picked up the mood. They repeated Kaisen's phrase in one voice, and then Kaisen gave the order to take up positions. Obeying him, the soldiers immediately headed to their positions. The archers were also ready, and at the head of them all stood Kaisen. He was also tense in anticipation of the fight, and almost immediately the horsemen appeared. Then Kaisen gave the order to prepare the shields. At that moment, the riders were already trying to jump over the traps. The soldiers prepared their shields but were alarmed. Kaisen asked everyone to hold on as long as possible, and the orcs were preparing to attack. They hit the shields with all their might. Kaisen understood that there were many new recruits in their unit, so they would not last long. Then he ordered the archers to attack. The arrows were fired instantly. Without noticing it, many orcs were wounded. When the orcs fell from the wolves, Kaisen decided to regroup. After all, the squad wasn't supposed to fight the orcs. At that moment, Mordem appeared and killed the orc. But immediately 2 more attacked him. But he reacted quickly and killed them instantly. His sword swing cut the orcs in half. Immediately their bodies fell limply to the ground. Then Mordem ordered the second squad to kill all the orcs. Corin chuckled at the fact that Mordem really was a powerful mercenary. But Uraval did not want to give in to the second detachment. Soon other units joined the attack. Uraval swung furiously at his enemies. His powerful blow also instantly killed orcs, and Mordem continued to fight tirelessly. Having seen other units fighting, the new recruits were no longer so frightened. Then Kaisen ordered to unite forces and defeat the orcs. With deafening cries, everyone rushed forward. Many were injured. With the help of shields, soldiers were at least able to avoid blows, and Litra checked the situation on the horizon. Then he saw that someone else was approaching. Then he said that the second wave of orcs was advancing. At that point, Kaisen was already tired. They almost dealt with the first wave, but also suffered losses. Then he ordered a retreat to the starting position. He ordered the recruits to hold their positions so that the other units could catch their breath. Suddenly, someone started attacking their equipment. The blow was directed at the approaching orcs. They were surprised when they saw the attack, but it was too late to take cover. That shot had a destructive force. Seeing her, Corin was only surprised. Afterwards, the ballistas continued firing, but the orcs also continued to advance. Then Corin began to look around for Grendel, and suddenly he was surprised. Corin found the dwarf alone on the front line. The gnome said cheerfully that the people had done well, but now it was their turn. But too many orcs were moving towards him. Corin thought the dwarf's arms were too short for a direwolf, and the gnome could have simply been trampled, but he only shouted something angrily, and his weapon was enveloped in mana. The dwarf swung and killed the orc. Immediately after him, he began to attack the others. When Corin saw him in action, he was delighted, and then their main force in the battle appeared. Grendel ordered the spearmen to pierce them with their spears. Obeying, they held their spears in front of them. The attack was serious for the orcs. Afterwards, the dwarf ordered to kneel, and everyone obeyed. As they descended, archers appeared behind them. They were immediately given the order to shoot. The orcs were unable to avoid the surprise attack. Zapiro also assisted in the command. On his command, the catapults began to fire. This also made it difficult for the orcs to move, and because of this, they lost their fighting spirit. At some point, they started to be attacked with fire, and soon they reported that the third wave was approaching. It seemed like Kaisen was at his limit then. The orcs' strategy was to wear down the humans. The orcs were better prepared than they initially seemed. Corin was surprised that they continued to attack even in the fire. Suddenly, the dwarves ran towards the main troops. Kaisen asked what condition their traps were in. Grendel assured that everything was ready. Then Kaisen told everyone to hold on for another 2 minutes, and the orcs approached their ranks again, and they broke through the line. But Kaisen knew they had to hold on, and people began to die one after another. And then they reported that the fourth wave was also close, but the dwarf told the boy not to cry. Grendel, he gave the order to attack. At that moment, everyone was tense. All the soldiers also froze in anticipation of what would happen next, and suddenly all the orcs fell down. The ground disappeared from under their feet, so they were powerless, and below, spears awaited them. Then the dwarf's fighting spirit only rose, and joyfully he ordered to kill all the orcs. But the carnage only continued.